not waste time here. We need to disconnect the citizens from their avatars.
It's time to give you an upgrade.
Demons shall bathe in their blood.
Healing prayers for you.
I am the moonlight that breaks through the darkness.
I am Karamet.
Welcome back, Anna.
Immortality!
The strongest ninja.
The universe is but a lie.
Your fate is in my hands.
New adventure, new legend.
Alpha, stall them! Go!
Darn it! I was so close! Let's not waste time here. We need to disconnect the citizens from their avatars.
It's time to give you an upgrade.
Ready, go!
Demons shall bathe in their blood.
Healing prayers for you.
I am the moonlight that breaks through the darkness.
I am Karamet.
Welcome back, Anna.
Immortality!
The strongest ninja.
The universe is but a lie.
Your fate is in my hands.
future, new legend.
I see lots of spray.
Killing spree. Legendary. over. Turn yourself in.
Alpha, stall them. Go.
Darn it. I was so close. Let's not waste time here. We need to disconnect the citizens from their avatars.
It's time to give you an upgrade.
Ready, go!
Demons shall bathe in their blood.
Healing prayers for you.
I am the moonlight that breaks through the darkness.
I am Karamet.
Welcome back, Anna.
Immortality!
The strongest ninja.
The universe is but a lie.
Your fate is in my hands.
future, new legend. Hello guys, selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-7 yang ditaja khas oleh Official Digital Telco Yudu dan rakan isukan iaitu TikTok serta MPL kali ini dikuasai oleh Muntun. Dan seperti biasa, anda masih lagi bersama saya Fira Fendi dan saya bukan keseorangan tapi saya juga bersama Lafel serta Gideon.
Oi, Lapelsem.
Lapelsem. Okey, nampaknya.
Tapi sebelum tu,
Bukanlah palau dah.
You nampak cara Fira intro tadi?
Right?
Dan TikTok. Dia kecil je dia buat.
Kecil je
bukan,
lah.
Dia bukan pasal
Oh ya. Okey, macam mana cara yang betul kalau main TikTok? Okey, macam kita tahu ini merupakan hari ketiga di minggu keempat dan macam biasa sebelum start kita akan recap tentang perlawanan semalam. Tapi sebelum tu kita nak bagi tahu, mungkin ada yang nampak, ada yang tak nampak. Tapi korang cuba perhatikan dekat skrin ada QR code, you guys boleh scan. Itu adalah untuk join audience prediction. Macam biasa kita akan ada talent prediction, kita ada audience prediction. Tapi itulah yang you guys patut scan untuk dapat be of part untuk prediction tu.
Kalau kita dah buat macam tu, diorang still tak nampak, I tak tahu apa masalah diorang.
Yeah, I don't know what people are going to do if they don't do
Mungkin diorang fokus dekat you, diorang tak fokus dekat skrin.
Tak, sebab actually I dah berbual dengan Munton sebelum show ni start.
Okay.
3 jam kita orang berbual.
Oh ya.
Where diorang bagi iPad ni, kan? Lepas tu pen ni, kita boleh lukis-lukis dekat skrin.
Okay.
And then nanti kadang viewers boleh nampak. And then I macam, sure ke? Lepas tu Munton cakap, sure. I lukis macam ni, nanti diorang akan nampak. And then I tanya, kalau tak nampak macam mana? Munton cakap, kalau tak nampak, diorang epic.
Oh, kalau tak nampak maksudnya
diorang
epic.
Diorang budak epic. Budak epic memang tak boleh nampak benda tulis ni.
Maksudnya kalau korang budak epic, mesti korang
tak nampak
kena
lah.
scan QR code yang ada dekat atas tu. Okay?
Yang bukan epic pun scan. Yang bukan epic pun scan. Epic tak epic scan je.
What is that? Oh, man.
Okay. Kita ada banyak benda nak borak tapi sekarang mari kita...
Nampak bila nak kencing je macam-macam.
Macam-macam dah. Okay, sekarang mari kita kembali semula untuk perlawanan pertama semalam di antara Homeboys melawan SMG.
Yeah, and
2-1.
Yeah, honestly kita boleh cerita banyak kali bila Homeboys diorang punya late game tu yang kita kena perhatikan. Dan dekat game ketiga Selina curi lot tu,
Zaim Sempor dengan selambanya.
itu yang kita orang rasa macam okay, macam biasa Homeboys dah nak menang, nanti hujung-hujung mesti ada kena comeback somewhere. Tapi Gideon diorang make sure untuk bertahan the lot and then dapat the lot again and then end the game.
It's an awkward situation. We all kind of saw it. It was just a back and forth. I mean, you can clearly see Chibi is like, I cannot make this mistake twice, and you can see him just like sweating, trying to protect the Lord at that point.
Yeah.
Betul tu. Tapi kita nak cakap dulu, macam yang semalam kita nampak diorang menggunakan meta digifeed. So you rasa benda tu mungkin ramai orang tak setuju. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu still relevant, betul tak?
Bukan tak setuju, it's just that kita tak suka tengok.
Oh, okay.
It's like the strategy works. Thank you, producer. The strategy works, but it's like sakit hati tengok.
It's painful because like it's inflating the stats a lot more. So every time you see a player stats and it's just like, oh, average KDA 15.0, you know, 2 games of Digi feeding and your KDA just looks like it's crazy good. But not to mention that I think we also have to kind of talk about how the rest of the MPLs are also picking up on this Digi meta. We saw it in Indonesia, we saw it in the Philippines as well. coming here to Malaysia, we saw also the Hilda being a potential answer.
Betul tu. Tapi sekarang kita dah bercakap dulu tentang Homeboys melawan SMG. Tapi sebenarnya perlawanan pertama semalam adalah di antara Reborn Esports melawan Todak.
Yeah.
So apa pandangan you?
Okay, so I rasa
beta dah habis champion login. So diorang ni nampaknya diorang dah bukan try dah.
Yeah, again, macam discount the games because the games is very very one-sided. So tak banyak nak boleh cerita kat situ. But I suka apa yang Formis cakap. It's like kita orang dah try meta, kita dah try line up dan sebagainya. Tapi ni kali kita rasa kita nak kena tunjuk balik lah kenapa orang patut takut dengan Todak.
Yeah, I think it's great that they are doing it now out of all times. It's going to be very quickly until the league is going to be ending. Like, we're at the halfway mark. Yeah. So they got to kind of flex on everybody, put them in their place.
Tapi macam biasa, diorang ramai pemain. And setiap kali diorang main tu, diorang tukar role.
Yeah.
And sekarang kita nak tahu adakah Jamie still jadi Lord ataupun Jamie pun nak keluar lah, tak nak lah jadi geng Lord.
I mean, I don't know. I rasa Jamie ada dekat line up Todak itu sebenarnya satu advantage yang besar. Sebab kita orang pun sekali-sekali tengok komen. And ada satu ni dia bagi idea yang bagus. Better diorang letak Jamie dekat dalam supaya nanti kalau enemy tak tahu Lord mana satu nak pukul.
Oh.
I dah lupa apa
ni
nama.
Ni yang bagi viewer yang bagi.
I dah lupa je. I pakai suara view
Okay.
I pakai suara view. Patutnya diorang masuk Lord Jamie. Jadi nanti diorang tak tahu nak pukul Lord Jamie ke Luminous Lord. Itu suara view, itu suara korang. Itu suara budak-budak epic.
Accurate.
Okay, nampaknya semakin ramai yang mengecam.
You're gonna get so many angry messages later.
Okay, kita pun dah bercakap tentang perlawanan di antara Todak melawan Reborn dan perlawanan terakhir yang paling kita tak sangka dan senang cerita unexpected lah di antara RSG Malaysia menentang Suhas Esports. The real Chow is back.
I dah agak dah RSG akan menang.
Ya ke?
I dah agak dah sebenarnya. 100%. I dah agak dah.
Sebenarnya kita bukan pandang rendah dekat RSG, tapi sebenarnya semua orang sebenarnya ramai orang expect Suhas Esports menang sebab diorang ni tanpa kalah.
Betul.
Tapi sekarang ni RSG merupakan tim yang pertama mengalahkan Suhas Esports. Lafel jangan buat muka macam nak palau. Jangan buat muka macam nak palau.
Dia dah tahu dah.
Saya dah nampak mah muka. Okey, dia nak palau lah tu.
Rasa macam Ashi.
Bercakap tentang RSG, adakah you rasa dengan penambahan player baru itu menambahkan lagi keyakinan diorang?
I think that it doesn't. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this. This is what's really frustrating about it because we're seeing that Cho is coming back into the meta. Sino is looking really good on it. However, the new player on the block, I'm not sure whether he made enough of an impact considering how well both Lexia, Lolias, and as well as Sino was actually playing the game.
Izanami clear minion kan? Come on lah Gideon.
That's true.
Dia clear minion.
That's true.
Kalau minion tak clear nanti enemy boleh end. Betul tak?
Setuju.
Dia clear minion. Clear minion tu satu benda yang bagus.
Clear minion dia bagus
Benda bagus.
Okey, tapi macam match pertama, Chow kena ban.
Betul.
Match kedua, Sino dah dapat beli Chow.
Ya.
So, you rasa adakah tu yang menyebabkan RSG lagi banyak improvement? Ataupun sebenarnya kalau Sino tak guna Chow pun diorang boleh menang?
Ya.
Oh, ya tak ya je Senang hari ni lah, Fel.
I'm on the fence on this one. I'm on the fence. I don't know if Sino could have performed on something else, like maybe even the Bane. We've seen him play on Bane, right? But half the time he's not really participating in fights per se.
Apa kata kita tukar the conversation kepada Suhas, di mana Suhas actually yang nampak lain sikit, where RSG antara early pick up untuk second game diorang ambil Roger terlebih dahulu. Kita tahu box pakai Roger memang kuat. And dua-dua game macam Suhas bawa diorang punya draft yang baru where first the Ace pakai Digi which is and then second game dia pakai Baxia is okay, tapi biasanya kita nampak the Ace pakai hero macam Tigre yang boleh set up ramai-ramai macam tu. So I just feel like it's one of those situations where diorang jauh sikit daripada diorang punya comfort picks and nampak lah like diorang strong but not as strong as kalau diorang pakai hero-hero yang diorang biasa pakai, Veil, Tigreal, Roger, that kind of situation.
Personally, I think they're testing themselves. I think they're really trying to push the limits because inevitably that composition that they played previously, especially with Box and Hayabusa, it's highly mechanical. It's all about executing really, really hard, less about overall macro decision making.
Tapi dia punya Hayabusa is actually pretty good. Sebab bila I
think so too.
Ya, cara I tengok Box main sama macam I.
Sama macam you
Sama macam I.
Adakah dekat base dia sama? Masa nak keluar base dia sama? Masa nak keluar base tak sama kan?
Dia tahu.
Kalau kita dah sentuh banyak tentang perlawanan semalam dan sekarang masanya mari kita lihat standing Group A dan juga Group B.
Yang sekarang ni kalau kita tengok standings untuk Group A, where Todak still number 1 and apa yang orang dah buat dekat Reborn Sports malam, still nampak kuat. Dan
Sangat kejam tanpa belas kasihan.
Tanpa belas kasihan. Todak lupa nak bagi belas kasihan. Team SMG dorang is still good. Macam mana yang James cakap, one game at a time. Semalam, even though dorang kalah, I would not say it's a game yang nampak dorang lemah. You know, other than that, Orange Esports dah ada menang satu game. Kita kena tengok sama ada dorang boleh menang lagi untuk challenge Homeboys untuk tempat keempat tu.
Jadi ini ada kedudukan bagi kumpulan A dan sekarang mari kita lihat kedudukan bagi kumpulan B.
Alright, looking at Group B here. Suhas Evo still on top. However, that one looks like this season nobody's coming out with a 100% win rate title. Todak still is gonna hold it. Hey, did you hear that? I thought I heard the viewers.
Yeah.
The viewers in the background, they're checking this out as well. But yeah, now that Suhas has actually finally dropped the game, they're going down to an 83% win rate. Geek Fam, do they have an opportunity to catch up? I'm not entirely sure because Red Esports is looking like they're on the rise, and RSG Malaysia all of a sudden beating the top tier team here in Group B has definitely shaken up the standings.
Jadi ini merupakan masa yang sangat-sangat penting untuk RSG Malaysia dan Team Bosskurr untuk menentukan siapakah yang mampu untuk ke atas ataupun siapa yang akan turun ke bawah.
Exactly.
Betul. Jadi ini adalah kedudukan bagi kumpulan A dan kumpulan B dan sekarang mari kita lihat jadual perlawanan untuk hari ini. Hari ini kita ada 3 perlawanan dan perlawanan pertama adalah di antara Red Esports menentang Geek Fam, perlawanan kedua RSG Malaysia menentang Team Bosskurr dan perlawanan ketiga iaitu Todak melawan Orange Esports. Saya rasa perlawanan hari ini memang sangat-sangat sengit. Bukan sangat sengit, macam ramai orang tertunggu-tunggu tau nak tengok sebenarnya siapa yang akan menang, siapa yang akan kalah, apa akan jadi dalam game.
Ya, rasanya ramai orang akan pay attention dekat RSG lawan dengan Bosskurr dekat situ. Like, even though technically diorang below the standings, tapi ini antara yang fanbase yang ramai orang nak tengok. Whether Bosskurr boleh step up, boleh kalahkan RSG ataupun RSG just akan buat apa yang diorang lakukan semalam and then just crush it.
Honestly, I think the same goes, well, obviously not as big as a fan base, but in terms of like the league standings, we're seeing that RSG, they're coming up on the rise. Team Bosskurr, they're trying to play for their spot. But the two rising teams that have kind of, Geek Fam has changed up their roster, but Red is starting to look like a put-together team. They're fighting to try and make it into like second place. They're right there.
Ada coach baru, ada manager baru.
Manager baru tu, tim mana lah tu?
Manager baru, you tolong jangan macam-macam. Nanti dia hantar nuklear, jadi macam semalam.
Dia call.
Sejam nanti kena sidai.
Sejam. Okay, I tahu semalam tu kita kena sidai. Sebenarnya bukan apa. Sebab kita ada Presiden Korea.
Dia panggil tentera Korea dia.
Panggil tentera Korea. Tak pasal-pasal set kita ni kena serbu. Itulah. Okay, daripada tiba-tiba lagi dia datang lagi hari ni. Mari kita lihat video headline yang disediakan.
Selepas prestasi fix yang berkurangan pada minggu pertama MPL Malaysia, Geek Fam menggantikan beliau dengan pemain lain sebagai carry. Sejak itu, prestasi Geek Fam telah berubah menjadi lebih stabil.
Geek Fam ambil kemenangan.
Kini timbul desas-desus bahawa fix mungkin akan bersara dari pro scene. Adakah ini hanya kabar angin atau benar?
Adakah Fix akan bersara? Apa pandangannya tentang Raja Toksik kita ni?
I punya soalan is I lebih risau kalau tak ada video tadi.
Betul. I pun macam video bila nak masuk ni lama dah disenyum ni.
Okay. All jokes aside kan. Bila cerita pasal Fix nak bersara ataupun tidak, honestly, in I punya opinion, it's not a bad time untuk dia bersara because it comes into a situation where setiap player akan nampak dia punya kuat. Fix pun dia ada dia punya prime time dah lagi season 3 sampai ke season 5. Tapi kita boleh nampak season 6 dia dah start kurang sikit and then season 7 pun dah start kurang. So honestly, I rasa there is a good time. Like dalam pepatah orang putih, stop when you're ahead.
Tapi macam kita tahu tadi, diorang kata mungkin dia bukan bersara tapi just taking a break.
it's one thing to take a break, and I do think that this is more of a break than it is a complete retirement. The meta isn't exactly in Feeks' favor. We know what he likes to play. He likes to be able to play that Claude. Sometimes you see his Hayabusa, but the meta has so many junglers that you need to be proficient at, and I can understand why he doesn't have the motivation to put the time and effort to master all of these heroes at the highest level, because it is such a struggle and there's so much stress involved. Why put yourself through that? Just wait until the meta kind of dies down or comes into your favor, come back in and start smashing once more.
Ya, suruh je budak baru buat kerja semua sekarang.
Yalah.
Tapi nak tanyalah, adakah persaraan Feeks ni akan mempengaruhi Geek Fam? Contoh macam diorang mental down ke ataupun diorang macam kehilangan Feeks ke?
I really don't think so, because kita kena tengok Geek Fam as an organisation. Orang organisation yang kuat. Even though kalau Feeks tak play competitively, they still stay in the same house, they still stream. Kalau budak baru macam Feeks, orang kecam aku macam mana? Nanti Feeks macam kau kecam dia balik.
Kita boleh lawan.
Kita boleh lawan.
Korang kena faham.
Kita pro player.
Jadi
diorang epic.
Ini nampaknya persaraan Feeks tak adalah mempengaruhi besar sangat kepada Geek Fam. Jadi kita pun dah bercakap tentang Feeks, adakah dia bersara ataupun dia akan taking a break. Dan sekarang mari kita lihat play stat untuk perlawanan pertama.
Ya, dan sekarang ni kalau kita tengok kita punya first team of the day, kita ada Team Red Esports dengan ada Ash, Aaron, Haru, Harry dan juga Mal. Di mana antara semua player ni semua main dengan sangat bagus, but Mal bila dapat dia punya Roger 22-8-17. And honestly, Mal is the factor yang I rasa is very good. But kita tak boleh nak lupakan juga dia punya teammate Aaron. Aaron has been crushing it. Walaupun ada satu hari tu dia main Roger 5 games jungler tak nampak impressive, tapi bila dia pakai hero yang diselesa, it looks really good.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. It's an uncomfortable situation to be most of the time, but you also have to kind of give it to, like, the rest of the team, like Haru and even Harry has been able to kind of perform when he is not on that Uranus.
Betul tu. Dan sekarang mari kita lihat player stats untuk Geek Fam.
Yep, let's looking at Geek Fam's lineup. It's going to be Arts, Mima, Zorn, Nelby, as well as Panda. These three new pickups coming in from Geek Fam has definitely kind of changed up the roster and also the team dynamic here, because now there's some very clear shot callers for the team, and everybody else has, especially people like Panda as well, having some high mechanical skill caps here and really showing his stuff, especially when he's behind. It looks like he's going to be a very consistent player for Geek Fam.
Betul tu, kita dah pun lihat player stat dan sekarang masanya untuk kita lihat player head to head di antara Nelby dan juga Ash. Untuk pengetahuan anda semua, Nelby telah pun bermain 6 game dan Ash telah pun bermain 14 game.
Yep. I mean, Nelby, he didn't exactly have the greatest debut performance. However, he has gotten better and he has started to become really synergistic with the rest of the team. In terms of communication, he's looking much, much better as the days go by. Ash, however, when it comes to these support roles, his KDA may not look to be the best, but his average kill participation is there. He knows where he needs to be. Sometimes it doesn't work out, and Red has had some rough days, but overall, he is participating and he is making sure that he's always in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, in terms of Ash, actually agak interesting bila tengok game Red Esports, right? Tak tahu kenapa, but most of the team suka sangat nak target Ash dulu. And it's not like Ash out of position pun sebenarnya. Dia punya position okay, dekat belakang tank, dekat dengan you punya own jungler ataupun you punya own marksman. Tetapi diorang still fokus kat Ash dulu, especially bila dia pakai hero macam Vale, where it can really impact the team fight. But I nak cerita pasal Nelby, where Nelby, I'm going to take a different twist, where instead of kita tengok diorang punya performance in game, performance dekat MPL, I nak naikkan the issue of social media, where kita boleh tengok player Geek Fam, Arts, Fix, Dominus. Every time I tengok diorang punya Instagram story ke, diorang punya post ke apa ke, they're always, like with Nelby, they look like they're having a good time. So nampak macam
kita nampak diorang selalu peluk, selalu
nampak macam a very happy environment tau. Like this is one of those things yang orang tak bincang sangat. It's like Nelby masuk dalam team, dia macam bagi diorang ceria sikit, diorang macam, hey guys, like let's what was the thing yang dengan Bosskurr tu, I lupa lah, like jangan lari Bosskurr, something like that. Masa interview tu. Yeah, but basically it's like Nelby gives a breath of fresh air. Dia bagi the situation kat gaming house a little bit more relaxed, but at the same time bagi semua orang semangat balik untuk main MPL.
Dan macam kita tahu, Nelby menggantikan role Dominus.
Yeah.
Kan? Tapi Dominus still baik dengan dia. Kira macam dorang merupakan ada bonding tau. Dorang tak ada macam salah faham ke, ada apa-apa ke. Jadi ini yang membuatkan
Nelby. It's not a toxic relationship.
Ya, betul tu. Tapi saya nak tanyalah, macam kita tahu Dominus menggunakan mage, Nelby juga adalah role mage. Apa perbezaan di antara Dominus dan juga Nelby, walaupun kita tahu kedua-dua dorang ada skill dan adalah merupakan player yang baik?
I think in situations like this, Nelby is probably has a better grasp of the meta heroes as of right now, because Dominus, he likes to be the carry. He's not looking to try to be your support player. He's not trying to be the foundation, while Nelby understands his position where in this meta, you can't necessarily carry with these mid-mages unless you have something, you know, that scales really hard into the game, and Nelby does a really good job. Like, even on his Kagura, when he is significantly ahead, I remember one of his games, he was like 6-1 by like 8 minutes into the game. He's not looking to try to make the play. He is still playing towards the team's win conditions, and I think that's the main difference between Nelby and Dominus.
Yeah, I setuju, especially with the Kagura game, because that one, bila I tengok dia main Kagura, sama macam mana I main Kagura.
Dekat base.
Bukan. Yang ni lain sikit, okay? Persamaan I dengan dia, kadang-kadang kita boleh tengok, kita punya jungler, dia nyawa enemy tu penuh. Jungler kita dah kurangkan sampai 10% ke gitulah kan. Lepas tu kita takut lah enemy tu larikan diri ke apa ke. Jadi campaklah payung, make sure yang kill tu dapat. And then kadang-kadang kita punya jungler dia tengah ambil buff. Kita takut buff tu lari. So kita campak kita punya payung, lepas tu kita ambil buff. And then kadang-kadang tak naklah enemy curi kan. So kita campaklah payung tu, kita dapat buff.
So you main KS je lah.
Tak. Nelby. Bukan.
Tapi you cakap persamaan.
Macam sama
Tapi
je
you cakap
kan.
persamaan cara you main dengan Nelby.
Ya, betul.
So maksudnya you kaki KS lah.
Ya.
I rasa ni orang-orang Johor punya kerja lah. Kita sama-sama orang Johor gitu macam itu I punya kill.
Kenapa you nak ambil itu I punya kill?
I punya kill.
Okey, sekarang mari kita bercakap pula tentang Ashe. Macam kita tahu, Ashe merupakan satu-satunya pengguna mage. So, you rasa adakah benda ni bagi tekanan dalam untuk dia?
Okay, here's another difference Ashe dengan LB. LB sebagai orang Johor, dia suka ambil kill tu. Ashe, dia betul-betul pegang perkataan support tu. Dia akan pakai heroes like Vale, heroes like
Okay.
maybe boleh pakai Lui. I'm not too sure dia punya Lui macam mana, but you know, in terms of differences, senang cerita Nelby dia akan cari those skills, so dia boleh pakai hero macam Selena, dia boleh pakai hero macam Kagura, and I'm sure macam you dah cerita tadi, berlainan daripada Dominus, dia boleh je pakai hero yang more support-ish punya role, but Ashe is like full support. I tak nampak lagi dia pakai those mages yang akan kejar kill dan sebagainya.
Tapi enemy selalu point dia, selalu cari dia. So you rasa benda tu bagi pressure teruk ke?
Because he is the support. He yang set up masalah kat team fight.
Yeah, it's not even about the setup sometimes. Sometimes he has the most impactful abilities in the game. Whenever he's playing Valir, he's got a huge red target on his head, because if they don't kill Valir first, they're going to disengage, and then, you know, Mal is going to get the space that they need. So I think that's what like a lot of teams are trying to focus on hard. If you can't get Mal, start cutting down his supports to the point where you're strong enough to take him on in that 1v1.
Okay, faham. Dan macam biasa, sebelum start perlawanan, kita mesti ada talent prediction. Dekat sini lah kita nak tengok siapa sokong siapa. Tapi ni sekadar prediction lah. Okay, sekadar prediction. Sebelum kita mulakan bergaduh. Ya, kenapa?
Sebelum kita start, I nak cerita sedih.
Okay,
di mana semalam kita ramai caster semua.
I don't want to talk about it.
Kita orang kalah dengan viewer. Kita orang kalah dengan viewer. Karakuri tu viewer. Suara Karakuri.
Oh, Karakuri viewer. Tapi I sama dengan Karakuri. Semalam pilih homeboy.
Tak tahu. Tak. Untuk korang tak tahu daripada mana datangnya suara viewer tu.
Okay, tunjuk.
Karakuri is viewer. Okay, Karakuri epic. So dia lah viewer semua. Dan kita tengok bila pergi live stream dia, kita bagi star, nanti bunyi apa? Karakuri. Itulah suara korang, itulah suara viewer. And semalam viewer menang. Harap-harap hari ni kita sebagai caster semua kita boleh menangkan balik.
So ni adakah
pride
caster melawan viewer ataupun sebenarnya viewer yang melawan caster?
Viewer yang lawan kita orang. Kita relax je.
Relax, confirm lah. Okay, so
je.
kalau nak tahu benda tu betul ke tak, mari kita lihat talent prediction. Okay, hey, Karakuri memilih Red Esports dan Terence memilih Geek Fam. Sif juga memilih Geek Fam. Dan sekarang mari kita lihat pilihan kita bertiga.
Jap. Kalau suara viewer, Karakuri jadi suara customer macam mana? Geek Fam. Geek Fam.
Okay, nampaknya kali ni kita bertiga semuanya memilih Geek Fam.
This is interesting.
Lain macam macam suara dinosaur mana?
No, honestly, I think this prediction is going to be really hard for both, even the viewers and the casters here, because both Geek Fam and Red have been doing a really good job in the previous weeks to get to the point that they are now, where they're pretty much neck and neck in the groups. And I don't know, this one, I'm not feeling the most confident about it after yesterday's games.
Terus terang, I pun sama. I don't know.
Sebab tu saya cakap, prediction, apa-apa pun boleh jadi dalam game. Sebab kita tak tahu tiba-tiba hari tu player tu kau main dia. So kita nak tengok talent prediction. Dan sekarang mari kita lihat audience prediction. Okay. sebanyak 91% memilih Geek Fam dan hanya 9% memilih Red Esports.
Hello,
Adakah ini
Pyongyang?
petanda yang baik atau petanda yang tidak baik, Lafel?
Kita kena tanya manager dia lah.
Tanya
Manager.
Manager dia sebenarnya ada kat sini. Tapi
Tak
takut
apalah.
pula.
Tak apa, okey.
Lain
Kita
pula yang jadi.
okay, let's look at this daripada perspektif yang lain. Geek Fam diorang ada banyak fans and sebenarnya I pun ada buat I punya own analysis tau. Di mana peminat-peminat Geek Fam diorang lebih aktif untuk scan QR code. Ini dekat sinilah disadvantage untuk side Red Esports. Diorang tak nak scan QR code tu. Bila diorang cuma scan My Sejahtera je, itu tak cukup. You nak kena scan QR code, you nak kena scan 5 GB data, semua tu you kena scan.
Guys, sebab itulah korang kena scan QR code yang you guys nampak dekat bahagian atas bila kita mula-mula tadi, yang bila saya cakap untuk join audience prediction, untuk sokong dan join siapa punya team yang akan menang. Tapi sekarang prediction. Okey, kita dah tengok talent prediction, audience prediction, dan macam biasalah Lafal, sebelum kita tutup kita nak bercakap dulu tentang judo. Tapi sebelum tu mari kita lihat dulu social media kita, iaitu MPL-MY. Kita ada Facebook page, kita ada group, kita ada Instagram dan juga kita ada TikTok.
Make sure you guys follow semua sekali because again, kita ada milestone pada season ni. And untuk korang yang tak tahu, kalau kita hit 200,000 followers dekat Instagram, Fira akan botak setengah kepala dia. So make sure you guys hit that target. Sebab kalau botak semua, mungkin dia still nampak lawa. Kalau setengah, kurang sikit.
Okey, tanpa berbincang apa-apa ya, tiba-tiba bag tu ada.
You buat kat I hari tu.
Okey, itu jambang lain. Botak tu lain.
Macam mana you nak shave jambang?
Kenapa you tak nak botak?
Macam mana you nak shave jambang?
Okey.
Ya,
Okey, namanya kata ni lelaki menang. Tapi Lafel, you tak nak cukup botak, adakah sebab you pengecut?
Bukan. Apa kata kita cerita pasal judo?
Tengah topik. Okey, sekarang kita bercakap berat tentang judo. Macam kita tahu, judo merupakan telco yang boleh customize, boleh call. Senang cerita, sesuka hati kita lah. Kita nak call banyak ke, data banyak, message kurang ke. Terserah. So tak yang bazir, betul tak?
Betul. Sangat betul, Gideon.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you guys have been telling stories. It's my turn to tell
Oh, okay,
stories.
thank you. I
No worries.
Okay.
You know, there was a time where I was a student once. You know, I went to university. I had to do assignments, and when the internet drops on you, and you have to watch like an entire movie, how are you gonna do it?
Time macam tu, I sampai macam nak buka kasut je.
Kita kena hotspot.
Yeah. You can use
member?
hotspot, or you can go to like little shops and try to get the Wi-Fi, but they only allow you for 1 hour. So sometimes I'm thinking like, what should I do? And then sometimes a QR code would appear, and I would have to scan it. 5 GB worth of free data. Wah, senang je.
Kalau korang nak tahu
Oi.
QR code yang Gideon scan tu, ada QR code yang korang nampak sekarang. Jadi jangan lupa untuk scan untuk mendapatkan data percuma daripada Yudu.
Pandai buat cerita
Pandai.
Patutlah kita dapat quickie.
Ya, senang je.
Okey.
Yeah.
Okey, rasanya semua orang dah get ready untuk lihat perlawanan pertama hari ini di antara Red Esports melawan Geek Fam. Tapi macam biasa Lafal, sebelum perlawanan pertama kita mesti akan berehat sebentar dan jangan ke mana-mana kerana kita akan jumpa sebentar lagi.
Hello, hello, and welcome to the MPL-MY Season 7, sponsored by our official digital telco Udo partner in esports, TikTok, and powered by Moonton. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me from the quickie segment here, we have Gideon Q, as we are going to be your English casters for today. And once again, amazing assignments must be done throughout the history of your lifetime here, from when you're young all the way to your, even now. We gotta do all assignments here. And speaking of assignments here, seems like Red Esports seems to be getting a little bit better now throughout the past few days. However, prediction-wise, I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
It's a tough 50-50. There's nothing constant about it, and teams are always changing. But the one thing that you guys can depend on is the fact that you're going to get that 5 GB worth of free data coming in from Udo, powered by Cellcom, the official digital telco partner of the MPL-MY. So keep in mind, when you are using Udo, it's a highly customizable plan, and you can change it at any point of time to suit your needs. So that's something that you can rely on, unlike these harder predictions to make. I think out of all the games that we have today, this one was the most difficult.
Oh, I wouldn't say it was difficult, right? Like, if we were to base off the trend here from the previous week here, we did see Geek Fam kind of improve themselves here after fixing up a couple of roster change. Raid hasn't been in a situation where, hey, they're getting better, right? But this past few days, back to differ here. I kind of want to change my prediction now. It's kind of like a 50-50 between Raid Esports and Geek Fam, because most of us kind of made this prediction prior to the week, before actually seeing a couple of games coming from yesterday and today.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. And they have shaken things up quite a bit. I do believe that Geek Fam should technically be the aggressors here because, again, they've got plenty of win conditions to kind of play around in terms of their player base. However, from Red's side, they like to play this very linear style of play, and they are really, really good at it.
Yeah, speaking of linear here, are you referring to Roger Esports?
Roger Esports? Roger Red Esports Frost? Just how many adjectives can you throw in there before they finally get it? But yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, Mal is a really reliable person to be on. You give him enough gold, he will carry the game.
Yeah, and there's also been a lot of talks among the community as well here. It seems like Raid Esports is the team where, hey, they can only play Roger Esports. And after a couple games from Mao here, he brought in a Bruno occasionally as well. It actually, worked out in their favor here. So I'm looking forward to see whether or not are they able to keep a consistency here, because it seems like, for the past previous seasons here, Mao has been targeted to a certain point where, hey, if you see him, you ban Ling, you ban Roger, you ban Yixun Xin. That's it.
I think it's tough. Like, junglers in particular.
1-1,
yeah. But junglers in particular is really tough to ban out. Like, they have to break it down to subcategories of early game potential and as well as like high late game potential. And we're seeing, things like Bruno and Granger, specifically Granger, coming up a little bit more often to have that early game power as a replacement for Bruno.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of it, right? We are starting to see a little bit of incorporation from the meta coming from other regions as well here. Rafaela, Angela, obviously not a big fan from us, but it is starting to seep into the meta as well. So it does shows that this is going to be favoring towards a little bit more of a supportive role here, where you did bring up the fact that Geek Fam, they had this roster change here with Dominus known to be a very aggressive core carry mage. In this case, putting him on a supportive role here doesn't feel like his usual play style.
Yeah, especially since they're like, oh, I guess you have to play Rafaela. Woo, go for the big carry on that one. Oh, it's tough. It's tough, and I think Nelby is gonna fit the position a lot better because, at essence, he plays for the team a lot more. He's not looking for opportunities. He's trying to play a little bit more passively and kind of judge the situation a lot more than Dominus, who kind of just pulls the trigger when he can.
Yeah, and at the same time here, we're talking about a great support players, right? One of the biggest debut here was pretty much from SMG. Nova came in the picture here. He showed us some really insane support plays, which sometimes a great defense is a great offense scenario here. So sometimes being good in offense may not be the case here, especially when it comes to this meta here. But of course, we are going to be heading into the draft very, very shortly here. But speaking in towards Raid Esports as well as Geek Fam, right? It's a bit tough. Like, predictions wise, all of us kind of started Geek Fam. But I don't know. Do you think that Geek Fam has something installed here, because we've seen Red Esports kind of switch up their play styles a little bit.
Yeah, see, I think what Geek Fam has ahead of Red Esports, it comes down to the playmaking capabilities here, right? Because we're looking at Haru, we're looking at Ash. They haven't been exactly the greatest playmakers of all time. They still play in the relative sense of playing around both Aaron and as well as Mal, specifically Mal. Geek Fam, I think they can look to play double cores and can still come up on top. Like, Aaron isn't exactly comfortable on every single one of these mages.
Your team is banning.
Yeah, I definitely agree here. Aaron has been on playing on the sidelines here on the major role, where he kind of plays very core-oriented style, which he's known for, right? He's been playing the marksman role for quite a long time, but one of his biggest success here was his transition in towards pseudo mage core style, which is pretty much Harif in general. So Red Esports, they might struggle a little bit here, but it seems like we've seen a little bit of adaptations coming from Harry and also Ash as well, which hopefully is going to be helping them out a little bit more. However, Geek Fam, they will start things off with the Diggy ban. Ooh, seems like a Diggy now, seeping into the first phase bans now.
I mean, they're just straight away just shutting off the possibilities of having this Diggy feeding strat, which would make sense because Geek Fam, since Geek Fam is the one banning it, my guess is that they want to have like a much better early game. They want to primarily focus on getting their junglers back online as quickly as possible without too much hindrance. Now, for Red Esports, I understand the Uranus, I understand the Cho, but Natalia, Selena still up. Same goes for Paquito and Benedetta. I don't think they're going to ban out Benedetta because they can easily pick it up for themselves. So it's on Geek Fam to answer that first pick question. Paquito is going to get banned out.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they actually banned the Diggy onto his Red Esports as well, just because Red Esports kind of brought it to the table as well from couple times here coming from Haru. So this is something that probably Geek Fam just doesn't want to play around with here. But as of now, when it comes to drafts here, I'm not seeing the smiley faces yet. It seems like they might consider setting up for the Fanny again, but they don't exactly want to show it rather early here. It's still the first phase of the game. Geek Fam, they can decide here. Do they want to play around Benedetta here? Seems like Nelby is going to be, putting a couple insights in alongside with Amox. It seems like they want to prioritize a couple of flex picks heading towards his way here.
Yep, and let's see. Roger finally getting banning out, opening up Benedetta for
Roger Esports.
I mean, it's pretty...
Makes a lot of sense,
It's pretty understandable since after people kind of watch Maul, it's like, yeah, this guy's kind of cracked on this Roger, so I think, getting rid of it is going to be a lot more effective. Now, Red Esports, they're realizing very quickly, like, oh man, the draft is pretty open. It's really, really open. Selena and Natalia are both up, so you might as well get the Benedetta for yourself and then look to try and play elsewhere. Matilda also up. I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, Matilda going to be sipping into Red Esports here. We haven't seen a great game here coming from Haru, but oftentimes here he does clutch out a couple of really nice supportive moves here with the Matilda. But that's the thing, right? Do they want to play it as a support role, or are they going to be playing it as a mage? However, Geek Fam, they will have the opportunity to take the Angela here, which kind of seeped in as a first phase ban for the past few days here. So Geek Fam will be very fortunate to be taking that for themselves, as they can open things up. A lot of possibilities here.
Yeah, but now how aggressive does Red Esports really want to be? Now, when you have something like Matilda, yes, you have some pretty interesting synergies with things like Alice, but more importantly, you have like a crazy early game as well. So here comes the Claude. Similarly with the Esmeralda, Mal doesn't want to get pinched, so it makes sense. But more importantly, having the Esmeralda to cut down the shields given by the hard guard for Geek Fam. All right, I get it. And Fanny, there we go. Early pick Fanny. I'm not entirely sure about this.
Wow, that's a very preemptive pick here coming from Geek Fam. I did not expect that at all, considering that they might consider have picked it up a little bit later here. But Geek Fam here, they're going to be solely banning on all the Fanny counters here. Kufra is going to be one of those here. Pretty sure the next one might be Saber as well, in case Red Esports decides to force it here. Considering that Angela pickup has been picked, I'm surprised they actually went for it. Considering that, it's understandable that Red Esports says that, hey, we need to pick Esmeralda. They don't exactly have magical damage. It's better to actually just take off some of the side lane mages here. In this case, Alice would be a great ban coming from Red Esports.
Yeah, I wouldn't be... I mean, the moment Red Esports showed the Claude, that put them in a little bit of an awkward spot here because Claude doesn't
Your
exactly have the
team is
greatest early
banning.
game in the first wave clear, and I think that's why Geek Fam pulled the trigger really early on this Fanny. Now, Red Esports, they're going to be banning out the Harith. Very understandable. Panda has been doing a phenomenal job in that side lane with it, so he's going to be like, ah, shucks. Well, that's a little annoying. He even has the Harith right in front of him.
This is pretty ballsy here coming from Geek Fam. Third pick, Fanny, assuming that Red Esports has no answer here, they have to ban something else. In this case, they've banned a Krufa, one of the biggest counter towards Fanny here. The next one, I think, is definitely going to be the Saber, would be with the hard lockdown. But for Red Esports wise, for them to force Saber here, it's something that they can actually play around here. Saber can still go towards the jungle as well.
Agreed. I mean,
Your
there's Akai,
team
there's
is
Kaja
banning.
as well. Oh, yep, there goes the Akai coming in from Geek Fam. They're just making sure that
Makes
they're
a lot of
just,
sense.
yeah, they're just trying to get rid of anything with some strong displacement effects. And I don't know, because Fanny is going to have to look to play on the strong side of the map. And right now, Red Esports haven't really shown any other side laners other than Esmeralda, and she already struggles to get that kind of lane pressure.
Yeah, next up here is going to be Red Esports' turn here. It seems like Geek Fam, they might not play a marksman strategy. They might just rely on just Fanny carrying the entirety game and end the game as quickly as possible here and just set up for a potential Yuzhong strat and then a Baxia for a little bit more of a magical damage here heading their way. But it's going to be extremely risky if Red Esports somehow manages to, not get pressured by this Fanny here. So it looks like they will make the right call. They will ban off the Yuzhong coming for Red Esports. Great call there. But Geek Fam, they have to open things up. They have to figure out, hey, what is Art's going to be playing here? Tamus is still in the picture. It's actually viable with the Angela combo, but they are going to be lacking a lot in terms of magical damage and also late game
Your
potential,
team
but
is
Bruno is going to be the answer there.
Yeah, they're going to get that early game down, locked down as quickly as possible. I think if you were
I see what is
Red,
happening.
I think if you're Red in these situations, you probably want to take Thalmus just because he has a little bit of a stronger early game in comparison to something like Lapu Lapu, just so you can try to fight for lane pressure and go for that big 1v1 at the end of the day. Because if Geek Fam is able to pick up the Thalmus for themselves, like the early game is theirs. Like there's nothing that Red could really do. And even Matilda is going to struggle. Like yes, she can chunk out one person, but when you have like the side laners start to come in, you have the mid laners starting to rotate on top of that, like she only has so much damage.
Oh no, Gideon, I see what's happening as well. We've heard of the rumors of the Rafaela, Angela, and Bruno combo here. I'm not exactly sure Red Esports is going to be taking the bait yet, but they are going to be picking the Baxia and the Rafaela here to prevent it from actually happening. So they are not going to be taking a risk, but good call.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. Personally, I think that Baxia is going to be playing into that support role at the end of the day, and Matilda is going to go in towards the mid lane, I suppose. It's tough. It's tough because you now have three pseudo support. You have one pseudo support, pseudo tank support, and two dedicated supports and mid laners. So I guess Red Esports is just going to try to make sure that Mal is going to survive this early phase of the game, and Geek Fam, they're thinking now like, okay, two people on wings, one can reposition, the other one gives movement speed, so they're gonna go for something like Bauman, something that can really take advantage of, hey, I'm gonna push the waves out, and if I'm on top of you, I'm just gonna try and run you down and maybe even get a fat counter-strike at the end of the day.
Yeah, this is gonna be a worrisome here from Geek Fam here. They have so much physical damage here. It seems to be the meta now, but at the same time they have to worry about their magical output later on here because they cannot afford to drag this as late as they can, because Red Esports is going to be able to counter the buy purchase counter items with a later stage game to actually deal with all this physical burst here. So I'm looking forward to see how this goes here. Can Geek Fam actually steamroll their way with the Fanny here, or it's going to be Red Esports dragging it out and just taking the win?
I think it's, I don't know. This is tough. I do think that Geek Fam has kind of shown that they can play the early game a lot better. I'm not entirely sure Red is going to be able to deny the aggression here, considering Geek Fam's success. So I'm going to lean a little bit more towards Geek Fam because it's a simple composition to play.
Well, not simple for Fanny here because it's going to be tough, but we know Zorn has done it time and time again here. Let's see how it goes here because Red Esports, they've had the response. They've picked up the Rafaela as well to prevent the Bruno. How will this go down? This is going to be the first game for this series for today. and we are seeing an aggressive push here.
I like the adaptation from Red. They're going to send Mal into towards the side lane with Avarice and making sure Esmeralda is going to be... sorry, Aaron on Boxia is going to be the jungler? What? What? I thought at least, like...
Wait, what?
Esmeralda would be the jungler at best.
Wait, I was expecting Mao to be a jungler here, but Boxia jungle with Mage? Okay, that's new.
Yeah, and it looks like Geek Fam, they saw this. That's why they didn't go for the initial invade, because Boxia is going to be a bit of a struggle. Now, Panda on the strong side of the map, as we were talking about, is making sure that he's going to help out the rest of the Geek on these rotations. Red getting some good chunks overall, but they need to play this slow.
Yeah, I'm a little bit baffled from this here because I did not expect a jungle Boxer coming in, but hopefully it will work out here because Geek Fam, they don't have magical damage here. They have to play a little bit slow here, relying on Mema here. Meanwhile, Zorn is going to make work here. He's making work towards the blue buff instead, but Red Esports, they are going to try and invade this here. They're going to prevent his way through. Zorn still has a retribution, but Aaron comes in. Four of them are in vicinity. Zorn is going to get taken down, and that's going to be first blood for Red Esports, and Mema also getting taken out as well. And that's a great early stomp here coming from Red Esports to deny the blue buff to Zorn.
Yeah, they kind of played that a little funny for the side of Geek Fam. I guess they're also just trying to piece things together. But again, early game rotations here coming in from Red is looking good. Counter-Strike coming in from Arts, but Arts, he's pretty much dead here. They should go for the dive. There we go. There we have it. Aaron manages to find the kill. Now, Aaron is playing a Boxio with a mystery shop on top of everything else. So keep that in mind. I'm not entirely sure what the build is going to be, but expect him to build some serious magic damage.
Yeah, concentrated energy durances is going to be a first few items here coming from Aaron here for those sustainabilities. Cock of Destiny is also viable here for him, just to get a little bit tankiness and damage across here. But seeing how Aaron is objectives is just to try and match up with Zorn's early aggression here. It seems like that's going to be the key component here, as the shield unity is going to be able to dodge a lot of his mobilities here. But Zorn is going to try and take care of him. Aaron is going to be in some trouble, and he gets forced out. But here comes Ash's ultimate here, a little bit back towards the backline as well. Nelby just going to buy a little more time. Unfortunately, doesn't connect the puppet string.
Yep, it doesn't connect, and Aaron, again, well, the moment he's caught, he is caught. He doesn't have a lot of escape mechanics, and even with the shield unity, people can just body block him out of the way so he doesn't hop over walls. So he's got to be very careful. Now, Ash here wasn't able to save his life because he didn't get there in time. So I think Red Esports, they got to tighten up their gameplay here if they want to get ahead. Now, Panda doing a very good job chunking Mal to 50% of his HP. A potential dive could be set up here, but Red going straight away, invading the purple, making sure Zorn does not have a good time.
Yeah, they understand Zorn is going to be the biggest threat here coming from Geek Fam here. They are pretty much setting things up as well. They had the Rafaela, they can kind of deal with this as well. Arts needs to push them back off and buy space for Zorn here, and Aaron is in the vicinity to make sure that Zorn is not able to take advantage of this early aggression coming from Fanny, and it's actually working out in Red Esports' favor here, because if you think about it here, he needs those levels, he needs those items, he needs the purple buff if he wants to stand a chance to actually shut down Mao.
Here they go again. They're going for the invade once more. Aaron gets right on top of Zorn. He's going to pop that to Toys Poissons, and the Heart Guard comes out as well. Lima in the backline just can't seem to get anything going here as Ash jumps straight on towards him. Now, this is pretty good. As you can see, Red Esports is making sure that they are invading consistently, although Zorn was able to get his buff, but at what cost to Geek Fam?
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of time wasted here on the buff here, as he needs to rotate out of this next team fight, whereas this is so much space being created for Mao to get some of the farm here. Geek Fam, they have Mema, but he's died twice, and this time Zorn is going to go in for the invade here. Aaron's going to be the first casualty. Potentially here, can he finish him off? He's thinking about it, but he does not have enough damage, and this is what I'm talking about here. Slowed him down one wave. He's not going to have the levels or items to actually out DPS and snowball his way through, and it's actually helping Red Esports survive in these scenarios here.
Yeah, and they are just slowing them down as much as they can until they start scaling up, and especially for Mal, he's getting those, whenever he can, he gets those free hits. Nelby, he's essentially dead here. Once the Soaring Eagle comes down, Ash is going to guarantee that. Harry, he's going to start joining in for this turtle. Balmon, he can get pressure, but what is he really going to do?
Oh no, Zorn is just so far away here. Art scouts this out, but it is going to be a little bit too late here, as Aaron will take the turtle buff for himself. He's going to get focused on as well. Matilda is there, and Art is going to be potentially dived and down here in this case. But nope, he's going to be fine because it seems to me Zorn comes back in time. He's going to go in for the finish. He's going to be focusing on Haru as well. He gets pulled back but doesn't want to overcommit his stay as Zorn does not have the purple buff here in the last sec. However, Geek Fam will trade a tier 1 up top, and this is actually helping Mao a little bit more here because the creeps are going to be pushing in towards the safety of Red Esports, whereas he's going to get some farm. Meanwhile, Zorn is going to try and focus on towards the turtle buff once again here. Does he get it? Yes, he will. Aaron is going to overcommit it, but he has a turtle. He's got the Turtles Baton. They take down Zorn. No purple buff for Geek Fam, and Aaron, he somehow survives. He's hurting so much, but Panda will eventually take him down, but at what cost? Is out of position. Fortunately for him, he's going to be A-okay, but Nelby taking a huge chunk coming from Ash and Haru.
Harry, he's thinking about diving this again because they have the help of both Ash and Rafaelia. This is very possible, but Panda is playing the Benedetta and not exactly the best dive target compared to compared to the rest of the team. Now, Red Esports doing a pretty good job here, and not to mention that Haru getting a fat holy baptism to ensure that Zorn was going to die there under that purple buff. Well played.
Yeah, definitely here. But Aaron here is so tanky. He had the turtle buff shield. He had the damage to sustain through all those fights here. That was just phenomenal. Meanwhile, Zorn makes an attempt to try to steal the buff. Unfortunately, not going to happen here. Asher looking for a dive, but not going to be committing here. Panda going to be baiting them out of the situation, but I don't think Geek Fam can fight this at all. They need Meima to come online, but Mao will join in the fight finally here, and a big dive comes in. That's going to be a double kill for Red Esports.
They're making this work. They're playing the anti-aggression against Geek Fam, making sure that they're denying key buff points here as the rest of Geek Fam go in for the big dive on towards Ash. He survives, but in the backline, you can see Harry. He wants to just zone them off, and Zorn, he doesn't have the purple buff. He doesn't have enough energy to keep on fighting.
Yeah, Red Esports are doing a fantastic job keeping them in check here with that Rafaela pickup. It definitely helped them smoothen their early transitions here. And now Meima, he needs to be pulling a little bit more weight here. Unfortunately, he's got 1 kill, but 3 deaths for him. Red Esports will take their 3rd turtle buff up on Aaron, and Aaron says, you know what, it's go time. Purple buff's up, let's go and pick a fight here. Zorn is going to get focused down as well. Stun comes in, no holy baptism, he's going to be A-okay, but here comes the round wall comes in. Ars needs to hold down the 40, he basically go for a big chop, but Tilda gets the job done, but Mao from behind with the blazing duet will finish the job here, and he is going to be the one to take the purple buff instead. Zorn looking for the cheeky snipe. Can he go for it? Did he take it? No, he did not. Oh no.
Aaron is still doing a pretty wonderful job on this box set, even though it, like, I don't know, I feel like at a certain point he should be giving away these buffs over to Mal, but neither does he want to fall back in terms of gold. And Mal, he is huge. He is chunking people out. Panda gets put down to 10% HP, but he also has to worry about Bruno just absolutely destroying him. That was just 1 auto attack, by the way.
Yep. And speaking of which here, talking about the top side here, Harry, he's gonna start making work towards the top tower, but Zorn, he's hitting his level 8. No purple buff, 8 minutes past the game here. This is where Fanny starts to lose up his momentum here and damage output, and I'm worried here coming from Geek Fam because Zorn, he hasn't had a lot of successful kills thus far.
Agreed, but also remember that Zorn has a secondary role in this game, where it's to just slow it down by cutting the waves, because he's got one of the fastest wave clears in the game, and he can do it pretty effectively against the composition of Red Esports and can get out at the same time. Although he doesn't have purple, it's going to be a lot more risky, but as long as he slows it enough for Meima to eventually outscale the entirety of Red Esports, I think it's worth it.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one here considering Mao is having a really rough game. But let's see for now, because Meima now going to be dived in. Flicker comes in. Not going to be committing this fight here, but the rest of the team, Red Esports here, is going to be pushing out a creep wave here, hoping to cut up the top tower before immediately rotating down bot here. Lord is going to be up in 10 seconds. Geek Fam getting pushed up to focus their attention towards the top side here, whereas Panda is going to be cutting the creep wave from the bottom side.
Yep. Rest of the team just making sure that they're going to rotate, but look down on Zorn. He's going to get chunked out straight away. They've got great timings on this purple buff, but down by bottom, you can see Panda cutting the waves, and he's looking to try and maintain control as Aaron is on the run to get him down.
Yep, Aaron, he does have the mobility to chase him here. He's going to go in for the solo kill. Panda is going to be dodging his way through. Is he going to survive? He goes for Iron for the Eye, but Matilda will get the last tick in.
They are not prepared for this. Not prepared at all. Geek Fam just losing all control over this game. 6K goal lead in the favor of Red Esports. They have control of every major objective here, and as long as they play towards this bottom side, it is impossible for Geek Fam to take control over their own purple buff that Zorn so desperately needs.
Yep, and speaking of which here, now Geek Fam, they're making a time off top as well. Harry's just so tanky here. He does not have the Purify here, but fortunately for him, he is tanky enough to withstand whatever aggression coming in. Now, let's take a look at Aaron's items very, very shortly here, because his items is going to be the key winning factor for the team, because as of now, you can see Anti-Heroes is also available for him. He's not going for a little bit more damage here, but he is going for the Beast Killer. Okay, interesting build. It's a... Where's... Okay.
He's just building, yeah,
Okay.
again, he's just building a pretty tanky, again, how Boxia wants to be, just a real tank, and he wants to cheapen the items instead of go for something like Concussive Blast. Now Zorn, he's gonna try and get locked down here, but I don't think they can actually pull it off without Ashe. Ashe down comes down, he gets the movement speed, but it's not enough. Red Esports now knocking on the doors of those inhibitors with Lord-empowered minions and Lord himself.
Yep. Speaking of which, the Lord's going to be knocking from the bottom side. Geek Fam is going to try and defend this here. Aaron will start the fight from behind as well. The Toys for Zorn is there. Zorn goes into effect, but Panda is taking too much damage. He's going to go now. Zorn is next of all. The Lord's going to be knocking the Crystal here. At Red Esports, they're closing out the game potentially here. Geek Fam, do they have the damage? They're just mowing down chunks and chunks and chunks. And that's going to be game for Red Esports. Shutting down Zorn's Fanny.
Man, that was... Woo! Yikes. That's gotta hurt. That's really gotta hurt for the side of Geek Fam here. Red definitely very happy with the performance, and I think that was just a great pivot from their drafting. They came in prepared, they came in ready, and more importantly, Geek Fam, they chose that Fanny way too early on, thinking there's no way they could actually do this, and they contested them for the early game, made sure the purple buff was always, always, always under control. Well done to Red Esports.
Yeah, I really like how they switched their roster swap here just because of understanding, hey, Geek Fam's clear cut here is Zorn just punishing Mao. Through swapping out the role, forcing a Boxer jungle in a clutch moment here. It's logically it should not be possible, but the way they play here, as we are going to be explaining later on here, we will tell you how it all went down. But for now, this is going to be free 5 GB data here for you from Udo. All you gotta do is just scan the QR code below here and you will get free 5 GB data.
Yep. Now, with that out of the way, we can really start focusing on the things that matter here. Because, again, Fanny, it's interesting that they were picked on the first rotation. Like, you always want Fanny to be your last pick, especially on the red side, to avoid counterplay or, at the very least, read the situation, have a good understanding of where the draft is going at that point in time.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? In normal circumstances, if Red Esports played their usual playstyle, they would have just lost that and then, having the Cloud as a jungle here. But the reason why they had for a clutch Boxer switch up was that Boxer is able to rotate between lanes extremely quickly here. For him to clear a jungle, he went for a Mystery Shop, which oftentimes is not the bestest of items, but because of this, his role as a tank, which you don't have a lot of flash farm potential, the Mystery Shop just allows you to get a little bit more items quicker, and it helps you dish a little bit more damage. So in that case, he went for the Retribution, he went for the jungle, he farmed up very efficiently, but while they were invading, usually when you want to make an attempt towards an invade towards the opponent's buffs here, junglers are so far away, they just could not make it in time. But because Aaron is a Boxer, it allows him to take those kind of aggressive plays with buffs into a 4v3 situation in towards the enemy jungle.
Very understandable. And yeah, they also had some extra compensation, like just in case you can't make it there in time, like, we've got the Matilda, we've also got a Rafaela, so our rotations are going to be nice, quick, snappy, and fast. And if you want to close that distance, you know, using Guiding Winds is a very useful tool.
Yeah, definitely here. So I would say that if they were to play the usual standard Claude with Mao in the jungle here, things would not have been that way.
Yeah, I don't know. I also think that there's a lot of other things. Let's look at the highlights. Like, look at this opening in particular for the side of Geek Fam. Like, you see Zorn, the first thing that he went for was the orange buff instead of the purple, which I found very interesting.
Exactly here. I was expecting them to go for the blue buff first here, and Red Esports did not exactly make an attempt to invade. They did check them out, but it feels like, you know, he was a little bit afraid here, maybe for an early level 1 engagement here. But because of this attempt, or I would say this decision coming from Geek Fam here, it actually helped out Red Esports, because you look at this fight here, 4 people from the side of Red Esports are right here in the jungle. There's no way Geek Fam can actually rotate in time regardless of how they play their usual playstyles here. And with a Boxer with double buffs here, it's going to be really tough on Zorn.
I think it's more than just that. It's just this first rotation coming in from Red Esports. It was so important. They sent every one of their members to ensure that Zorn is not going to get this. I'm just questioning a lot of things. Like, number one, the opening from Geek Fam. Like, they should have been scouting for information to know which buff side that Red Esports was going to start on, or were they just trying to figure something else out? Like, Mal gets a random kill in mid lane as well. Arts, he dies immediately afterwards, thinking that he could steal the turtle with the counter-strike. It's just so many different and questionable plays coming in from Geek Fam, and a lot of like the basic fundamental things that we saw with them last week, but not here.
Yeah. And at the same time here, you know, the moment they lose the second buff here from the side of Fanny here, Zorn was pretty much in the situation where Fanny is unplayable, right? Fanny is a hero where you kind of want to snowball from the early stages of the game. If you miss your first buff, your second buff will be your last chance. Most of the time, it happens this way because after look at this, like Zorn, he's so underfarmed. Enemy has pretty much gotten all their items here, and I've talked about how very lacking in terms of magical damage coming from Geek Fam. Just not going to be able to do much because all Red Esports got to do is just purchase physical defensive items all the way through, and they will just tank whatever damage Geek Fam is trying to do.
Yeah. Oh boy, let's check out the item build real quick to see what exactly shaped these heroes to be the way that they are. And looking over, looks like, yeah, Baxia was going for that full tank build at the end of the day. Yes, there's a little bit of cooldown reduction here and there. Claude, natural build, nothing too out of the ordinary. And like you can see that even Zorn's Fanny just falling behind in gold.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that from Red Esports here, every single team, instead of rushing for physical item builds here, they went for a casual Oracle here just to, you know, kind of get a little bit more regeneration and shields coming from the Matilda and also from the Rafaela heals here. So it's an interesting decision here. You know, maybe there is a little bit afraid of what Nelby is going to be bringing to the table, which I don't think is a possibility. But Aaron, he made a decision here. You know, get the Beast Killer, gives you a lot of resistance. Get the Antikyras. That's pretty much problem solved for the rest of the team here.
Yeah, and once they do get that first defensive item, it becomes so difficult. Like, even Harry on that Esmeralda, like, he's got Calamity Reaper, but more importantly, he has got the Brute Force Breastplate, and that's going to make sure that, like, you know, Zorn is out of the game at that point. And I think by the time he got it, it was just like, oh, I don't necessarily need this, but hey, just in case if anybody else gets out of control, for an example, Panda or even Maima.
Look at what Zorn's items is here. He's so down to a point where he's only got a Raptor's Machete, he doesn't have a shoe, and he's only looking for, what, Bladed Despair for next item here. And at this point here, Fanny's just broken. Like, if you think about it here, considering how many times Zorn has been punished here, I don't think he's, in that scenario, he didn't exactly have a full stack on the Raptor's Machete. There's no way he's going to be able to burst down a Harry with a Brute Force Breastplate and so many items.
Yeah, it is just it'll be too difficult. I don't know. Personally, I don't like a lot of things, like the composition, like the way Geek Fam drafted. Like, ideally, you want to get Fanny at the end. Also, Balmon, like, why didn't you just play Thalmus there? There's so many other questions that need to be answered.
Yeah, like the key winning hero here coming from Arts would have been the Esmeralda pickup instead of the Balmon. But, you know, for them to be able to play this year, if they force out the Alice, it doesn't exactly work well. But I was surprised they did not pick it though.
Yeah. I personally think that Red Esports came up with a really good answer to, like, even if Geek Fam wanted to be aggressive, and they could have been, it would have been absolutely shut down with the help of Matilda and as well as Rafaelia. Like, Rafaelia would just heal the jungler back up to full whenever they can, and Matilda should have plenty of damage to just chunk out Zorn.
Yeah, the Matilda pickup is just so annoying to do if you're, especially with the Rafaela pickup. It's definitely synergized with the entirety of the team as well. Geek Fam, they had the idea, hey, we picked up the Angela first phase, we picked the Bruno here. Okay, we're going to be showing you we are playing the Rafaela, Angela, Bruno combo. Instantly gets stopped with Red Esports picking the Rafaela.
Yep, let's look at the MVP of this game. It's going to Ash from Red Esports with a 4-1 and 8 match KDA and a 3.6 average KDA. It is so good to see him play on a aggressive hero like Matilda, making sure that he is just going to walk up, shows no fear, and arguably he doesn't need to set up the play. He's just being consistently abusive.
Yeah, and I like how he's been positioning himself so aggressively, knowing that he can kind of push his limits as well. He went for a little bit of defensive items here, and this is what I'm talking about here, a tank Matilda, which oftentimes people kind of neglect. But if you pair it with a good support, such as Rafaela here, he is going to be very hard to be killed.
I think overall Oracle is great because it's beneficial when you get the shields and also when you receive the healing for Rafaelia. So it kind of just stacks one on top of each other.
Exactly. Yeah, I definitely liked it as well. So the Red Esports, I wouldn't say it was an outdraft, more like they outplayed Geek Fam at their own game. Like even the drafts as well as in game itself.
Yeah, they have much better control. But I mean, at that point, Geek Fam has to kind of reconsider what their strategies are going to be. But what do you guys think? How about joining us over at the MPL official pages? We've got a Facebook page, we've got the group, we've got the Instagram page, as well as TikTok page as well. So you can share some of the content that you guys have created yourself on some of the subject matters in all related to MPL, and maybe have a conversation with people within the community.
Definitely here. And of course, we've seen some amazing memes from you guys as well here. We've saw a couple of messages incoming, swinging our way here. And one of those messages includes Gideon doing his assignments outside, and you get yourself free 5 GB data from YouTube.
Exactly. So make sure if you're ever in a little bit of a pinch, just use that extra 5 GB worth of data coming in from YouTube, and you might be able to get your way through for that pass.
Yeah, and speaking of which, your second game, seems like Red Esports, they are ahead here. They can go for a second game, but what about the Selena pickup?
Speaking of Selena, it's just one of those newer heroes that people don't expect to see, especially if
Exactly.
you're playing Mobile Legends Adventure, which is a casual and idle game that shares the same world-building elements with Mobile Legends Bang Bang. It's a stress-relieving game that you definitely don't want to miss out, so dive into the engaging encounters in battle and then grab those huge idling rewards in your absence. Lovable heroes from the MLBB will make their debut in MLA, and even more original characters will join your team as you advance.
Exactly. Like I said as well, an all-new hero Selena is going to be coming soon here, along with major mode updates to come. Unlock her exclusive gameplay to claim Selena for free and unlock her story. More new modes, including collectible systems, labyrinth, etc., are waiting for you in a different Land of Dawn.
If you were once an adventurer in the world of MLA, now it's your time to resume that journey, and you will get exclusive rewards and access to special events. So feel free to choose your desired hero from the ultimate chest and get item discounts right away.
And we've also prepared a special gift for MLA Adventures, which is who are currently watching the live stream right now with a CD key of MLA 999. MLA 999. And of course, it can be used to exchange for rewards in MLA, and all you gotta do is just download the game and log in now. So that's gonna be an additional CD key for you guys on top of the one shown on screen.
Yep, so you guys got that? All right, now, coming back and focusing on the important things of this particular game here. I don't know. There's a lot of, the meta has come to a point where it is really opened up. And obviously, Geek Fam making the mistake of, kind of showing what they wanted to do with the Fanny pick within first rotation of the draft. Not exactly ideal. They're probably not going to do that again unless they're on red side.
Yeah, definitely. That's the thing, right? I was also kind of questioning the Fanny pick up here, but knowing that based on their drafts here, it was pretty clear-cut that, hey, Red Esports there, they have 3 heroes with no proper lockdown. Zorn should be fine. It's just that what really threw them off guard wasn't the hero pools, was the way they drafted and played around it here, which was the surprise jungle bucks coming in from Red Esports, because that was something that you did not expect. Because yes, arguably they had 3 people. Normal circumstances, 3v1 against Fanny, still possible. It's very, very viable.
It's
as long as
doable,
Zorn gets it. But if that's 4 with a double buff one against a guy with no buff, that's a different story.
Yeah, I think with that being said, I think Geek Fam is going to play a pretty standard game now that they're going back towards blue side. Yeah, and they don't want to drop anymore. They're already in a pretty tight spot in the groupings itself, and they want to secure at least, top 2 within their own groups. So when they move over to phase 2, it's going to be slightly easier, and they can play within the intergroups.
Yeah, I definitely agree here. A lot of people have been training hard and hard here to get to where they are. In this case, Red Esports, they have not lost their tenacity to keep pushing towards the best of the best here in MPL. 2 seasons ago here, we've seen Mao, they've reached to his top 3 countless of time, top 3, top 4 all the way through. But it seems like they still are experimenting, they still are improving to try and take the #1 spot. But this regular season has shown us that a lot of these teams are pretty much stepping up here. However, Geek Fam, they are switching up, they are trying to get back their once famed glory here. But after this performance here, it seems like they need to, take a backseat and go back to basics, like the pyramid.
Yeah. They really need to start focusing on that. I mean, they did have a really good showing last week. I don't know what exactly happened here, But regardless, I hope that it's going to get a little bit better as time goes by. Red, on the other hand, yes, they did a really good job with the adaptations on their draft, but overall, do I think we'll see Boxia being a staple flex pick to go into the jungle? I don't think so. I think this is like a one-off situation.
Yeah, it's definitely a one-off situation. But Boxia is still considered a really, really good S-tier pick here just because of flex here. You can play tank, you can play side lanes. Please do not play in jungle, guys. Pops, it's only situational because of the draft. Because of Fanny, then maybe it is viable. So do not just pick it, oh, because it's on screen. Oh, wait, Boxer jungle, oh, it's viable. Then test it on Pops. But do not pick it because if you do not understand what's happening in the context between both these teams here.
See, the thing is, like, with Boxia, I don't feel like his numbers are so absurd to the point where he becomes that triple S tier. I think he's S tier mainly because of what's in the meta, as what's really good in the meta right now.
Agreed here.
Oh, the Esmeraldas, the Alices, it is...
let's talk about this here. Meta, Alice, Esmeralda, Angela now, Yu Jong formerly, Lapu Lapu, what else? Rafaela, oh my god. All these heroes pretty much have a very, very strong hedge with regeneration here. Boxia's passive just kind of gives you that early edge before you transition to the early Deadly Blades or Durance, which oftentimes in pubs, you don't see people purchasing those items.
I mean, the evolution of the meta is pretty interesting. Like, you know, with the additions of Paquito, who really kind of shook things up, and Matilda as well. Both of them consistently being banned every single time. Jawhead is still a major issue that nobody really wants to deal with. And then you have this big question of Natalia as well. Selena, how effective can they be, but do you have the mechanical skill to make them work?
Exactly. Speaking of mechanical skills here, we've seen Zorn be able to perform onto Fanny. So I don't think it's Zorn's fault in this scenario. It's just that they just got outplayed in their starting rotation from the get-go.
I don't know. It depends on who made the call.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
It really does. Because, again, he should have started on that purple side straight away, or at the very least, they should have immediately started to look scout out for that information before contesting the lanes. And I think when he has that information, it becomes that much easier to play.
Yeah, and I don't blame them here, because considering that Kufra was banned here, and considering that the early aggression comes in, yes, we would expect teams to kind of go in for an early invade here, but I'm pretty sure Geek Fam did not expect a 4-man push coming in rather early on, just leaving the lanes just to make sure that Zorn has the worst possible momentum and time possible to even scale towards the game.
I mean, yes. Could he have played that better? Potentially. Could his team actually do something about it? I don't know. I really don't know.
I don't think they can.
Because, like, Arts was playing on that Balmond. Like, that already has a lot of signs of ringing bells of just, like, do you really want to do that? It was like, were you so annoyed by this Boxer pick that you had to revert to something like Balmond when you could have been playing something like Falmus?
Yeah.
Or you could have been playing something like Lapu Lapu? Like, obviously, Boxia is going to be that hard counter at the end of the day, but it's about lane pressure more than anything else.
Based on the overall draft, I felt like the best pickup here for him would have been the Esmeralda, which obviously Red Esports already picked it here.
Within first rotation.
Yeah. No, second rotation, seeing that they have the Angela for the next phase. So they picked it off because knowing that they can play this, and they also banned the Yu Jong in the last ban here, coming for Red Esports. So the reason why Esmeralda would have been the perfect pick, just because they don't exactly have magical damage output here. Angela being the sole one, it's still workable, but you have to hard stop the early stage of the game, because if you drag it late, there's nobody going to win it here. I feel like Alice would have been a better choice, but knowing Arts, he's been on that fighter role for the longest time. I don't think, even with the Alice here, there's nothing much you can do, because you want to win the early stage game. So they needed some sort of magical damage, and there's just not many other side laners with strong magical damage. Maybe a Harith, but they need someone in the front line. Yeah.
Harith was banned. Esmeralda was picked within first rotation for the side of Red after Angela was revealed. Yep. And I'm trying to think. Oh, there's got to be something. There has to be a pick in the side lane that they could have gone for. Like even Lunox would have been like a questionable. It would have been questionable, but I think she would have been able to do a much better job in actually trying to push out the lanes. It's arguable, but it's tough to say.
It's so tough.
Oh, Yve also could have been a pretty good way to actually deal with it. Farsa, we've seen Red Esports pull off a couple of times to go into the side lane.
Okay, that's the thing of the draft, right? Like, they open up with 3 really squishy heroes with a Bruno pickup.
Are we talking about Geek Fam? We're talking about
Geek Fam.
Okay.
So, despite of the Balmond pickup here, they needed some sort of magical damage with frontline potential, and I don't think Geek can stand in the front in this case. If you think about it here, they needed someone in the front lines here. Yu Jong's out. They arguably, they had a Benedetta, but still, to be able to sustain and creep clear the side lanes here, Alice would have been a better pickup, but it does not it doesn't say, hey, Alice is going to be great in the early stage of the game unless you have a great farm, but it's still, you know, rock, paper, scissors, but I felt like the key winning factor was definitely the Esmeralda or the Alice, which I'm sorry to say, it was just not available for them. Okay, Alice maybe, but I've not seen Arts play at Alice at all.
I mean, another adaptation they could have done is just send Panda towards the strong lane on the bot side. Because, I mean, it is going to be a Benedetta. She will be able to clear out that lane a lot faster than both Esmeralda as well as... Who's the other side laner? Esmeralda as well. The matchup down the bot side. No, it was Benedetta on their side of the map. From red.
No, Claude was on the top
yes,
side.
Claude. So Claude
yeah.
was on the top side. Esmeralda was down bot.
Yeah.
At least with Benedetta, she'll be able to clear the waves faster than Esmeralda. She might sacrifice a little bit of life, but at the end of the day, at least you can look to match.
Yeah, it was really rough here, considering that how, you know, I'm pretty sure you were caught surprised as well, right? Like, considering that, hey, we played this game, we were going to draft, we assumed that, you know, Mao might be playing the jungle role, but bam, Boxer jungle, what do? You kind of don't exactly have time to think about a contingency plan from the get-go to go in for the first phase, unless you call for a tactical pause from the get-go. And because, you know, knowing that you are an amazing player here, if you see someone picking a jungle Boxia here, you would be like, okay, we're going to win this. You know, sometimes you do not expect the unexpected. However, that's the difference between pro play and amateur play. Let's take a look at what Geek Fam has an answer for this year, because this is going to be the second phase of the bag.
Hey, it looks like they're bringing in another new player here. It's going to be Lil B coming in for the side of Geek Fam. And let's keep that in mind here, because again, let's see whether Lil B, he's going to be switching out for MLBB this time round. He's going to be playing that support mid lane position, so let's keep that in mind. Geek Fam, they start banning up with the Diggy as well as the Claude. Red Esports followed up with the Cho.
Okay, who did he swap out?
MLBB. Oh wait, no, Nelby's right
Nelby's
there.
here.
Oh no!
Who did he swap out?
They swapped out. They swapped. It's at the tip of my tongue. It's literally right at the tip of my tongue.
They swapped. No, Arts is here. Wait.
Arts is here. Zorn is here. Panda is here. Nelby is here. Mima. That's
they
the one.
swapped
Oh
the
my
Mima.
goodness.
Oh my god. Yeah.
I was thinking M, and it kept like I keep saying Nelby like Melby, and
Oh,
it just
no.
kept on messing me up.
Wait,
oh my
could it be
goodness.
Zorn's core back in action again?
No, I think it's
like
gonna
it.
be. I think it's gonna be around the same thing. I think it's really going to be around the same thing, but we'll have to wait and see here, depending on whether or not they're going to... I don't think they're going to force out Fanny again on blue side.
Nah, I don't think so.
But let's see. So, Red Esports, they're going to be banning out the Matilda this time. Banning the Matilda this time round. Smart.
Is this Lil B's first appearance?
Yes, this is Lil B's
Your
first
team
appearance.
is banning.
And Geek Fam, they're going to be they're going to be banning out the Uranus as well. Okay, so Alice becomes a higher priority. Esmeralda is on the table. Boxia is going to be thought of, but Selena, Natalia, Paquito, Jawhead, as well as Benedetta still on the table.
Yeah, everything is pretty much open up for grabs here coming from both teams. So Geek Fam, I'm pretty sure they want to pick the Paquito, but at the same time, Arts doesn't kind of play those kind of heroes here. That's kind of worrisome for me, honestly.
I don't... It's not
It's
that.
weird considering that he's a side laner for so many years.
No. It's the fact that like every single time Geek Fam has been able to get like access to some
Your
high priority
team is
side
picking.
laners, Arts isn't usually the one who gets it. You know,
Doesn't
Panda
play
usually
it.
gets it.
Yeah.
Now Benedetta, pretty free here. Panda plays a mean Benedetta. Oh wait, am I missing? I'm just gonna double check the draft.
I don't know what Lil B is gonna
Your
play
team
because
is picking.
okay, Paquito being picked here, Zorn can kind of play it, but we're expecting him to play on the tag role, right? But that's the thing about Geek Fam. They have so many flexible heroes. It's so hard to predict what kind of strat they're gonna be pulling out here. But Angela will be priority
Your
coming from
team
Ready
is
Sports.
picking.
Alice as well gonna be priority. But guess what? You know what's available, my friend?
Yeah.
No. Roger Esports.
I mean, yes, Roger is still up and running, but I don't think Geek Fam is too worried about that overall. And again, a lot of teams have been prioritizing, and we've seen Angela being banned out a lot, as well as being picked quite a bit these days. So let's keep that in mind. Geek Fam here looking to respond to this. I mean, Boxia is pretty good. Esmeralda is also a pretty solid answer, but that just means that Red Esports could look to play double core if that occurs. Because they're free hits.
That's the thing. Red Esports has played it before, right?
Uh-huh.
They played kind of like a pseudo double core, but Aaron kind of plays the Harif as well. with Mao playing Roger or maybe a Cloud here with something that they can kind of
Your
play.
team
But
is
seeing the Angela
defeated.
being picked here, they have to force out the Rafaela once again here up on MLBB. That's going to be Geek Fam playing in again. But this time they will take the Benedetta themselves. So double side lanes are pretty much secured here, but they can still flex up with the Paquito tank if they want to later on. But we shall see. But Red Esports here, they have so much opportunity here. The Angela Alice just works extremely well. They can still force up the Yu Zhong right now if they want to go. But at the same time, junglers are still not picked up here. So do they want to prioritize on that Roger Esports? If you know what I mean.
I mean, yeah, I think getting Roger here wouldn't be too bad. They still get first pick and first rotation anyways. In terms of fighters, it's going to be hard because, again, Geek Fam has some really strong side laners with the Paquito as well as the Paquito as well as the Benedetta. So even if they do decide to go for like double core, like something like Claude, it doesn't necessarily mean that Mao's going to get those free hits. Benedetta can close the gap, and the same can be said about Paquito.
Yeah, as of now, they have to ban off
Your team is
some of the heroes
banning.
here, but okay, yeah, it's understandable here. Based on what Radius was going to be drafting here with Angela, Roger, and also Alice here, they're looking to get close up and personal. They don't exactly want to risk a side lane Roger, whereas a jungle Roger is going to be secured here. So taking away the Fanny is going to be a smarter move because in the previous game, they had to adapt, and it's a good adaptation coming from Red Esports here, considering that Geek Fam kind of showed it from the get-go. But for Geek Fam to pull out a Fanny later on, Red Esports might be in trouble here.
No, I think
it's smart to just take it out of the equation here.
I think personally that Red Esports is looking to try and play a more passive game at this point in time. You already have an Alice, so you have one lane that's basically not going to be able to push out, while Geek Fam is able to kind of close in on the gap and also make a move in towards that jungle side, which Fanny likes to do do a lot, especially on the invading when it comes to invading. So if that's the case, that means the supports have been already decided by Red Esports. Something a little bit slower. You have something like Angela, yeah, sure. Mid laners still up for grabs. What is it going to be? I'm not too great on this prediction because there's so much on the table. They could go easily like Lo Yi, they could go with Farsa if they want to go for Harith to flex to the side lane. It's also possible.
Yeah, the Harith is something that they may consider coming from Red Esports, but seeing how the composition coming in as well, Geek Fam, they're just afraid of the flying dog threat coming on. And with the Yu Zhong being banned here, it is a force to be reckoned here because we've seen RSG kind of play that strategy. Angela, Yu Zhong with the Arkai pickup, which is so disruptive. And without the Diggy, things are going to be a little bit of a tough pick here coming from Geek Fam, so they want to get rid of it. It's definitely a smarter play, but Esmeralda is also the pill here coming from Red Esports if they want to pick up a little bit more magical damage burst. But at Harith, yeah, that's going to be an arid signature, so respect bans are coming into the final phase here. Coming from both teams.
So Harith definitely understandable, Yu Zhong definitely understandable for the side of Geek Fam. They're just making sure that they don't have quick rotators, people who can gain priority of the side lanes, especially since they have some of the best in the game for Geek Fam's lineup. So Red Esports, they look at this, okay, fine. Do we want to go for the denial, go for something like the Boxy and say, hey, at least you don't have any real answer to our healers and sustainability on our side of the map. Oh, instead they actually go for Bane.
Oh, that's a... okay, I like it. You know, a lot of mage potential coming from Red Esports here. They only need a frontline tank later on. In this case, any tank is going to be possible here. Cho is pretty much complete. Okay, Cho is banned. First phase ban.
Yeah. Bad. So Bane here plays an important role of just maintaining control while still having a relatively healthy pool of life. Because again, when you have the Rum and also the Crab Claw, you don't have to walk into the lane at all. You can just walk up, auto one time, use your full ability, clear it straight away. Now Geek Fam, they're going to be going for something like carry. Yeah, I would argue even Granger might be better in these situations, but then Roger will outscale him at the end of the day. Kagura actually a really, really good pickup for the side of Geek Fam.
Yeah, I like the Kagura pickup here. I agree with the carry pickup, but at the same time, Red Esports in the final pick here, they're looking for something extremely tanky in the front lines. Alice is okay. Bane, their side lanes are pretty much done. Their mage, they don't really need a mage here. You know, pretty much Ashe is going to be doing the job there, or maybe coming in with the Angela. They just need a solid frontline physical damage here. High loss isn't that great, but if they want to put it up, it's great as well, just because of so much sustainability Red Esports has. And I think it's something that they may consider playing as well, but they need some sort of physical damage to work around it as well, which I think Jawhead is pretty No, Johnny's gone. Oh my god.
You know what? I personally think that Red should go for something like Aurora or even a Eudora at this point in time. They just need some like high kill potential, something that could set up a play. And like obviously Tigreal is pretty good, but my only concern is the fact that you're playing into carry here. So no matter what tank you have, inevitably when you hit 12 minutes into the game, they're not going to matter. They're going to get chunked out super quickly.
It's understandable they need a strong frontliner with physical damage burst, but in this case, there's not a lot of physical damage tanks here. Like magical ones, like Kufra, Hylos is great, but physical ones, I highly doubt so. So
I mean, they could have gone for something like Akai as well.
Yeah, Akai is not super tanky. They need an extremely tanky ones, but yeah, I see where it is going here. They need a Tigreal frontline, and it's definitely the safer pickup here. But seeing after this draft here, I feel like both teams have a great read on each other here, but when it comes to execution, will Geek Fam bounce back? Because this is going to be Lil B's first appearance here from Geek Fam.
Yep, his first showing, and he's going to be playing on that core jungle role. He's got some interesting shoes to fill. Let's see whether or not he's going to be able to perform well for the team and turn Geek Fam's fate around.
Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, here, this is going to be game 2 between Geek Fam versus Red Esports for the first series for today, ladies and gentlemen, here. And Zord going to be playing the Rafaela here, and Mao going to be playing on the Bane. You should, well, it seems to be Panda is going to be playing the carry there, and they are going to be calling it for pause. Lil B will be playing the Benedetta. Okay, so Panda going to be playing the core, so this is going to be a carry Panda.
Okay, that's fine. We've seen Panda perform before on towards that side lanes. He's got a really good grasp of his mechanics here. So the fact that Lil B is going to be taking that role, is going to be taking a different role instead. Fine, definitely understandable. I'm not sure about how impactful he's going to be, especially in the position that he's in.
You know what I'm not sure about?
What?
Zorn being a very aggressive playmaker here, forced in a very supportive situation playing the Rafaela.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred,
I know, right?
I think I would have preferred him to be on the Tigreal, but I guess this, you know, Rafaela is a little bit more forgiving in that sense, where he's not looking for that one big play, but can consistently kind of like walk on forward, reposition himself accordingly, stick close by to his jungler, and ensure that if something needs to happen, the Holy Baptism is going to land.
Yeah. Seeing how they are going to be playing this year, I feel like they have to play around the fact that Panda needs those extreme quick farms, whereas Red Esports, they're looking to close out the game extremely quickly here. But that's the thing, we've seen Roger Esports perform time and time again, so we shall see. Ladies and gentlemen, here, this is going to be going, the game is going to be resuming here. Early aggression comes in. Geek Fam is going to be, you know, screaming their lungs out once again with Zorn with the emotes.
This is so weird because we're also seeing Mal playing Bane while Aaron is going to be the one on Roger. Again, I don't know. The fact that they're just switching up the lineups every single time is starting to become a problem here. There needs to be some form of consistency somewhere because, again, Mal has been able to play Roger really well. So what's the reason that he's going on Bane? Does nobody else on the side of Red Esports know how to play Bane? Has Aaron just performed so poorly on Bane that he's a much better Roger in comparison to it? A lot of questions need to be answered.
Wait a minute, you are right. Huh. That's a... Well, it might be that case here. It's a good call there coming from you, but at the same time here, Purple Buff will get contested. Aaron is going to make a run for his life. He's going to be A-OK. Geek Fam, this time they're going to be giving them a taste of their own medicine, and the execute comes in. It's going to be extremely worth it for Geek Fam, despite sacrificing his life, as Geek Fam will slow down Aaron's farm, and I definitely agree here. Seems like Mao will be forced to play the Bane instead.
Yep, I mean, Lil B already showing that he's being very aggressive and shows no fear. That's a great sign because he is slowing down Aaron and also deny Aaron the double buffs as well. So keep that in mind as we continue on into this particular game. Oh, Aaron, he hits level 4. That's no problem, but Ash and the rest of the team is going to get chunked out. Haru with the Sacred Hammer is going to push them away, but Ash has taken so much. Oh boy, Panda. He is making sure that whoever gets slowed down from Kagura's Umbrella and also from Rafaela is going to get hella chunked out.
Yeah, Geek Fam now going all out in this scenarios here with Panda. Going to be looking a little bit more farm here as he has the triple threat now. As Harry looking to punish his plays, but as of now he needs to play a little bit slow here. As Geek Fam does have the advantageous point, whereas Aaron is pretty much slowed down in aggression here. And look at this, Panda with the invades once again. Rafaela just, you know, being a big nuisance thus far. Haru looking to go for the reset. Unfortunately, it's going to be the buff stolen once again. Haru is going to get a 1v1 fight with Arts. He forced to disengage. Re-engage comes in. Aaron will take down the Rayla, but is it worth it though?
Haru.
Because now Arts is going to get focused down. Liu B is there, and here comes a big one coming from Geek Fam. Aaron needs to make a run for his life, but now Liu B, he's going to be in some trouble. Angela is there to provide the assist, and that's going to be Red Esports pulling back a little bit more of that lead that they lost.
They're trading 1-for-1 all across the board, but Red Esports come up a little bit ahead with one extra kill at the end of the day. Now, Lil B, he was able to kind of match the rotation with Mal on bottom side. Mal, obviously, being able to get 2 kills is going to be quite huge for him as he will start to take full control over the lane. I will say that Geek Fam, again, I like the way that they're playing. I like how they're being aggressive and forcing the economy out of Red Esports at the Oh, what is going on here? Here comes the second Haru. He flickers backwards, catches all 3. But again, they can't do too much. Zorn taking so much damage, but he managed to get the Holy Baptism out just before he dies and was able to stop the entire aggression and damage burst from Red Esports. Nicely done from both supports.
Massive implosion here. Red Esports needed that opportunity here. They needed to slow down the aggression coming from Geek Fam. This is going to be allowing Aaron to catch back in terms of farm because Panda is just so far ahead. But at the same time, both teams here, they have to play it slow. Now, as Mao is actually slowly skating very, very quietly here, has 2-0-1, as Geek Fam doesn't realize what's going to be expecting coming from him here, because now they are going to be setting shop here to try and pick a fight against him. But as of now, you know, you can see that Haru is just doing a fantastic job holding down the brushes here. Turtle's going to be coming in as next.
Yep, they're going to continue. Electro final blow here. Haru is still trying his best. He finally goes down. Turtle is going to be slain by Roger, but the rest of the team is getting completely pushed out. Ash jumps on top of Zorn. He picks up the kill. Panda can only do so much with the help of Arts to kind of zone them up, but they still manage to trade up 1-4-2 against Red Esports. They even out the score and still with a very slight gold lead.
Yep, meanwhile here, Aaron, he's going to be finally getting his orange buff here as he's going to be picking another fight later on. But so far, objective-wise, every single tower is going to be relatively healthy here, but that's going to be down for the gold platings as no team's going to be getting a little bit bonus for that.
Yep, and now Harry once again scaling quite well into this game. He hasn't been able to get too many kills, but 3 assists is going to start putting him ahead of Arts with his 2 kills, and especially with the turtle pickups as well is going to help him out. But he doesn't really mind. He has a mystery shop. He has the time, and it doesn't look like Geek Fam's really trying to force anything on him.
Yep. Bottom side here, you can see Zorn. He's looking for the picks. He scouts out Aaron, goes in for the slow. And Aaron is going to be sidestepped for a while. So it's going to be A-okay, but Panda is transitioning very well. But a big one comes in. Aaron's getting out as well. The focus fire comes in, and that's going to be him out of picture.
And Lil B getting caught out down on the bottom side as well. Implosion coming out of Haru, and as well as full ultimate coming in from Mal to secure that kill. They trade 1-for-1 once more, but Geek Fam still coming up with a little bit more, even picking up the kills onto Harry on top side. So again, lane difference here. Haru getting the Sacred Hammer onto Nelby for now. No implosion to follow up as Nelby is going to chunk him out with his Yin Yang overturn. He pulls on through Haru. He doesn't realize Haru's so low. Nelby is still on the run. He sees Haru now, and can he go for the trade kill? No, he hops over Nelby. He's trying to make it work. Panda and Zorn just have to watch on the sideline. They cannot get anything back. Lilby waiting for an opportunity to make sure he comes on in and locks down Aaron, secures the kill with the execute. Lil B does it again.
Well played there, coming from Geek Fam here. Meanwhile, Red Esports, they're doing their best, going for the ball. So close.
Oh no. Oh boy. Okay, Mao, he's still up and running. He's still kicking, and here comes the hard guard coming on Bover, but it doesn't matter when it comes to Arts with the KO strikes, making sure that his damage is gonna punch on through. Arts, big 4-0 KDA. He is starting to become quite the problem.
Yep, Harry here with the fantastic timing here, going for the setup as well, re-engage and forcing them back. But meanwhile, Geek Fam, they're still leading the charge. They have got the economy, and Panda is going to get himself a turtle buff, and Panda is growing bigger and bigger by time. As now, Geek Fam is going to be focusing their fire down towards the bottom side here as they want to push a little bit more aggression. It seems to me purple buff will be secured by Aaron in time. Did he get it? Oh no, it's going to be resetted here as Geek Fam looking to try and stall down this aggression here because Panda is going to be setting up for himself as well. But finally, they will disengage. The rest of Red Esports are going to be coming in to re-engage his fight. Zorn, are you in the right place here? But he's still going to be emoting himself from Rafaela.
It doesn't really matter. I think it's some good comms coming in from Geek Fam. You can see that Arts is shouting to the rest of the team like, hey, Harry is on his way down down towards that purple buff. You can start pulling away and go back and start clearing the waves. Once more, it's going to be a disadvantage. You can see Geek Fam already on the forefront of making the play here, forcing Red Esports to respond. Benedetta is sitting by mid side just in case.
Yep. Meanwhile, rush checking here, coming in from Harry, looking for the place. Haru is only the tank, but he's going to be A-okay. And seems to me Red Esports is trying to bait this out for the massive implosion. Geek Fam understands that we do not need to risk this here as well. But Artis is going to try and commit it for this fight. He's going to go disengage as well. The rest of Red Esports are coming in, but the tier 2 is going to bail out for now.
Yep, they pull back. And remember saying like, oh, we don't usually get to see Arts on this Paquito, but the fact that they were able to lock in both Paquito and Benedetta, we were going to see Arts play something mechanical at the end of the day. Now, Red, again, getting siege under the turret. Geek Fam have no real options to actually punish them under the turret, so they're going to have to look for some economical damage with the orange buff stolen away once more. But look on bottom side, Paquito just waiting for the opportunity to jump onto Harry. It might be a full-on dive.
Lil B, just doing so much work in those team fights as well here, as Red Esports did not expect him at all. Meanwhile, Harry's going to be caught out in the open as well. Bloodlord has been popped out. For the setup, a massive one comes in. 3-man stuns come in. Geek Fam, they're in trouble. Red Esports, they bike back. They're shredding them to pieces. Aaron tries to make a run for it here, but Mao lands a massive ultimate here, but it doesn't even matter. Panda is just so safe. He's so much damage. He's so strong. He's going to get unstoppable. Geek Fam is going to push them all back towards the base.
They ran out of abilities. Even Harry, he hasn't scaled enough into this game to really start putting in the hurt. However, his job was already done once Nelby and Zorn died over with the Sacred Hammer implosion combination coming in from Haru. And that might have been enough. That could have been enough, but it just wasn't.
Interesting itemizations here coming from Panda here as he goes for the Beast Killer Wind Talker as well as the early immortality here. So playing a little bit defensive here, keeping him to fight just to proc those passives. It's pretty much a game plan here for Geek Fam here, and is actually working out in Panda's favor.
Yeah, I like the way Panda is building here. However, the only problem with this build is the fact that it's very dependent on having the orange buff. If he doesn't have the orange buff, he significantly drops down in that DPS.
Exactly.
So let's see how they're going to play this on top side.
Yep, as of now here, Red Esports Mao is doing fantastically well for now, but Aaron is having the worst game possible as he needs to get this buff here because right now Nelby is coming in and he's gonna be fine. Ooh, close call.
Lord, empowered minions as well as the Lord itself coming through mid lane as well as the side lanes being cleared up perfectly and synchronized by Geek Fam. They are good and they are showing their experience here as they are going to collide with the inhibitor turrets at the same time. They are going to lose one of these turrets.
Yep, Red Esports now is going to be going for the hoo-ha. Lord is going to be tucking onto his tower as well from behind here. Electro Final Blow being used. Lil B taking a little bit of aggression here, but he will disengage. But here comes Angela with the heartstrings as well. Haru trying his best to survive, but the Lord is still alive. Finally gets taken down. Crystal is exposed, but Geek Fam has no minions to continue to push. However, on second thought here, they want to re-engage his fight because it seems to me Red Esports are looking to rumble here, but at the same time, they are afraid here. So Geek Fam will back out a little bit more.
They weren't able to pull the minions as well. They just had stopped it right in front of the inhibitor towers. They didn't get any more than that, but that's fine. It's not even Luminous Lord just yet. It was just the first basic Lord, and they still got at least mid inhibitor, which is still pretty important.
Yeah. Meanwhile, top side, Harry's going to get diver as well. Winter Trunking keeps him alive a little bit more, but Electro Final comes in. Flicker goes back. He's going to be fine. Mao, but takes a huge chunk of damage from the Kagura as Nelby shuts him out. And they are going to be the opening pick for them here without Mao in the picture. Geek Fam, they're looking to push in towards the base here. Now, the Crystal is going to be exposed. Bottom inhibitor still alive, but Nelby doing a fantastic job at holding down the guys from Red Esports. Red Esports, what are they going to do? They've got no implosion. They've got no Mao. They're looking for the big wombo combo, but Geek Fam are so split apart. It's so hard for Haru.
Yep, can they get another pick here? Maul's coming back up at 10 seconds. Harry's getting absolutely chunked out. Panda, he doesn't even care. He is unafraid. He knows that he's got this game in the bag. Here comes Mal Aaron to try and clear this up. No, it is not enough. And there we have it. Geek Fam push it to a game 3.
What a game here. Geek Fam playing fantastically well with Lil B just, biting back here, playing with a very interesting Benedetta playstyle, and it's worked out for him.
Yeah, I mean, it was about making sure that he was being able to use his toolkit to make an impact in the game. He slowed down Roger quite a bit, running him down, making sure that at the very least they trade 1-for-1, because his life is not going to be important as Roger's life, Aaron's life, especially with double buffs on him as well. 2 times this had occurred in the early stages of the game.
Exactly here. Speaking of 2 times here, you know what's how unlimited here? This is going to be free 5 GB data for you guys from Udo, as you can surf all the internet here and get whatever information and our social medias as well. All you gotta do is just scan this QR code and you get it for absolutely free.
Yup, and as we move into this Game 3, you might want to have a little bit more data because it feels like this is going to be a recurring trend for the rest of the day. So having that bit of extra data might actually pull you through to the end of the stream.
But speaking of which, let's talk shop here, because as of now, when we see them playing that scenario, right?
Yep.
It was so hard to actually imagine what was going through Red Esports' mind, because it felt like Mao was so comfortable with the Roger for the longest time. For them to suddenly switch Aaron here, would it be affecting their entirety of their playstyles here?
Potentially, I can't say that he had the best of games. And like, could Mal have played that better? I would say that it's a little arguable, because that early game, Lil B did a pretty good job. You have to admit, he got priority, he was looking for opportunities to get the kills, and he traded 1-for-1. Like this one here, like Lil B knew for a fact, like, I'm gonna die. There's no going around that fact. I'm gonna die, so I'm gonna try and make sure that I get as much value as possible. Lil B was able to rotate first every single time, matching Mal. So even though Mal is here and is able to get 2 kills in the process, it just didn't matter.
Yeah, and most of these fights here, Geek Fam are making a very, very aggressive play, in a sense where there's only 4 of them fighting against the entire army of Red Esports here, but because of them being extremely aggressive and Zorn always constantly in the vicinity, they kind of put themselves in a situation where, hey, Panda is going to be having a better rotation time compared to Aaron, considering that he's died first in the first phase and just completely scales on and transition into later momentums here.
Yeah, and I think LaFell is trying to point out that Zorn just didn't use his Aegis there. I think that would have been really, really useful, especially for Lil B to actually potentially make it out at the end of the day, since he was getting run down by Harry. The few extra seconds might have been able to allow him to get his dash auto off and maybe even save him with the eye for an eye.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. But speaking of the fight as well here, it's just weird that Geek Fam is just willing to throw their bodies to slow down Aaron's farm in most of these team fights, and they've done a fantastic job. Even this final fight as well, where it looked to be a great fight coming in towards Geek Fam here, but at the same time, Red Esports Mao going for a massive, huge jump apparently.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're prioritizing to try and push Panda out of position. And you can notice that the rest of Geek Fam is making sure, like, they're in a place where they can respond to whoever tries to jump on Panda, but nobody has a guaranteed way of doing that. The only person I would argue is either Aaron or Harry, but notice their positions as well. Like, both Aaron and Harry are either, number 1, dead, or not exactly. Like, look, he's all the way back there. There's no way he's going to be able to jump on Panda, and Mal's job is just to zone away as many people as possible.
Yeah, that's the thing about Mal's combo, right? Like, you can see Red Esports, they needed those wombo combo strats here, but Mao needs a little bit more items before he can just one-shot Panda. And for Panda to make the smart decision to buy a very early defensive items, pretty much keep him alive for most of these team fights here, so that he can farm very efficiently and scale well into his later stage game. But like I said, this fight here, Lil B as well, has been so annoying to a point where Red Esports is just troubled. What do we do here? Because, where is this coming from Geek Fam?
I'm not entirely sure, because like, if we're looking from different angles, like, these fights could have gone really, really well for the side of Red Esports, but inevitably, especially in this one, you have to kind of give it to Arts. He was able to get multiple people knocked up with the KO punch, and that in itself already changed the course of the fight with a single ability. And I will say that, Nelby just making sure that any mistakes that Geek Fam makes is compensated with a yin-yang overturn, so that Red Esports couldn't push the advantage further.
Yeah, Nelby LB played really well as well to the latest game here as well. He's been zoning them the right time as well. The yin yang with him was on point, but I don't know. It's like it feels like Geek Fam, there were so much brilliance coming in from all the players here, and it's hard to be deciding who's the real MVP because as of now, Panda has 3-0-7, doing fantastically well. He farmed very efficiently on top of that as well to be able to scale their way through. But let's take a look at the damage here. 200k hitting towards Geek Fam. How did that happen?
They were able to get some good damage here. I mean, look at Arts. Like, a lot of his abilities were great, not to mention that Panda on carry, especially with how aggressive his early game build that he wanted to go for instead of going for the golden staff straight away after. Or the traditional go for the endless battle, look for something a little bit more sustainable. Panda wanted to get some early game damage right here, right now. He just had to worry about his positioning, and nobody can really get on top of him except for Aaron or Harry, but both had bigger ideals in mind.
Yeah, it seems like magical damage is just not working out here because if you pay attention towards the defensive side from the side of Geek Fam, they didn't exactly have a lot of tanky towards magic damage here, whereas Red Esports, they still struggle in terms of those kind of burst potential, maybe partially because it's from Mao or Harry hasn't exactly scaled a lot here. Angela, pretty sure is not going to do a lot of damage, so I'm surprised Geek Fam is not taking a little bit too much from that, but that's the downside, I guess, of having an Angela pick up here.
Yeah, I mean, Angela should have been able to kind of do a little bit more in the earlier stages of the game, but, Lil B, you kind of got to give it to him. Like, he was making plays, making sure that Roger was getting punished wherever he can. Honestly, I do feel like, Ash, like, he's got a great KDA, but the impact he had in the game was so minimal. Even with the Hearthguard, you can see that it gets chunked out super, super quickly with carry, especially with the type of build that Panda decided to go for.
Yeah, look at the damage coming from Red Esports here. 30k, 26k here on the course here, and usually you would expect a little bit more coming from Aaron here. Has been known to be very strong on the side lanes core role, but him ever since swapping with the Roger here, I believe when we had a couple interviews before that here, he did mention that he rarely plays Roger as well when he's playing with Mouse, so I was surprised this switch up came in from Red Esports.
Yeah, I don't know if it was necessary or not, but I think he's a little bit more confident in playing Roger than he is on Bane, so I don't know. It's tough. I will say that, Red Esports had a very clear idea of how to play like these neutral objectives. Did it work out very well? Not really, mainly because Geek Fam did a great job splitting up, but you got to give it to Arts coming in from Geek Fam, his Paquito. You don't see him for like half the fight. He walks in, uses one ability, and it's like, wow, they just won the fight off of one ability. Like, you would say it's not impactful, but Arts was essentially unkillable throughout this entire game.
Yeah, I would say definitely here in the sense where he did the right things here. He did not exactly die. He did the damage, and I would say Geek Fam was in a situation where both the signings pretty much won them the game. And I agree Arts should be the MVP just because he has no depth, but I feel like Lil B deserves a little bit more credit as well.
Of course. But, it doesn't mean that Lil B played an absolutely perfect game, but well done to Geek Fam for this time round as we are moving in towards that game 3. But we got to shout out to all the socials here at the MPL-MY. Join these official pages with the Facebook page, the Facebook group, the Instagram page, and TikTok page to ensure that you guys stay connected with the community, get the latest updates, and also look at those dank MPL memes.
Yep. And all you gotta do is just scan the QR code as well. Probably get a couple memes in here because we are going to be reading them later on potentially. We might bring out a quickie segment here. Gideon is a meme lord here. People know him for it. And yeah, speaking of meme lord here, have you decided to post your amazing content in the social media page here?
I actually forgot about that, to be perfectly honest with you.
Dude, it was so good. The YouTube bloopers, man.
Agreed. But, again, we're going to have to go on a very short break. And when we come back, we're going to see the conclusion of our first best of 3 of today. So with that being said, we'll see you in a bit.
I see lots of prey.
Killing spree. Legendary. You have slain an enemy.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the MPL Malaysia Season 7. We got to thank our sponsors, the official digital telco, Udo, as well as our TikTok partners and partners in esports. Man, I really botched that one up. Let me try that again. Our partners in esports, TikTok, and also powered by Moonton. See, this is what happens when you chug like an energy drink just before it. Everything is just like, it's either it moves too fast or everything is at like 240 frames per second.
I'm pretty sure it's 144, but okay.
1.4. No, I'm 2.4. I'm telling you.
You know what's what you want is 5? That's 5 GB data for people.
Exactly.
From you, all you gotta do is just scan your QR code on the screen here and you get yourself free 5 GB data and you can surf everything for absolutely free. And speaking of speed as well here, it's gonna be faster than him.
Well, honestly, I'm seeing things in like many different colors at this point in time. Things are just flying by me.
Are you sure you had an energy drink?
Trust me, it was a lot of energy drink.
He sounds about it. I agree. But
no,
speaking of which, here, talking about the games, Raid Esports versus Geek Fam here. You know, first game here, we saw Raid Esports making really, really good play here. You know, shutting down Geek Fam's fanning play with very, very good rotations here. Second game, Geek Fam replied with Lil B here, swapping roster here, bringing the better data, which kind of feels a little bit standard. But Lil B brought a little bit more flair here. So it gave Arts a little bit more time to shine with the MVP and feels like, yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I do think that, you know, Arts did a really good job at actually controlling the side lanes and entering the fights where it really mattered, just using one ability to make quite the impact in those team fights. Lil B actually having a pretty good showing so far, but it looks like it is time to be jumping into the draft. We don't need another 20 seconds. We're going in right now.
Yep, speaking of game tree here, let's see how they're going to be banning it off here, because this time they are going to be sticking with Liu Bi once again. Red Esports, well, they've not had a roster change here, but they will ban the Cho. Diggy reply coming from Geek Fam. This time, Red Esports, they've won on the blue side. Both teams kind of won on the blue side as well. Game 3, is this going to be the blue side winning again?
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, even though blue side has been looking real good, like really, really good, red side definitely has its own advantages, especially since a lot of those priority picks have been going through. Like Selena has been getting through and Natalia has been getting through quite often.
That's the thing about Natalia, right? I've talked about this. The only teams that plays Natalia was pretty much SMG, right? But yesterday we did see RSG MY kind of sneak in and Natalia play for himself. So arguably Natalia is still a strong hero to be playing it around, but not many teams still prioritize that. We talk about hero pools, we talk about comfort hero picks here. Natalia, unfortunately, is not among this the hero picks coming from all these players.
I guess it's just personal preference almost, or just lack of practice. It's tough to say, but Natalia has been quite notorious in other regions, and arguably even here sometimes when it makes that impact. Now, looking at the bans, Uranus is gone, as well as Claude. So that just means I would expect Red Esports to ban out Paquito, like based on the trend. No, Jawhead instead. That's real interesting.
Okay,
Matilda.
Matilda is going to be respect here. They had a lot of troubles here with Haru's Matilda, so it's understandable. But Red Esports, Benedetta or Paquito?
Come on, it's one or the
It
other.
feels like Benedetta would be a Aaron's hero here. We've seen him play a couple of times. A little bit of comfort wouldn't hurt them, whereas Aaron was pretty much put in a really tough spot. If you think about it here, 2 games in a row, Aaron was forced to play 2 different heroes, which are not Aaron comfort picks all the way through.
Yep, so this time they're going to go with Paquito here, which I wouldn't be too surprised if Harry gets access to. Unless we see an Alice, then I would say it's arguable. But for now, Geek Fam, with the return picks, they're probably going to get the Benedetta on the pullback, as well as, I don't know, I would argue Alice in these situations. But again, junglers have been a problem.
I've not seen Arts play Alice at all. Like, Benedetta would be a great one here because Liu Bi plays it, but looks like they are going to be sticking to Angela again. Again, 3 games in a row now?
Pretty much. It's painful. It's painful to see.
Was it 3 games or 2 games?
It was. Oh, sorry. It was only 2 games. It was only 2 games.
Yeah.
First game, it was banned.
Was it banned?
Yes.
They had the Rafaela. Yeah. Oh my god, so confusing, man.
It's tough to say, but hey, you know, Red Esports, they're looking for the reply here. And again, Esmeralda is on the table if they're looking for that hard counter pick when it comes to just getting the Hearthguard. But instead, they're going to be able to go for comfort, and they want to match sustain with sustain. Raphaelia, quicker rotations with the help of Aaron. Now on his comfort pick with the Harith, he is going to be flexed into this position.
Yeah, Red Esports here, they're looking to close out the game. Geek Fam, they have to be expecting this year. But you know what I think about the Harry pickup here? There's always the famed Kufra here coming from Zorn, which we arguably can still see him play. But Zorn, you know, pretty much having Liu Bi in the picture here, we see him play on the side lanes. Probably Zorn is forced going to be playing the tank role again. Maybe even sharing with Nelby here if he wants to. But Geek Fam, they have to decide here. What is going to be the jungle here? Do they pick the jungles or do they pick something else? But they are going to be picking them Bruno. So that's going to be a safer pickup here coming from Geek Fam. So very identical drafts coming for game 1 here, especially for Geek Fam. Very identical drafts when they picked it. It's just that they were shut out from the the Fanny pickup later on. But Red Esports now, okay, it's going to be the turn to ban. Geek Fam, they are setting up for the Fanny again potentially. If they want to, because you know, Red Esports, they have to read this though.
I don't know just yet, because Geek Fam, again, they have to play this. They have to play this really smart, and I think it comes down to those last 2 picks. Once Red Esports shows who is going to be their full lineup, basically, at least then they'll understand what they should be going for. And this time, you know, is looking very similar to game number. It's looking extremely similar to game number 1, in fact, except, you know, for a couple of picks in the first rotation. Yuzong now getting banned out for the side Red Esports. I wouldn't be too surprised if they decide to get rid of the... No, they probably won't. I think they're going to hold up the Boxia. They're going to hold up the Boxia similarly to in game 1.
Carry now going to be banned as well. That's going to be a Panda special, which is... I'm surprised they actually banned it here. I was expecting them to ban something else, but Claude... Okay, 3 massive junglers being banned here from the Geek Fam. So what is Mao going to play here?
I'm not entirely sure. I think
Okay, 1-1 is still in the pool, but you can still kind of play jungle
Your
Harry
team
if they
is
want to
picking.
here. Oh, okay, they final ban Fanny. It's a good call.
okay, that's fine. In Geek Fam, they still can pivot wherever they want to. But the fact that they've specifically banned out carry, even though Pandash has shown that he is capable of playing the Fanny, they want to pick something along the lines of a tank of some sort. I'm not entirely sure which. Like, it could be Baxia, but it could arguably even be Grok.
Yeah, Baxia would be a good pickup here, just because to kind of deny Radius Boss of potentially trying something spicy with it here, but the idea would be great if the Fanny was not bad.
Yeah.
Considering that how Radius Boss dealt with it in the previous game.
I would say that's a little subjective. Here comes the Esmeralda, going to get locked in here. Okay,
Oh yeah, we
fine,
talked
steal
about
away.
this as well. We talked about this before.
Yup, steal it away, make sure that they don't specifically have those tank destroyers here. So again, they've kind of opened it up. And that's why I was thinking maybe they were looking for a weirder pick, but obviously, you know, Geek Fam just trying to deny Red Esports options for the counterplay here, which is a lot smarter than my prediction here. Now, Red Esports on the other hand, looking for an opportunity to finish off their lineup. What are they going to go for? Early game has pretty much been pretty secured by Geek Fam, but it doesn't mean that Red Esports doesn't have quite the decent toolkit in the composition so far.
Yeah, and speaking of a draft here, you know, Geek Fam, you know, we talked about first game, they don't have enough magical damage with the Esmeralda. That pretty much covers it. Granger in the pool, I like it, and the Popo Koopa. Okay, that's actually playable. It's really strong.
Yeah, I like the
Ash's Popo
composition.
Koopa was great.
It's good. It's good because now it's like, okay, Geek Fam could have pivoted towards, all right, I'm going to play all for the early game composition and look for Esmeralda and play with Esmeralda to scale for the late game with the help of Bruno and use the utility coming in from Benedetta to kind of slow the game if necessary. Red Esports, they reply with, hey, I'm going to bring out Popo and Koopa. I already have the Raphaelia to play for sustainability. I'm just lacking in that CC and damage department, which Popo and Koopa can do really well. Geek Fam, now instead of going purely for the early game, want to even out the composition with the Farsa. So now they've got two scaling mages, one who is really safe and the other one who dives in and just absolutely jacks Harith's shields.
Yeah, definitely a great one here. But of course, he's going to be a 50-50 scenario here coming from both teams. But it feels like Geek Fam has the better draft here, from my opinion.
I don't know.
Oh, actually,
I do like Red Esports' for the most part, but again, it's like early to mid versus mid to late, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I can see where he's coming from as well here. But if Red Esports manages to somehow set up with the Popo Koopa traps here, things are going to get a little bit tough here for Geek Fam. But we shall see, because this is going to be an interesting one here. Whoever wins this final game here is going to take the entire series thus far. Seeing how Red Esports has kind of bite back a little bit more here. Will they stick with Mao to his jungle now? I'm pretty sure yes, right?
We'll see. We'll wait and see, because last time it was like, oh yeah, Mal's definitely gonna go. He's got the Roger. Ends up it was Aaron. So let's just not hold our breath.
He's jungle. He's back. He's back.
Yeah, he's back into the jungle. Oh my goodness. And Panda, he's gonna be on the jungle as well. They'll be on the Benedetta once more.
Yep. And now seeing how the mid lane is going to be opening as well here, this is going to be a standard playstyle coming from Red Esports here. They are going to be experimenting. They did experiment in the first two games, but this time Zorn is going to take a little bit more damage here, but he needs to back up. He's out of position. Is he going to get dived on? But fortunately, Haru does not have enough damage here. Red Esports does not want to overextend here, as Mao was a little bit too low as well.
Yeah, just look at how both sides are contesting each other very, very hard for the earlier stages of the game. You can see the side lanes are consistently like fighting each other to try and play for the strong side. You know for a fact that Red Esports, they can't play towards top side. They can't play towards top side too well, but Lil B trying his best to actually pick. Oh wow, he actually picks up Haru. He's gonna die off of the passive from Raphaelia, but still, that is going to be a pick off at the end of the day.
Yeah, totally not worth it in the hands of Geek Fam, just because a support for a core not exactly ideal. However, they will get a one up top as well, coming from Red Esports here, as they do take down Arts.
That's what you want to see. Harry wants to play for himself at this point of time. He wants to be... Okay, he's just going to walk away from Zorn. Kind of interesting. I guess he wanted to check the brush just in case a second person was waiting to jump him. But for now, Zorn having little to no impact as of yet. And the same can be said about Haru. Both of them just like, we're just waiting for level 4, man.
Yep. And speaking of which here, Ash, you know, looking for a couple of setup traps here. Geek Fam, they haven't exactly opened up the map a little bit more here. Zorn playing the Angelo role here. And he's all by himself here. He might get caught out. He might be in some trouble as well because top side, he's going to get dived on. Will he survive? He's only level 2 and he's going to go down. Not sure what he was thinking there.
I mean, with the extra movement speed from Haru, it just eases the positioning for Mal to ensure that he lands all the hits coming out of his Rhapsody art. He's standing around, but Panda in the backline as well. Turtle has been taken away from Red, but again, no trigger pull coming in from Geek Fam.
Yeah, and Mao here, he's gonna, transition a little bit better here, considering that, Geek Fam's idea is just to buy time for Panda to come up online. Now, Nelby, he is online. Feather Astra has been expended, but forces the flicker on Ash, and this is getting really annoying here coming from the Ash here because, a lot of the situations he just does not die.
Oh yeah, and if it wasn't for Haru popping the Aegis as well, Ash probably would have died there. So, okay, they managed to get 2 resources, important resources out of Red. So can Geek Fam turn that into anything? They're falling behind here by 1.2k gold differentials, and Panda hasn't really been making too many moves across the map. Oh wait, maybe this might be the move right here up on top side. If Arts can bait out Harry into a fight, this could be good.
Yep, Harry now. Going to a couple pokes in. Zorn going to go for the pet string here, messing this up. But at the same time, he's going to open things up for the early aggression here. 4-man up top. Geek Fam is going to be pushing into the crystal. Stun comes in. Harry immediately backs off. Here comes Ash with the rest of the team here. But Geek Fam, they realize this is not a good fight for him. Panda's taking a little bit too low here. Harry going for a couple pokes in. But Geek Fam getting stalled up by just only 2 players here because bottom side, Red Esports is also going to make an attempt down bottom.
This is all they really need here because, again, the members here don't have any hard lockdown except for Puppet on a string. Now, Harry, he's going to find a good hit, but overall, he's got to remember that Execute is still a pretty big ability, and it's going to be a great catch coming in for the Panda side, and here comes Nelby to try and pick up another kill on towards Ash. They're going for the dive here. They have to juggle aggro well because Panda is kind of low, and they can't risk to do any of this further. Here comes Haru getting a good Holy Baptism onto Arts. He dies straight away from the tower side. Red managing to not only get bottom, they sacrifice one of their members to get a structure and a free kill coming in from Geek Fam.
That was a clutch moment there here because right now Aaron is online. Zaman 4 catches Panda. Nelby is going to be next as well, but he manages to escape barely in the life as well. Lilby is going to be out of position. Angela comes in for Heartsguard, but it's not going to be enough here as Red Esports, they are going to be steamrolling this match.
Yep, and Mal's damage has been really, really good here overall. Just every single time. Like, it feels like you're getting executed once he gets to that very last shot and gets that guaranteed big crit damage. Oh, Zorn. Don't tell me Zorn's going to die here. He's getting chunked out here. Panda's nearby. He could turn this around, but at the end of the day, Ash is like, okay, I can't go for this anymore. I don't want to greed out.
Yep. Speaking of which here, Geek Fam, they have to reset for Panda. He is 0-1, but he's not getting a lot of kills here. Meanwhile, top side, Red Esports, they could be transitioning from objectives for objectives and also more objectives here because economy-wise, they are almost 4K ahead.
Yep, Geek Fam has been pretty passive the entirety of this game here, looking to respond to Red Esports most of the time. Lilby just purchasing his Bloodlust stacks, and Harry waiting for an opportunity to jump on somebody.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Ash, he's still alive. Kupal is going to take the brunt of the damage, but overall, Ash needs the recall.
That should not have been possible there. A great game sense coming from Lilby. However, engagement comes in. Zaman forces that. Lilby is going to get pulled down. Nelby out of position. Not sure what they were thinking about that here because that's going to be Red Esports farming them out. And the traps here coming from Haru has been, from Ash has been on point.
Yep, and Geek Fam just slowly falling further and further behind. Mal is a whole level up on Panda here. The supports have not been enough help for him. Lilby has been continuously punished on the opposite side of the maps, and Geek Fam just refused to make a play on the strong side.
Yeah, and seems like Red, they having Aaron on the Harry here is just such a comfort pick for him here, despite we're going to be expecting us to do a little bit more. However, Lilby is going to get focused down, he's going to back up, and that's going to be another turret traded for free heading towards Red Esports.
Yep, and here comes Arts. Oh wow. Star Moon comes with Aaron. He should be able to pick up this kill. Yes, he does. He goes in hard. He flickers out of there, but Panda now jumping on towards him. Angela using the Heart Guard. He slide tackles forward. The love taps somehow doesn't kill him. Pretty strange, but whatever. At least Panda got the kill. He's on the run as Haru is looking for an opportunity to get him. Death Sonata, one shot lands. They also pop the Aegis. Holy Baptism doesn't connect, but they find who they're looking for. Panda goes down, and Red Esports walks away. Mao, so huge.
Yeah, bottom side as well here. Harry's going to be pulling out a little bit more aggression, but Panda once again dying a little bit too much here as he needs the mobility. We talk about how well Rafaela's rotations can get in this kind of scenarios, and it's worked out in hands of Red Esports because Mao, who had enough time to rotate in and go in for those kind of pushes here. Meanwhile, Geek Fam, they're trying for their dear lives here to hold down the middle turret here. Unfortunately, say Red Esports is pretty much, you know, taking full control of the situation now.
Yep. They're just making sure that they don't fall any further behind. Again, we're seeing a 5K goal lead. Oh, actually more than that, a 6K goal lead for the side of Red Esports. And if Red Esports is able to win the next upcoming fight and take Lord, I don't think Geek Fam is going to be able to recover.
Yep. And speaking of Witcher, Zorn, he needs to make some sort of plays here. The traps comes in, but looks like the dive comes in, the stun as well, the connects, but where's the follow-up here? Zorn is taking a little bit too much because Ash is thinking about it here. Salmon Force has been baited out from Zorn, but here comes the Death Sonata, and Zorn is gonna reset himself here because Red Esports, they're giving up control because they are taking all the fight towards Geek Fam here.
Nelby, he needs to scale fast into this. He's got the mystery shop. He should be starting to get damage. Here comes the feather airstrike. Like, sieges should be impossible with Nelby in a safe spot. But every single time they walk up there, Ash is making sure that he's getting that lockdown, saving his frost traps to follow up with the damage. Here comes the KO punch coming in on top of Lilby. He gets the Aegis protection coming in from Zorn. But Harry, he's been looking for great opportunities, and he's been performing oddly well on this Paquito.
Yeah, and speaking of Witcher, now the turret is going to be coming in towards the middle side as well. Harry also looking for those kind of setups very soon here as Red Esports, and they have to back out for now. Geek Fam is gonna, you know, going for the split push, but Lil B, this is not looking good for him.
Yeah, Lil B, he knows that the game is not going in Geek Fam's favor as of right now, so he's slowing things down. He's cutting the waves. He's making sure that Red Esports have to run out of pushing power with no minions. The protection on towards that turns aren't going to get chunked out as much, and it doesn't help that Nelby as well has some great wave clear.
And now, when it comes to this next push here, the Lord is going to be up in 5 seconds. Geek Fam is just struggling to defend against this here. They need Panda to come online, but Panda is just, you know, not having the greatest of time here. Breastplate's up on Lil B, and they need to buy a little bit more time for Arts also to come online. And Red Esports, they understand they can close out this game, but if Geek Fam manages to hold out for another 4 to 5 seconds here, they do stand a solid chance to fight back. And Geek Fam is going to be looking in with the feather airstrike. What was he thinking?
He has to zone them out. There's no way for any other members for Geek Fam to actually walk up and face check. Like, Popol and Kupal is that much of a threat. If he catches you, they don't know about it. And I think Geek Fam, they still think that because Popol and Kupal is up there, they rotated towards topside, completely forgot about Lord. Now they're all scrambling to rotate back in towards the lane. Lil B should have no problems whatsoever. But Geek Fam now on the defensive. As I mentioned before, if Red Esports is able to get this Lord, I don't think Geek Fam will be able to recover this up-and-coming fight.
Oh, I don't know, man. Panda is just so underfarmed right now here. It's understandable that Geek Fam had the idea to kind of set up 4-man up top to potentially try and gank and also get a little bit more farm for him. But look at his items here. Panda's only got the Berserker's Fury, and that's about it.
I mean, he is 2.6k gold behind Mao, 3 levels down as well, and that's not what you want to see from your jungler. Again, no pressure was able to be earned from Geek Fam's side. I would have expected Nelby to be able to do that, but for now, Aaron, he's already popped the Salmon Force to really force things out. And again, Way of the World is already chunking out Aaron down to at least 15 HP. 50% of his HP. Can they break bot inhibitor? Yes, they do. They should be able to get mid inhibitor at the same time. Geek, they just don't have the damage to slow down this push. Even Nelby, he's trying his best. They finally take out Lord here. They finally catch on towards Arts. Arts is going to get hit by the Holy Baptism, allowing Aaron to start popping off with his Salmon Force, even using the Winter Truncheon. A clean game coming out of Red Esports, and Geek Fam roll over to be consumed.
Wow, what a game here. Red Esports here completely denying all predictions from the casters and the audience, making the biggest upset for today as Red Esports will take their win against Geek Fam. That was something that I did not expect here, but Geek Fam, they seem so lost in all these fights here. As Red Esports, they seem to be toying with them in the first 2 games, but this game, when Aaron's back in action into the side lanes and Mao on the jungler here, Geek Fam had just no response to that.
Well, it's not even that. It's not even the fact that they had no response. They just have no real way to engage a lot of these fights in comparison to, you know, having Granger for the side of Red Esports. So you know what else is ready? You do, because they are giving away 5 GB worth of free data here. Our official digital telco is nice enough to give you this QR code that you can scan and easily earn yourself that free data. And not to mention, if you join over Udo, you get all the capabilities and all the perks as well, which means customizable data plans as well as wide coverage all across Malaysia.
Yeah, speaking of wide coverages as well here, we're talking about a wide variety of players coming into his MPL-MY. Like, we're talking about Geek Fam having the very, very big pool of flexibility, but it seems like they haven't exactly mastered one particular role yet. If you think about it, one particular strat just wins games after games.
I think that, this is we're talking about Red here, right?
No, we're talking about Geek Fam.
Yes. Okay, so when it comes to Geek Fam here, I don't know. The fact that they're adding in another member in towards the roster already poses a couple of questions. Number one, can he synergize with the team already? How long has he been integrated into the team? Are there very dedicated strategies? And what is his hero pool? Because so far, all we've seen him play from MLBB is going to be that Benedetta. Can he play more? Can he play Paquito?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see if it works out. But before we get a little bit more details here, let's look at the highlights here. We saw MLBB get completely shot off here. He actually went for a very similar trade here coming from Game 1 and also Game 2. Understand that he can win this kind of 1v1s. First game, he got the right target, which is pretty much shutting down jungler. But this game, he fought against an Rafaela. So a side lane for a support, not exactly the bestest of trades.
Yeah, and so far, I will say that, you know, Ash on this Popo and Kupal, he's actually real good at it. Like, he is making sure that he is, like, controlling pressure. And not only that, the follow-ups when sending out the Alpha Wolves and just immediately dropping the Frost Traps, there's basically no downtime. Like, it is almost instant. There is no time to react to that. And he doesn't even give you enough space to flicker out of it.
Yeah, that's the thing about him, right? Like, the games that Red Esports play with the Popo with Ash, it's worked out for him here. He understands his timing. He understands what he needs to be done. All you gotta do is just buy time and set up for his team, and he's done fantastically well. And on top of that, he had the Abyss Mask on him as well. So he's been stacking up some serious stunts all the way through. I think Zorn was one of the victims in a lot of the scenarios here where he was stunned so much to a point where his health is so low, he needs to go back and reset.
Yeah, and well, what can you really say about this game? Like, both teams had the exact same idea of how to really start pushing in towards the mid lane. However, the side lane started to become very, very evident because Harith was able to get so far ahead. Arts on this Esmeralda got heavily punished by Harry, who had a really great performance on his Paquito, not only dominating it, but making sure that Arts essentially didn't have a laning phase throughout the game. And even MLBB, he was getting dove constantly by the rest of the team.
Yeah, Arts playing the Esmeralda has been a little bit, if you pay attention to the play here, it was extremely passive to my taste here, because we know him to be sometimes, you know, the playmaker in this kind of scenarios, and he hasn't been able to make any sort of plays, but every time he tries to make plays towards Aaron sidesteps it with his trade through. So I would say, arguably, Esmeralda is supposed to be a great fight matchup against Harith, but, you know, you have to give credit to Harith. This is a signature hero.
Yeah, Aaron, again, continuously looking to perform on what he's comfortable with. The Forgotten One going into Ash, the carry going over to Ash as well. He's been harassing pretty much the entirety of the game. Nobody was able to reach 30,000 because that's how passive this game was from both sides, and every aggressive play being made by Red Esports always worked out. While on the opposite side, Geek Fam, they just failed to get those dives off. They failed to get those turrets as well.
Yeah, I understand that they don't exactly have a strong front line, right? But Arts is, you know, 7.8k. He didn't exactly do a lot of damage here. MLBB was the one trying to set up and be the front line, but he was just so afraid to go back from the front just because of how Popo will cover and can just kind of trap your way into like sticky situations here. And Red Esports, seeing how this play here, 29k on a tank support here, I feel like something was up, but I'm not surprised if it's the MVP, but let's take a look at the MVP here. It is going to be Ash after all. Yep, well done.
Yep, well deserved with the 1-0-7 match KDA with a 3.9 average KDA. He was able to use those frost traps to feed information to the rest of the team and more importantly set up some of the safest dives we've seen thus far in the league. He literally just walks up, points Popol and says, hey, get that guy, locks him down for at least 2 seconds and the rest of the team does the rest.
Exactly here. Congrats to him here because he's finally got his recognition here with the Purple Cooper. And yeah, 2 games that I've seen him play, 2 games he was secretly, you know, being the secret sauce to the team for Red Esports. And I'm looking forward to see more coming from here. And a lot of teams may need to just worry not just D-Roger, but also his Popo and Cooper.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's starting to find their kind of, you know, signature hero that they can perform really, really well on. And it's nice to see that it's coming out of Red, especially considering that, you know, even in the Quickie, like, I was questioning, like, whether or not Ash is going to be able to keep up with the rest of the team, playing a very fundamental role, but he is able to be the playmaker as well. With that being said, it is time for the interview with Red Esports. We got LaFell here at the desk. Let's throw it over to him.
Hello Ash. First of all, nak tanya, boleh dengar ke tak?
Boleh?
Okay, and tanya kerana dapat MVP 2 kali. But kita akan terus cerita pasal game, which ramai orang tengok di mana Baxia dia menggunakan Retribution pada first game. So, adakah itu memang spesifik counter untuk lawan dengan Fanny Zorn ataupun Baxia tu mungkin akan keluar lagi daripada Red Esports?
Dia more to counter draft lah. So just prepare je lah untuk apa-apa yang akan berlaku. So Baxia tu bila masa boleh buat masuk.
Yeah, because again, ramai orang macam, Baxia dah 3 serious lah. Tapi Red Esports korang menunjukkan yang Baxia tu still very relevant, especially, walaupun dia menggunakan Retribution. Tapi itu adalah game pertama. Kemudian kita pergi kepada game ketiga di mana you, Ash, you menggunakan Popol Kupa and nampak sangat-sangat efektif. So, boleh tak bagi idea sikit kenapa Popol Kupa sesuai untuk game tadi?
Maybe sebab diorang tak ada pure tank. So, bila saya dapat zoning diorang punya support tu, kita orang dah advantage lah kat situ.
Alright, boleh nampak Aaron kat belakang orang GB ni memang suka KS every single thing. Tapi macam mana pun Ash, bukan I seorang je yang ada soalan untuk you. Tapi kita juga ada soalan daripada fans. Di mana fans kita nak tanya, kenapa sekarang banyak team pakai Rafaela?
Maybe sebab diorang terikut dengan meta MPL kot, Indonesia. Sebab tu banyak masuk Rafa.
Okay, so nampak gaya kat sini Ash, dia nak simpan rahsia. Dia tahu tapi dia cakap, entah semua orang nak ikut MPL Indo kot. Tapi macam mana pun, thank you very much Ash untuk interview ni. Tapi sebelum I lepaskan you dengan player-player Red Esports, kalau semua sekali nak masuk kamera pun masuk je lah. Tapi Ash, ada tak apa-apa yang you nak cakap kepada semua fans Red Esports?
Kepada semua fans, keep supporting us lah. Kalah tu ada permainan. So janganlah give up bila dah kalah tu.
Betul. Oh, nak donat. Siapa nak donat? Diorang bukan je dengar pun. Oh, Aaron nak donat. Siap, nanti I bagi. Tapi macam mana pun, thank you very much Ash and thank you very much Red Esports. Kalau diorang nak donat, suruh manager dia contact I. But anyways, kita akan teruskan kita punya game hari ini because itu hanyalah first series. Kita ada series kedua, kita ada series ketiga hari ini. Anyways, congratulations again kepada team Red Esports berjaya untuk kalahkan Geek Fam, di mana I rasa akan ada perubahan sikit dekat standings tu. Tapi kalau you guys nak tengok standings, kita tengok kat Quickie. Tapi before that, jangan lupa untuk follow kita orang dekat kita punya Facebook page, Facebook group, Instagram page dan juga TikTok page, where you guys boleh, again, in the Facebook group, dekat situ you guys boleh keluarkan you guys punya opinion, artworks, and then maybe ada skin design yang you guys nak menonton lakukan. Dekat situ, kita orang semua akan check it out and follow Facebook dan juga Instagram page, di mana kita ada milestone, and once dah hit milestone, semua viewers, semua fans, semua akan dapat something. Macam mana pun kita kena move along dengan kita punya program, di mana sekejap saja lagi kita akan pergi kepada short break sebelum kita start game kedua. So you guys, make sure jangan pergi mana-mana. Komen banyak-banyak dekat bahagian bawah. Nanti kita orang akan entertain. So macam mana kita akan pergi pada short break. Jangan pergi mana, kita akan kembali selepas ini.
Turn yourself in!
Alpha, stall them. Go.
Darn it! I was so close! Let's not waste time here. We need to disconnect the citizens from their avatars.
It's time to give you an upgrade.
Welcome back to MPL Cookie. Dan guys, kita baru saja menyaksikan perlawanan pertama di antara Red Esports menentang Geek Fam 2-1 lah, Fel.
Ya, saya.
So, apakah pandangan you tentang performance Ash tadi?
Okay. Ash tu satu topik yang bagus. Tapi I tak faham.
Okay, apa yang you tak faham?
I akan simpankan pada hujung-hujung nanti because kat situ lagi senang untuk ceritakan. But Ash, very good. Di mana dia jadi kita punya head to head. Dan sebelum ni Ash, kita tahu yang dia punya impact ada kat dalam game tapi dia selalu kena target. Tapi dekat dalam game ni orang macam kisah tak kisah pasal Ash, and nampak dia punya performance bagus, especially dengan Popo Kupa.
Yeah, I think overall, like, Ash was making a little bit of impacts here and there. I do think it was a rather passive game coming in from both of these teams. We saw Angela against Rafaelia once again, and that was
support lawan support, just like pew.
Again, it's trademark. It's a wet noodle fight, and nobody really gets
viewer lawan viewer.
Viewer lawan viewer? Tapi bercakap pula tentang Zon. Macam mana Zon? Zon kurang perform tadi ke? Ataupun sebenarnya Red yang terlampau perform tadi?
I would say kesilapan draft pertama, diorang ambil Fanny awal, bagi banyak masa untuk Red. Like,
Diorang dah dapat agak, betul tak?
Kita dah tahu dah apa dia nak pakai. So kita ambil Baxia jungle. Level 2 kita dah boleh invade. Jom invade. And then it's like, oh yeah, Zon, try lah dapat buff. Cannot.
Yeah, it was tough. They definitely made a drafting mistake, and I think, you know, when after Zorn had to play the Fanny, all right, fine. But the other supports that he played, like, it was just so boring for him. He had no playmaking capability. He's just kind of there, even though he wants to go and do and perform at his top. When you're giving him something like a Rafaelia, for an example, it's not going to look as great.
Betul. Nampaknya percaturan Geek Fam kurang menjadi walaupun dah masukkan player baru, Lil B.
Yeah, because again, kalau kita pergi balik kat Zorn ni dia jenis aku nak tangkap.
Dan kurang emote tadi.
Ini kali bila Zorn macam healing for everybody. So it's like it just doesn't fit his character lah, doesn't fit his style.
Betul. So kita pun dah sentuh sedikit tentang perlawanan pertama tadi dan sekarang masanya untuk kita baca 3 komen daripada penonton. Okey, komen pertama. Lain macam draft Red Esports sekarang. Teruskan momentum.
Yeah, honestly, they're looking better lah. Much better. Kecuali a few times when I nampak Aaron dia terpaksa gunakan jungle hero yang maybe dia kurang selesa sikit. But other than that, it's pretty good.
I don't know. I feel like it's weird. I feel like Red was arguably the games that they lost. They were kind of experimenting certain things. Like again, when Aaron's on Roger, and then all of a sudden you put Mao on Bane. Like, what's going on there? What's going on there? Things like that.
Okay, mari kita baca komen yang kedua. Komen yang kedua untuk hari ini adalah Mal punya marksman control improve banyak compare dengan last season.
I rasa in terms of improve, dia sebab macam season ni dia punya hero pool besar sedikit lah. Macam before this, I think it was just 1-1 and
Claude.
Yeah. And then this one dia boleh pakai lagi banyak. Dia boleh pakai Granger, Roger, Claude tu of course. 1-1 dia belum keluarkan lagi, but Bane pun dia experiment sikit. So I think in terms of hero pool, he's getting a bit better lah compared last season.
I think one of the major reasons why he had to kind of control the way he played his marksmen is that the meta has shifted in a sense where supports are becoming more and more important here. The moment he gets caught out, he dies. There's no getting around there. There's no more like hyper carry meta where it's just you focus on him, he gets a lot of gold. You make a mistake, I just have so many items, it doesn't matter.
Faham. Dan komen yang terakhir daripada audiens kita untuk hari ini adalah kenapa
game Geek versus Red? Bosskurr yang naik mana kat komen.
Oh, okey. Sebenarnya bukan time game je. Time caster tengah cakap, time iklan pun nama Bosskurr akan naik, okey? Tengah bumper video ke, tengah ending ke, apa-apa saja. Semua akan Bosskurr juga yang naik.
Ini problem season lagi.
Saya rasa daripada season 2 pun dah jadi dah benda ni. Daripada dulu-dulu.
It's just macam ini sampai penjahat pun cakap, kita tak main pun orang-orang asyik cerita pasal kita.
Betul. Jadi itu adalah komen daripada penonton. Dan macam biasa kita akan review standing group. Tapi sebelum tu saya nak bagi tahu, you guys boleh scan QR code yang you guys nampak sekarang untuk join audience prediction sebentar saja lagi untuk memilih siapakah pemenang untuk perlawanan kedua. Dan sekarang kedudukan bagi kumpulan B.
All right, having a look at it, Suhas Evo still on top. Red Esports finally able to break out of third place and overtaking Geek Fam with a 4-3 win-loss. And so far, it's great, but however, their game win rate still 47%, which is a little uncomfortable since they've been playing 7 games in comparison to Geek Fam, who just finished up their 6th game.
And interesting enough, tengok Geek Fam dengan RSG MY. Kejap lagi RSG MY akan main. Kalau diorang menang 2-0, diorang punya markah pun akan sama 7-6.
Okay.
So maybe RSG MY akan gerak ke tempat ketiga. So maybe a little bit shift there. Di mana Geek Fam dari tempat kedua mungkin turun tempat keempat. We have to see.
That's a good point. That's a good point. It's going to be sweaty. Like Group B has been the most competitive group of all.
No, Group A.
No.
Group A? So you lebih memilih
Group B.
Group A berbanding Group B?
Group B kita tahu Suhas on top.
Faham?
Group A kita tak tahu. Maybe
Tapi
Todak,
Suhas pun-
maybe SMG.
Hey, Suhas just lost yesterday.
Kalah dengan RSG Malaysia semalam. Mungkin kedudukan lama-lama akan bertukar juga.
So kita teruskan kita punya program dengan
Okey. Macam biasa, sebelum perlawanan kita akan lihat dulu video headline dan mari kita tonton video yang disediakan.
Semasa perlawanan pertama di antara RSG Malaysia dan Team Bosskurr, RSG atau roster Bosskurr lama kalahkan Bosskurr baru 2-0.
Kemenangan dimiliki oleh pasukan RSG 2-0.
Sejak itu, kedua-dua pasukan tidak menunjukkan prestasi yang baik. Kedua-duanya duduk di bahagian bawah Grup B untuk rematch pertama mereka. Adakah RSG Malaysia akan menang lagi atau bolehkah tim Bosskurr membalas dendam? Mari kita saksikan.
Bolehkah tim Bosskurr membalas dendam kali ini?
I tak tahu kenapa tapi I tengok video tu tadi. Lepas tu dua-dua team tunjuk post. I tengok Kaiser just macam gini. And then Jeb datang macam korang menang aku.
Rembat ni
Aku pukul korang. But yeah.
Okey, ini pertembungan di antara Bosskurr lama melawan Bosskurr baru.
Yeah, voice over guy, you buat voice over tu minggu lepas. So dia tak nampak perlawanan antara RSG dengan Suhas malam where Suhas dorang still nampak kuat ber-RSG, dorang punya performance dah lebih tinggi. So kalau I peminat tim Bosskurr, I akan rasa risau.
I think like all Bosskurr fans are just hoping like RSG, please be inconsistent today. Please be inconsistent today.
Yeah.
Because we don't know whether like yesterday was just like their feeling
Tolong Alex
the hype.
sakit perut.
Malam masa interview pun kita dah dapat jawapan. Kita tak nak jadi tim badut lagi. So jawapan tu, first appearance dia dah kena bully dah. First appearance dah kena lawan Suhas Bas pula. Lepas tu first appearance pula
Tapi
dah
nama
kena
sedap
interview.
tak? Sufas Evos. Terlampau
Suhas
lagi.
Evos.
Nanti kita bagi tahu Matthew
Yeah.
Tukar nama je
Jangan, dah berpasal Evos kontak Hello Fira. Are you okay? Okay, macam biasa kita pun dah borak. Kita pun dah sentuh banyak tentang tim-tim yang akan datang selepas ini akan berlawan untuk hari ni dan juga untuk hari terakhir kita ke bila-bila minggu depan kan. Dan sekarang masanya untuk kita lihat player stats.
Ya, untuk player stats yang pertama, kita boleh tengok yang akan main hari ni Lexia, Lolia, Zaraki, Sino dan juga Izanami. Dekat sini Izanami bila dia menggunakan Lunong CS very aggressive. Tapi kalau dia pakai Chang'e maybe a little bit better disebabkan dia pandai untuk clear minion, and I rasa itu satu aspek yang penting dekat dalam game Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And Lexia, ramai orang puji dia, but because I pernah coach dia, I akan criticize dia a little bit more. Where I rasa he can play a little bit better. Macam dia punya game semalam menggunakan Claude. Yes, dia buat Claude things, tapi ada berapa kali dia kena tangkap where I rasa dia tak patutnya kena tangkap. So, Lexia, I really feel like memang nampak kuat, tapi
Dia boleh lebih better.
Dia boleh lebih better.
Faham? Jadi ini adalah player stats bagi RSG Malaysia dan sekarang mari kita lihat player stats bagi Team Bosskurr.
With that being said, Team Bosskurr, too easy for Jebs coming
Welcome back.
into the lineup. He's like, you know what? I got to show these kids how to play, how it's done. I'm ready to show it.
Dia nak pukul pakai lampu tu. Aku pukul kau pakai lampu ni.
So get ready for it. Too easy for Jebs, Flint, Goten, Rin, and as well as Dragon going to be the main lineup here. Again, we've got two troll players, and it looks like, I mean, everybody from the Bosskurr family just wants to be able to show off their show.
Orang Malaysia hanya bisa show.
Wow.
Fira pun boleh main show.
Betul?
Ya,
Tapi dekat base lah. Okey, kita dah lihat player stats kedua-dua team dan sekarang mari kita lihat player head to head di antara Logan dan juga Flynn. Untuk pengetahuan anda semua, Logan telah pun bermain 9 game manakala Flynn telah pun bermain 13 game.
Wow. I don't know what to say about the 82% kill participation coming out of Logan. That could be a good or a really bad thing.
Okay, so let's talk about it. Hari ni nampaknya kita banyak fokus dekat bahagian mid lane, all the supports, and kita boleh nampak di mana Ash betul-betul bring out what you call it, like a very controlling punya gameplay where dia paksa enemy punya team susah untuk rotate, where again Flynn is the kind of guy yang dia suka pakai those mages yang boleh carry the game. Every once in a while ada nampak juga dia menggunakan Bali, but right now let's look at the meta picks where ramai orang ambil Rafaela, ramai orang mengambil Angela. Logan kita pernah nampak dia menggunakan Angela, looks really good. But Flynn, ini yang nak tengok macam mana Bosskurr orang adapt to the meta, because again ramai orang suka sangat nak bawa Rafaela sekarang, sama ada Bosskurr akan follow suit ataupun tak. I'm not entirely sure.
Well, personally, I think that, Logan, in comparison to Flint, as you mentioned, Flint is going to be looking to take advantage of a lot of situations with some high-powered mages. Logan, on the other side, likes to play a little bit more passive, but the fact that he has that 82% average kill participation, you kind of know that his Angela gameplay, every single time his ult is off cooldown, you are expecting to see Logan be part of the fight.
Okay, saya nak sentuh sikit untuk Flynn lah. Flynn adalah seorang pemain yang bagus, tapi adakah performance dia kurang disebabkan tiadanya tank yang bagus atau diorang kurang mendapat rentak lagi?
I would agree about the tank, sebab walaupun Goten hari tu dia main bagus dengan Johit, tapi kalau hanya bisa Johit pun susah juga.
I mean, Jeps is coming in now, so I don't know whether that's going to give the team a lot more direction, or are they going to play a more, standard game like we saw in week 1?
So mungkin kita tak tahu apa yang akan terjadi tadi. Sebentar saja lagi pun semalam kita dah tengok RSG perform. I tak boleh. Tak.
Jadi kita makan. Okay.
Dan sekarang mari kita lihat talent prediction. Okay Lafel, I nak tengok prediction you kali ni.
Ini yang I tak faham. Ini I tak faham.
Okay, apa yang you tak faham?
I tak tahu kenapa sejak kita buat announcement dekat Quickie ni. Okay, so make sure you guys tengok Quickie. Bila kita buat announcement dekat Quickie ni, yang kita nak buat casters lawan dengan viewers, all of a sudden kita selalu salah.
I rasa sebab kita kena sumpahan, kita 8 orang, viewer beribu. Berapa ramai yang menentang kita, Rafael?
Ya, betul juga lah.
Okay, betul tak?
Makes sense.
I cuma ada 2 teori je.
Okay, apa teori?
Nombor 1, Munton nerf I.
Okay.
Nombor 2, Nombor 2. Tak apa, kita penat. Nombor 2, I nampak satu komen di mana orang tu cakap, Lafel memang dia punya curse awal-awal tak kuat sangat. Makin dekat dengan playoff tiba-tiba jadi kuat pula.
Dia makin risau time playoff tu, Lafel. Regular season ni macam boleh tahan lagi.
Time tu baru tim semua macam
Lafel tak payah vote lah, Lafel.
Oh, susah macam ni.
Tuhan yang scaling ke?
Okay, yang macam kita lihat sekarang.
Kalau ni Bosskurr menang, memang viewer OP lah. Viewer, walaupun korang epic, korang OP.
Dan nampaknya hanya saya dan Garakuri saja memilih Team Bosskurr. Yang selebihnya memilih RSG Malaysia. Saya dan Garakuri jadi viewer lah.
Semalam kita nampak RSG main macam mana.
Ya,
so, kalau betul Bosskurr menang, I rasa I kena mandi bunga api lah.
Mandi bunga api? Confirm bunga api bukan mandi bunga biasa.
Ada tak bunga yang nama dia bunga api?
Tak ada.
Salah.
Okay, kita tengok talent prediction dan sekarang mari kita lihat audience prediction.
Come on. This
untuk perlawanan kedua hari ini. Okay, 55% memilih Team Bosskurr dan 45% memilih RSG Malaysia. Apa tu lah, Fel?
No, kali ni betul nampak macam audience versus caster. Sebab audience cakap 55 and then kita selebihnya pilih RSG. So,
I don't know. Did they not watch yesterday's games? RSG versus Suhas? Like, that should be the complete other side.
Dude, diorang nampak I punya prediction.
Prediction you.
Beribu. Lawan berapa ketul ni je?
8 orang.
Setakat Kidin.
6.
Setakat Fazira.
Setakat Almalafel, kan? Okay, Rafael, macam biasalah. Lepas kita tengok audience prediction, kita nak shout out untuk kita punya social media. Guys, jangan lupa untuk follow Facebook page, group Instagram dan juga TikTok dengan cara scan QR code saja. Rafael, dalam group tu apa yang best?
Okay, dekat dalam group dekat sini, Aish, I have to go lower. Dekat dalam group sini, kita boleh tengok all the good content daripada kita punya viewers. Walaupun korang epic, tapi korang memang kelakar. Teruskan.
So sebenarnya dalam tu banyak meme, kita ada update tentang team, update tentang player juga. Betul tak Lafel? Dan kita bukan saja bersiaran langsung di Facebook, tapi kita juga bersiaran langsung di TikTok. Tapi lah Lafel, lagi satu nak cakap. Dengan Yudu, juga semua boleh customize dan bila jadi Yudu?
Ya.
Cushion pakai Yudu tak?
I pakai Yudu sebab dengan Yudu, I punya combo auto fast hand sebab tak pernah lagging.
Walaupun saya tengah tak baca komen sekarang, tapi saya dah boleh agak apa komen sekarang. Dah kenapa Lafel ni main patung pula?
Penat guys.
Penat.
Betul tak Gushin?
Okey, tanpa membuang masa, rasanya semua orang dah get ready untuk lihat perlawanan kedua hari ini di antara RSG Malaysia melawan Team Bosskurr. Dan macam biasa, kita akan berehat sebentar kerana kita akan berjumpa sebentar lagi.
Welcome back to the MPL-MY Season 7, sponsored by our official digital telco Yudu, partner in Esports, TikTok, and powered by Moonton. My name is ICBaby12. This is Getting Q, as we will be taking you through the journeys of the second match for today. It is going to be RSG MY versus Bosskurr, the Civil War, round number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Here, this is going to be a really interesting one here because we saw moments of brilliance from RSG MY coming in from yesterday's finals match. But before we get into that here, speaking of which, here, we are going to be giving away free 5GB data for you guys at home. All you gotta do is just scan the QR code up on screen here for some amazing 5GB data from Yudu. All you gotta do is you do you.
Now, guys, remember, when you have that data, you want to be able to surf the web, have a customizable plan, or be in any kind of situation and have coverage in those situations. Yudu has got you covered. With that being said, looking at this game, as we mentioned before, you know, RSG, after their game against Suhas Evos, I don't think enough people saw that game to have predictions like that. Like, come on, the audience predictions, like, I was a little disappointed.
Yeah, definitely here. And speaking of yesterday's games as well here, everyone kind of expected that, hey, Suhas Evos is going to be undefeated all the way through. But RSG MY comes in, pulls some really insane place coming into the tournament here, and we did not expect that at all. But that's the best RSG MY performance I've seen, you know. And now seeing both RSG MY and Bosskurr here, these are two teams who really pull some miracle games in the history of MPL. Like, people weren't expecting to win. Out of nowhere, they pulled the best matches in the history of MPL for almost every single season.
Yeah, I mean, it's great, but this particular game, a lot is on the line. RSG looking to try and break and catch up with Geek Fam here, but Bosskurr has just got them by the ankle right now. And if they are able to knock RSG down 0-2, that means that they're going to maintain their current position and have an opportunity later on inside the league.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely hard here, considering that this is going to be the phase 1 here. We are going to be ending it very, very soon as well here. But when we head towards phase 2, things are going to be a little bit different as well, because they are going to be facing off with teams that they have not played each other throughout the league, but watched from afar.
Exactly. So the preparation time is going to be very key for a lot of these teams. It looks like it's time for the draft, so let's jump right into it and let's see. With RSG on the red side and Team Bosskurr on the blue, we're already seeing the Matilda and the Cho being banned out.
Yep. This is going to be respect here heading towards Sino. After seeing Sino's show coming from yesterday's performance, it's no surprises they are going to be banning here. It is after our first phase here, S tier pick as well coming from Show. But I'm looking forward to see how Bosskurr responds this year, because Jabs, he's no longer coaching. He's going to be back in action. He's going to be sitting on the tables here alongside Gotan, Rin, Flint, as well as Dragon. So Jabs is her hero. Well, as of now, you know, we've seen Bosskurr a lot of times here. Sylvana and also Jawhead is pretty much the go-to strategy coming from Jabs thus far. But considering that, you know, there are a lot of teams shifting towards the Angela style. So Jabs has a lot of variety of hero pools for him to work with for now.
Yeah, and you know, having that strong in-game leader might be what Team Bosskurr needs to kind of shape up and really take on this new RSG MY. I mean, so far, Lolias and Lexia is doing a really good job, and Izanami, yesterday's game was kind of like, he was thrown into the deep end, to be fair. So this should be a much better game to really show his stuff.
Yeah, can his first appearance comes in, goes out with the bang, because Izanami, we've seen a lot of first appearances coming in towards the entire league, right? Nova was one of them as well. Early on, we saw a game coming in from Lil B, which didn't exactly show too much as well. We saw Fufu, we saw Jamie here and there, but a lot of these teams didn't exactly give us the significant flair. But as of now, Izanami came in. RSG MY, you know, despite him not being the flashy player he is, RSG MY felt a little bit more composed in yesterday's games. Hopefully, they can transition that momentum coming into this particular matchup.
Yep. Now, looking at the current bans, we see the Claw, we see the Alice, we see the Cho. We're not seeing a lot of priority first picks as well. Matilda has been banned out, Selena has been banned out, but there's so much on the line here. What happened to the Bakito? What happened to the Benedetta? Jawhead is still up for grabs as well.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? When it comes to Benedetta here, RSG MY, they pretty sure want to get the Benedetta for themselves. Lolios plays a really mean Benedetta, and he's proven to be a force to be reckoned with here. Whereas Sino, I'm going to be worried for Sino here. We've seen his show, we've seen his pain, but aside from that, nothing exactly has worked out for him yet thus far.
Yeah, and I mean, Sino has worked out pretty okay on the Bane at times, but his Cho definitely made the difference yesterday. Now, Team Bosskurr with first pick priority, is it going to be Benedetta, or are they looking to play those off, those slightly different strategies? Dicky feeding, looking to get an Angela early on. Most of the time on blue side, you don't really have those options, and you have to kind of focus on what your first pick is going to be. And so RSG most likely is going to be the one deciding that, but again, tough calls here, tough calls. Natalia is still up for grabs.
Yeah, speaking of Natalia here, we've talked about this again, right? Like RSG MY, they can kind of play it as well. Not exactly sure how it's going to work out though, but Benedetta going to be a priority for them here. RSG MY, do they counter here? Paquito, do they pick the Natalia? Do they pick the feeding Degi if they want to? Which we did we see a lot of digging from yesterday's bans? No, right? We saw it pretty much banned.
We saw a lot of picks, to be honest. We saw a lot of
banned from yesterday's game.
Yeah, to quite a degree. It's rather surprising. But you know, RSG MY, they've got quite the interesting hero pool, quite the interesting strats in their bag here. The question is, do they want to actually pick up the Angela really, really early on, like we saw in our previous matchup? Or do they want to stick to something, you know, a little more standard, getting a Paquito and then looking to possibly pick up an Alice, but instead they go for the Angela.
Yeah, definitely a safer pickup here. I understand why Angela is going to be coming in meta here. Sino playing the Paquito here works kind of similar to the Cho. So if, you know, I would say is in his comfortable pick here, but can he excel like how he played the Cho here? We shall see. I'm looking forward to see it as well. Zaraki, however, with the Angela here, and thus far in today and a couple of games before that, 2 days ago here, we saw in this series, almost every single Rafaela versus Angela matchup here, Rafaela has somehow came up on top. So will Bosskurr, you know, kind of take the Rafaela for themselves as well?
It looks like that might just be the answer here because we haven't seen teams deviate too far. So it's going to be, there is going to be the Natalia and as well as the Uranus. So they're going to brick wall one of the lanes and then they're going to use Natalia as an option to maybe try and shut down the opposing supports or arguably fast ganks.
Yeah, RSG MY now, they've got to secure Lexia's heroes here. In this case, the Bruno pickup would be a safer pickup here if they want to go for the Angela Rafaela combo. If Bosskurr doesn't notice this year, it still might be workable, but they have to still work around the fact that Natalia and also Uranus is in the pool. So the Rafa, Angela, to help out RSG MY is going to be great, but do they force pick it here? Because Bosskurr, if they've got a good read on this here, it's going to be instant ban for Bruno straight up from next few games.
Or it could just be you pick up your wombo combos, get the Yuzong on top of the Angela like RSG has shown before, and then look to ban out Baxia.
Oh yeah, that's pretty much a great one as well here if RSG MY wants to take the Yuzong straight up, but they're still thinking about it. But seems like it is going to be a Yishun season, so no Bruno combos whatsoever. RSG MY wants to keep the side lanes a little bit open here, as they possibly want to get a little bit more magical damage towards the side lanes later on. Possibly a Lolios Alice coming up later on as well if they want to. It seems like it is going to be heading towards that direction here.
It seems plausible here, but I do like the fact that Yishun Shin's ultimate is going to be able to reveal Natalia, so that's going to be a hard counter for the Natalia to minimize her damage pre-level as post level 4. Chang'e is going to get banned out here. Team Bosskurr, they are running out of magic dealers and they don't exactly show too much wave clear other than Benedetta at this point in time.
Yep, Esperoda also being banned here. That's going to be a smart call there coming from Bosskurr, knowing that they need those magical side lanes here. RSG MY, they got to be praying for their lucky stars here that the Alice does not get banned in next phase. However, RSG MY, they also have to take into consideration that Bosskurr, they have not picked their jungler. They have not picked their mages here. Do they start denying the junglers here? Roger is still in the pool, but does Rin play a strong Roger? That's going to be an interesting one.
Honestly, I think RSG should actually ban out the Alice and then look to pick up Baxia within their first pick on red side, just to say, hey, if Team Bosskurr wants to go for the Yuzong, by all means, go for it. It doesn't matter. Our Baxia will be able to counter both your Uranus as well as Yuzong.
Yeah, definitely a Baxia pickup would be a smarter play here if they want to go there. But nope, looks like it is going to be banned instead. So they are hinting the fact for the Yuzong.
Yuzong or Alice, either or, like both would be fine in this situation, but this is going to be interesting. This will be interesting.
Yeah, Bosskurr, did they set themselves up again here? Because we've seen them kind of, you know, had a great start in the drafts. When it comes to the later stage again here, one crucial pick comes in, they mess up completely, especially with their matches again, Geek Fam, with the final pick fairly early on. And this time with Japs in the pool here, seems like it might be a little bit different now, but they are going to be banning the Harif instead. So they don't want to deal with the Angela Harif combo, which arguably I don't think it's the intention coming in from RSG MY.
Yeah, I think they've got a very clear mindset of which synergies that they want to work with more often than not. The question is like mid laners here, like Alice very clearly, Angela here very clearly going to either be into the mid or support role. She doesn't exactly have the best wave clear, so do they want to try and get some better wave clear, like something like a Lo Yi arguably, or something with a little bit more mobility like a Farsa or even Yve?
Yeah, they're still thinking about a Yuzong pickup here. It feels like RJMY, they should just straight up pick up the Yuzong and then hope to flex it out in the tank role here, which arguably can be switched between maybe a high loss or even something else, but no, okay, it is gonna be Alpha. This is not what I was expecting. Might be Bosskurr, you know, thinking about picking the Alpha. RSG MY goes in for the counter pick here, but not a big fan of this, but we shall see how it goes. We've seen significant buffs into its Alpha as well as Argus, but hasn't exactly fit into the meta yet. Yes, arguably in the man fight they are strong, but the range-wise is not exactly long, so I'm surprised they gave up the opportunity of taking the Yuzong Archive strat, which RSG MY has kind of brought previously before. But seeing that the Digi is still out in the pool here, I don't think they just want to risk that potential chance coming from Bosskurr.
Yeah, I would agree as well. Here comes Granger and as well as Diggy.
Oh no!
This is a good pivot for the side of Team Bosskurr. Like you mentioned, the Diggy is going to be important, especially since RSG MY isn't going to be playing double core. As long as they slow down the Yishin Shin, they can't do too much about the situation. And RSG MY, like, they could... honestly, I would say get the Hilda, either look to pick up Hilda or look for somebody who can clear the mid wave really, really quickly.
Yeah, Hilda will be an okay pickup here as well. But yeah, now I finally understand where the Alpha is coming from as well here. If the Digi time journey is away, the Beta is going to be able to do some damage over time through scaling here. So it does kind of help out Lolius a little bit more rather than just completely whiffing it if they pick the huge off. So now I get it. I see where it's going here. So it seems like Bosskurr is on track. But the last one here, they are going to go for the Rafaela, the Angela combo. This is going to be playing around Alpha instead of playing around Yishun Sin. I think, considering that the meta is kind of there where, hey, Rafaela Angela with the Bruno was kind of, you know, up in the talks here for the meta talk here.
I think this is going to be really interesting because Team Bosskurr, they're going to have Diggy as well as Natalia, right? Diggy wants to look for opportunities to kind of slow down Yishin Shin. If he gets them low enough, that's when you're expecting to see Flint to come in for that big kill. So again, this early game is going to be extremely bloody from both of these sides. I'm not sure whether Rafaela is going to be enough to kind of slow down that aggression.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how both teams tackle this angle here. RSG, you know, making a little bit of a improv with the Angela-Rafaela combo, but this time they will pick it for themselves. I kind of like it, but I'm worried from the magical damage department here. Will they be able to snowball in this aggression? Why don't we find out here? Because why? We are going to be heading into this game here. Second series for the day in week number 4 here in the MPL-MY Season 7. This is going to be game 1 here in between Bosskurr going up against RSG MY.
Yep, let's see the lane assignments as everybody is running in towards that mid lane to get as much information as possible. Team Bosskurr successfully walk in, especially with the auto alarm bombs being, again, really, really annoying here. But again, when you have double healing, doesn't really matter. Like, let's say he gets chunked down to like 50% of his HP, but Izanami and Zaraki are like, okay, sure.
Yeah, they've got so much heals here to deal with the feeding Digi meta here. They just want to secure the farm of Elixir. However, Dragon here is going to be a little bit low, but I'm surprised Dragon getting a little bit overzealous here as Zaraki taking a little bit too much damage as Jabs here is just being extremely annoying. And you can see in Jabs' mind, he just wants to go for the feeding strat. And guess what? RG, they don't care. They want to make sure that Elixir's farm is uncontested.
Yeah, and this, oh goodness.
Oh my god.
Elixir getting absolutely
Jabs?
down.
Really?
He might be able to get like some kills here if he throws one more auto alarm bomb and he has to time it well. Nope, he doesn't get it in time, but he is having the time of his life. He is slowing them down, and Team Bosskurr have taken control over the early game. Rin's level 3 compared to Lexia's level 2.
Oh no, the feeding Digi meta continues here because Jab is going to be setting a couple of landmines later on here because if RG MY steps into it here, they might get one-shotted from the get-go. Jabs is still splitting up the aggression a little bit more here, but top side, we are going to be seeing Jabs contesting once again. Zaraki taking a little bit too much damage, but the rest of Bosskurr are coming in. Natalia is there. Lexia says, you know what, I've had enough of you, I need my kills, but Bosskurr, they're responding extremely quickly to this.
And that's why Flint is such a pain, because despite all the harassment he is receiving at the end of the day, like Zaraki walks up and is just like, hello, even Dragon, he's coming in for the harass as well. He has the Electro final blow. He's going to get on top of Lexia at this point of time. He gets locked down by the puppet on the string, but Dragon needs to start running away as Zeno has been able to run him down. Says hello, gets the double kill as well.
Wow, finally RSG MY getting a little bit breathing room here, considering that they have slowed down their aggression here, because why? Rin, he's had a fantastic rotation from the jungle transitions, and guess what? He takes a very quick jab into his turtle and takes it for himself. Oh no!
Oh my goodness, they find the catch on the supports, and that's where Team Bosskurr is going to put all the punishment, making sure that Angela and Rafaela are never going to see the light of day.
Yeah, that's the thing about the supports, right? It's okay for them to die as long as they do not give a lot penalty here. But Digi, once again, is going to be dying again here, coming from jabs. He is going to be sticking with the feeding Digi meta. Flynn, unfortunately, here, he's looking to get some kills here, but Team Bosskurr, they're trying to slow down Lixia. Yes, they've succeeded in doing so, but now they're just, you know, buying time for him.
Yep, and the harassment continues, and it's not looking too good as Dragon is able to clear the wave so much faster. And despite the fact that Zaraki is going to be able to heal up the abuse coming in from the auto alarm bombs for Lexia, the information is so valuable. Like, look down bottom side where you can see like Granger, he sees the alpha, it's like, okay, I don't have to worry too much about it. But the rest of Team Bosskurr are just moving together, knowing that they want to get on this orange buff could be the play.
Oh, Jabs, he's just being a big nuisance here. He doesn't really care about his life here. He's just feeding Diggy, but at the same time, here comes a massive outcome in here. But they pop the hot guard as well. Jab's going to be beating out the time journey here. Not sure exactly what's going to be going through his mind. Lolia's also getting finished down bottom side here as Bosskurr is trading across the maps. RSG MY playing a little bit different strat here, and they just don't want to do with this Diggy Knight now.
Yep, and again, while this was happening, Lolius ended up trying to go for that 1v1 against Rin. He ends up dying because he's a level down, and again, buffs. Once again, Diggy is going to die. Topside is going to have zero control over the lane as Dragon is going to be regrouping with the rest of his team. But notice that, you know, Alpha has switched the lane to try and make this happen. He's going to take quite a bit of the hits. Can he turn back, turn around, and try to use that Spirit Alpha? He gets on top of Flynn, but he shouldn't. He really should be looking to get back under the turret.
Yeah, it was a really tough call here considering there are creeps in the mid here, but that's going to be Team Bosskurr's food there as they get some serious kills here. Jabs is going to die a little bit more here, but it doesn't really matter. He is down to his 6th death. RSG MY, they're barely keeping up in terms of economy here. Lexia is 2 levels behind Green on top of that, and Bosskurr, they managed to take a tower up top, but you can see from bottom side here, Doten is trying his best to buy time because the rest of the teams from the side of Bosskurr are coming in. Jabs respawns once again, but look at this. The gold plating is taking forever to be chipped away from RSG, but eventually comes in. But guess what? Surprise, surprise. Here comes Dragon from the side. RSG MY, they have to bail. Alexa final blow is that. Lexia manages disengage. They have to sustain, but looks like Sino will go in for flank as well, and that's going to be a split-off fight once again. Time journey has been beaten out, and Bosskurr will be pushed back, but this is taking too much time here as RSG MY is struggling to take down these bottom tiers out. Tier 1.
Yep, you can see Goten, he's going to take the brunt of the damage with Dragon coming in with the eye for 9 again, but in the back line, you can see that Zaraki is trying to get on top of Lexia, but there's just too many people on him. They can't do anything about it. Now, Sino, Flynn, he's called away in the back, and Sino manages to trade 1-for-1 at the end of the day against Flint, and now they decide to retreat.
Wow, that was a very, very risky play coming from Sino here, but it was definitely will be fear as he takes down Flint in the process. So that's going to be a little bit more stacks heading the way for the Festival of the Blood, but Lolios, he's not got any sort of stacks yet. He needs to stack up a little bit more if he wants to benefit from this, especially coming from Jabs, but as of now, Jabs just doesn't really care. His sole objective is to make Lexia's life miserable. He's doing a fantastic job at that, and Dragon is going to be out of position, and Lolios gets a reply. Death Sonata is there, but it's not going to be hurting here because Lolios is looking to re-engage this fight. He has the ultimate here, looking for the jump, but quick hands coming for Rin. He will disengage. Lexia still messing around with Bosskurr supports.
Yep, Zaraki ends up missing the Holy Baptism on towards Flynn, but down on towards bot side, you can see the regroup coming in from RSG. Team Bosskurr looking for an opportunity to get a good auto alarm, but they pop the time journey as Flynn is on the run. They get in towards that backline. Goten is slowing them down. They trade 1, but can they keep on going? Rin, he needs to be able to take on Lolias. He manages to kill him before the sweep and the health coming back. Ooh, that was a lot closer than Team Bosskurr would have liked, but they still come up on top.
Yeah, Bosskurr is just so tanky right now here, knowing that RSG MY, they don't exactly have high burst damage potential. It's all pretty much going to be Lexia here. If Lexia gets dived on, it's pretty much GG for the side with RSG MY. Izanami and Zaraki, they're trying their best to support his best, but where's the magic damage coming from?
I don't think it really matters at this point of time because Rin is just so far ahead. His raw damage is enough. Lexia goes in forward. He finds that great opportunity, gets the stun off as well, managing to shut down Rin in the process, and even picks up a freebie with too easy for Jeps. That is what Lexia is looking for, and I'm pretty surprised that, you know, Rin wasn't able to react in time. He is, again, 2 levels ahead Lexia.
Great setup here coming from Lexia to catch him with the boat stun. So that's going to be something Bosskurr did not expect, but as of now, a little bit more breathing room here heading towards RSG MY. Slowing down Rin's farm is going to be the objectives here. As a later stage of the game, he is going to scale, and sooner or later, they are scaling exceptionally well. Meanwhile, Lodell is doing a fantastic job and finally taking down the tier 1 bottom here, but he is still tangoing with Goten because now the rest of RSG MY, they're looking to punish this here. Lexia is going to be joining party by super tanky Sino as well. Can they go for the follow-up? Damage comes in. Mountain Shocker has been there, but they eventually take him down. But Flynn also coming from behind. Time Journey is there. RSG, they have to back out, but they have got the sustain. Flynn is out in the woods here. You're out of position. He's gonna get dived. Do they have the mobility? Yes, they have. Zaraki's got a movement speed, and Sino will take him down. That's gonna be 6 kills in the hands of Sino.
Oh, that was big. That was big. But now they are calling in for the pause. Whoo! This game, again, like we mentioned before, this was going to be bloody, and that's exactly what happened for the earlier stages to the game. As it rotated into mid, it just got even more intense.
Yeah, I enjoyed that here, considering that, hey, both teams thinking on a very similar wavelength capacity here. They just need to buy time, and it's worked out. Yes, arguably, RSG MY does not have magical damage here, but they easily compensate with the fact that their composition is so tanky as long as they start getting kills, especially when they're feeding digging from jabs here. It's slowly scaling the Festival of Blood for both Lolios as well as who's the other guy? The Paquito and Alpha.
Alpha,
gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, I think at this point, right, Alpha hasn't really shown his worth for the most part of it. I think the Spear of Alpha, like, it gets close, but not enough in comparison to, like, if it was like a Yuzong, I think they definitely would have had a little bit more work, but the 1v1 and the wave clear potential coming in for Alpha looks great on paper. Let's see how it fares towards the later stages of the game, because so far, like, Rin has been doing a really good job just running circles around him for the time being.
You know, that's the thing about the difference between Alpha and also Yuzong, right? Yuzong's so impatient. When he goes in Black Dragon form here, he's being disruptive. He's not doing a lot of damage, but he's just relying on the fact that he's super sustainable. He's got strong passive, but the passive doesn't exactly scale too much in a team fight where, you know, where Bosskurr is not going to be affected during the duration of Time Journey. No CCs whatsoever to disrupt them. It's going to be tough for Yuzong. Whereas Alpha, you're doing damage consistently, but you're not being disruptive, which is kind of like suits him just because the Time Journey, you know, whatever stun's not going to happen anyway. So
yeah,
the ideology is kind of there. But let's see how they take this down here. The pause was resumed here. Try and figure out from Bosskurr because they've lost Flynn, they've lost Content. Rin is back online, but they don't exactly have a front line now because RSG MY, slowly but surely, their healings are going to scale even better.
Yep, and by 8 minutes already, too easy for Jeps. It's like, okay, I got one kill on accident. It's okay, whatever, that's fine. It looks like I cannot go for this Diggy feeding strat anymore. If not, I'd be giving up a little too much gold over to RSG MY.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense as well here. And for them to take a full stop here to realize that, hey, I messed up. Guys, Jeps, I'm no longer be able to do this feeding strategy here. So that's going to be a little bit breeding him for RSG MY. And Sino and Lexia, Zeno and Lolios here, they need more kills. And yes, Sino, arguably, he's got the full 6 kills, but Lolios, he's 1-3-1. That's not a lot of sustainability yet.
Okay, I mean, I guess that's one way of looking at it, because I feel like even, let's say, right, that Too Easy for Jeps didn't get that kill. I think at this point, this stage of the game, both Izanami and as well as Zaraki will have the items to out-sustain pretty much all the damage that Diggy is willing to give. And then he's essentially just to slow a detour for Lexia and also an information gatherer for Team Bosskurr.
Makes a lot of sense indeed here, but that's the thing, right? Like, it's not about slowing the damage here. It's all about slowing up the rotation, which he did tremendously well. If you think about it here, Lexia is still 2 levels behind Rin because of this play coming from jabs, and now giving the breathing room here for Lexia here. Can he capitalize on this? Because now Flynn is looking for the push here. Rin going for the ambush, but RSG MY not taking the bait yet.
Yep. Looking on towards mid side, we can see that that most people aren't looking to get lane priority anymore. If they walk up too far, they're going to get caught out by the Death Sonata coming in from Rin, and that's why he's kind of hanging around this mid side. Again, RSG hasn't shown their face in the lanes too often unless it's pushed right up to the tower.
Yep, Goten now just going to be farming his way through Sino, just waiting for the right moment here. He wants to regroup with the rest of the team to take a team fight because 35 seconds left. The Lord is going to be coming in. Bosskurr already setting up shop for a potential gang up top. Meanwhile, Lexia, they say, I need more from Lexia. He's level 12. He's not doing too well against Rin later on here. It's not worth it. But Queen Swing will be purchased for Lolius. Goes dive into his dragon, but sees it is only the better data. Not worth committing to this fight because 15 seconds left. The Lord is going to be coming out.
Yep, and now you can see the rotations coming in. Everybody's making their way here. Flint now just trying to slow anybody down, and if he finds an isolated target, that would be ideal. But notice that Dragon, he's going to cut the waves real quick. He's going to get first push as well. So looks like Team Bosskurr, they're going to be playing for the side waves and kind of split RSG MY as much as possible.
Oh no, Zaraki going to be opening up the maps a little bit here. Rush checking with his skills, but no one's taking the bait. Rin is going to be starting out with the Lord here, but Sino, he's going to get dived on a little bit more, but it is going to be a matchup between Sino as well as Goten. So it's not going to be a lot of impactful fight, but Bosskurr, they're still trying to bait out with the Lord, and RGMY, they're not taking the bait completely yet. They're just waiting on Goten to try to set up for a play, but looks like Bosskurr says it's not worth it. Let's split up the fight here. We need more farms for themselves as the buffs are pretty much resetted on the hands of Bosskurr.
Yep, Benedetta is going to get first push down, forcing Alpha to return back in towards bottom lane to make something happen. Sino, once again, he's sticking around nearby the rest of his team in case Goten decides to call for backup from the rest of his team. They're trying to lock him down here, but I think they're going to force, yep, the consecration, but oh no, Puppet on the string, and they also miss the Holy Baptism as well. They miss an opportunity to get a pick, but so many resources were used.
Yeah, great bait here coming from Goten for the last moment. Forces out the Holy Baptism before using the Purify, so it's going to be A-okay. So Bosskurr, they bait out major spells here. They are going to be trying to force out the issue, but the Mountain Chakra reviews everyone's position here, so they are going to back out. However, RSG MY, they will be losing out a huge creep wave down bottom here as Lolius was already setting up to join the fight here in case it happens. So unfortunately, they will lose a little bit more economy, but Bosskurr, they are going to be starting the Lord here because RSG MY, they've got no buffs on Lexia, and Bosskurr is going to start to bait this out.
Now the rest of the members are trying to get onto this Lord right now, and Goten, he'll tank it, and Rin doesn't want to show his face. He's going to reposition back in towards Tribrush and also take the River Crab at the same time. RSGMY, they're just, I guess they're waiting for the Mountain Chakra to get the information. Oh, quick rotations coming in from Lexia. Can they get the kill onto Too Easy for Gems?
No.
He uses the time journey, and now Team Bosskurr, they're going to back away and let this reset.
Oh no, that time journey was so huge, but Lolius goes for a back line, jumps with Goten. They know he's gonna purify, but the Death Sonata comes in. Lolius in trouble because behind him, Flynn gets a casual snipe. Now, here comes the Puppet Strings here as well as the Hard Guard. Lexia is still surviving here. Zaraki trying his best to keep the RSG MY surviving here. Lexia lives, but they lose too. And now, Bosskurr, they have to back off. Xeno's looking to disengage. They've got all the information, but where's the damage coming from here? Because as of now, RGMY, they cannot afford to take the risk. Bosskurr, they're dropped towards half HP. They can try and force here, but they need to be out of position. Lexia setting up for the fight, but Goten is just so annoying as well. And Bosskurr, they say, we're not healthy enough here. We don't want to risk it. And RGMI is doing fantastically well, baiting for Zaraki and Lolio's revival.
Now the stalemate continues here. Team Bosskurr not forcing any situation. RSG MY holding on to their guns for now. So Izanami, he's got the fleeting time just to make, and the Necklace of Durance to reduce the healing and make sure that his ultimate comes up quick when he gets those assists. Lexia, he is building, he rushed to quickly go for the Winds of Nature to ensure that he doesn't get absolutely destroyed from the burst damage coming in from Rin or Dragon at this point in time.
Yep, and speaking of which here, bottom side, Dragon is going to try and push up the creep waves here, but Bosskurr, they have been baiting the Lord for the longest of time here, and you know, for them to not capitalize on anything here is going to be very detrimental here. RGMI, they're losing a lot in terms of economy, but as this game scales a little bit more, next year is going to come online eventually here. Dragon now having a really rough time against Sino, but he is going to be cutting up the creep wave once again here. Going to disrupt RSG MY's forces. Lord is there. Goten is going to be the one tanking their way through. He has the potential to tank his damage here, but RSG MY, they wanted them to drop low here. Zaraki getting caught out. Death Sonata is there, forces them out. Goten, they want to re-engage. The flank comes in. Flynn, they're going for the dive. Next year goes into Hardguard as well. He's going to be okay. They're so strong. Flynn gets destroyed. Time journey as well. Jams is dead. Rin is going to be next. They're chasing him. They're giving him the best of life. He disengaged because MY from behind. Dragon with a big one as well, but this is not dead yet as RSG MY are gonna win out this fight, and Bosskurr has to disengage. Dragon, what are you thinking? You might die, but Lexia doesn't want to risk this. Goten trying to disrupt the momentum, trying to buy time for Flynn and Gems to come online, because now they are going to be starting the Lord, and they are doing so much damage here. Goten waiting for the right moment. Is RSG MY going to take this here? A huge storm comes in for Lord, whereas the rest of members from Bosskurr, Gems is online, but Flynn needs 5 seconds to respawn. Who's going to take the Lord? Do they get it? It is going to be RSG MY that takes it. Rin, he needs to run. He's dead. Oh no, Bosskurr, they're in some trouble. RSG MY, they are back. They're online. They get the comeback that they needed, and this is the opportunity that they have been looking for. Oh, it's not done yet because they look Dragon, but oh, looks like they will play it safe now.
Dragon makes it out finally. The Luminous Lord coming in and already pushing out from the Lord empowered waves. They want to go down here. Goten is in trouble. Is he going to get caught by the puppets on the string? Yes, he does. But again, it doesn't matter because RSG is focusing on the objectives. Flynn has an angle here, but can he get on top of Lexia? Yes, he can. He finds the isolation and he sees Goten an opportunity to jump, but Lexia manages to get out with the Traceless. Rest of the team rotating back down, looking for, again, Benedetta cutting the waves. Oh, they cut down the bottom side of the waves.
Oh, that was really nicely done here coming from Bosskurr. However, this Lord is being stalled in from the side of Goten, but it is slowly making work. RSG MY, they're looking for the push. Jabs is there. Here comes the Cascade as well. Jabs almost getting bursted down. Needs to be careful, but they will only lose an inhibitor here. Great defense coming in. However, from behind, Dragon is getting zoned up for Zaraki here. He's being baited out, but Dragon says he wants to take this fight, but looks like it is going to be creep clearing for him because the rest of RSG MY is coming to flank. But Flynn, he gets caught out. Where's the follow-up? He's dead! RSG MY caught it off guard, and Boss, they have to run away. Jam's got no time journey. He can't help them, and RSG MY gets a big kill out of that.
And once again, RSG have caught up, and again, the goal lead doesn't really matter anymore. They're pretty much even at this point in time, and RSG is going to completely outscale Team Bosskurr. The score is 10-20 right now, and even though Team Bosskurr has been able to earn pretty similar gold in general, they just don't have the raw damage to cut through all the members of Team RSG, and we're even seeing Twilight armor pickups for the side of RSG to prevent the burst.
Yes, indeed. RSG MY taking the opportunity here to try to chip away at the turrets here. You can see Death Sauna has been used as well. RSG MY, they're just waiting for the right moment again here, but Bosskurr, they have to play the patient game. They have to wait up on Flynn. And in this case, RSG MY, they've got all the time in the world now because their timing is online. Lexia is ready to play.
Yep. But we don't see any extra helping hands with the defense. With the offense coming in from RSG MY. We see Sino. He's by himself. He wants to find a catch, and they're just waiting for Lord at this point. 83 more seconds, and for now it's just wave clear and 1v1s that just don't matter. Like, look at this. Nobody is really getting a profit in damage. And here comes Rin trying to punish Loliez, and Loliez, he quickly uses his ult to get on out of there, forcing the flicker as well. Wow. How did that last shot of the Death Sonata not hit?
Oh, that was so fortunate. Very lucky there from Lolius. He made a misstep with his ultimate, did not cross the wall in time. Will be punished for that, but at the same time, he will only force out the flicker. So there's going to be a 50-50 chase thus far. But Bosskurr, they got to be happy with that small minor win there, because that's going to be a little bit of breathing room for them, because the next lot of objectives is going to be the key important fight, because now 40 seconds left. Can they have their lane controls here for this next big team fight? Because top side as well, Lolius is just cutting the creep waves.
Yep. Lolius, he's in that 1v1 against Goten. He can win this because of his passive that does true damage, so it really doesn't matter about his stats. However, the rest of the team has finally caught Lolius out. Here comes the hard guard. Doesn't matter. Comes out way too late, but the damage from Zaraki at this point, from Flint from this time, is looking good. Goten slowing all 4 members here. It's going to be a 4v5 for the side of RSG. They pop the Aegis. They're still getting slowed down, and Rin, he's slowly chipping them away. Does he have the Death Sonata? No, he already used it much earlier on, so he just rondos out of position, and with the orange buff, getting that true damage, chunking down RSG.
A big kill there coming from Bosskurr, taking down Lolius, and also forcing another Heartsguard coming from Zaraki. Zaraki here, allowing Lexia to kind of be a little bit more mortal in this regards here, because Team Bosskurr, you can see when they were trying to fight against Lexia, he was taking some serious damage without the protection of both Zaraki as well as Izanami here. But RSG MY, they have to wait up for the next team fight here, because as of now, they cannot afford to lose Lolios in this next fight.
He's going to be coming up in 2 more seconds. And once again, Luminous Lord is back up. Team Bosskurr, they are just pushing right on up to it. It's just a hard stalemate from both of these sides. Nobody is really getting away with anything, and all aggression is being thwarted. And RSG, they just have to coin flip this at this point in time. They've got 2 retributions. They're almost guaranteed to get this. And Lord finally being slain here. Zaraki is going to call the rest of the team. Holy Baptism is being missed. Death Sonata to disengage. Lolias comes on through, and here comes the time journey. Literally nothing is happening at this point in time, and too easy for Jeps. He might be in some trouble as Dragon decides to come bob and weave in and out of the team fight. Goten gets the slow with the Ionic Edge, but again, the damage isn't going to matter.
Great disengage coming from Bosskurr, taking the Lord on top of that here. RSG MY, they had no response to that as well here. Lolias was a little bit too far to actually re-engage for this fight here. So Bosskurr getting a little bit of a very, very close take on towards the Lord. However, can RSG MY defend against this? Because as of now, the Lord is going to be knocking from bottom side here. The damage, they have the damage though. This is a very slow push here because of middle side here. You can see Flint going for the dive. Mountain Shocker is there doing some significant amount of damage here, but Lolios is getting tanked. He needs to disengage. The heals are going to be enough to keep him alive. Wow, Lexia is going to be focusing on the Lord here. Meanwhile, Bosskurr, they're trying their best to get the objectives here. Tier 2s will be jeopardized here. RSG, they have to defend from the base. They have to reset here because the rest of the minions are coming in as well. Xeno trying to buy time for the rest of the team. Dragon will force the electro final blow. The top tower is going to be important here, but Xeno, he's soaking on the advantage here. A big stun comes in. Dragon, he needs to back up, and he dies. Time journey not enough to save his life, and now Bosskurr, they have to back out of this fight.
Yep, Bosskurr finally retreat from this after losing Dragon. RSG just has so much damage built in towards that arsenal, and Flint has not been able to find the right targets at this point of time. Like, Izanami with that Twilight armor is making sure that no matter how much burst Flint has, it's never going to be able to one-shot him for the time being. Rin using that Death Sonata, they gotta clear that wave. RSG very lucky, they almost got that turret. Now Goten's now in trouble. Time reversal being used on Zaraki as well. Too easy for Jeps, goes down and breaks the immortality. They're gonna go for the dive. They secure 3 kills, and this should be it for RSG. Breaking the inhibitor turret, and now going for the crystal. Rin goes for that final defense, and that's gonna be GG. Well played, going over to RSG MY.
Wow, what a comeback here coming from RSG MY, but they finally got the right targets here. But my goodness, that play coming in from RSG MY, that was something I did not expect. But they bought enough time with the Rafaela Angela combo, bought enough time for Lolias to be effective in those kind of team fights for Alpha, despite not being having the greatest of time in the early stage of the game, but they eventually prevailed this feeding Iggy meta.
Yeah, and I mean, Team Bosskurr had a really good early stage of the game. Mid stage, again, this is early to mid composition versus a mid to late. Inevitably, if it goes that far, mid to late is always going to be better. So you always have to be thinking like, forward, thinking further in towards that future. And you guys can be doing that too. So make the smart choice and scan this QR code to earn yourself 5 free GB worth of data coming in for you too.
Exactly here. And of course, with this free 5 GB data as well, you can serve up the web and also check out MPL-MY Season 7 all the way through. For a second here, I was thinking about our exes, but don't worry about it here. Our exes are having their time of their lives as well.
Yep. But yeah, for this time being, it's pretty interesting the way these games are going and how the meta has definitely shifted. It is slowing down a lot with this Angela and as well as Rafaela, which is kind of frustrating here because not even with the Necklace of Durance can you actually cut through all the sustains. So
yeah.
I think at this point in time, it's either you pick up Boxia as soon as possible or you look to just jam-pack your entire squad with a lot of damage. Two cores might be the way to go.
Yeah, it definitely might have been the situation as well here because Bosskurr, if you think about here, the initial idea was having the Digi to just buy time all the way through and immediately just transition into a fight where where they can kind of, win the game by the 10 to 12th minute mark here. But unfortunately, they just had a very big win from RSG MY. We know that Lexia is going to scale very, very big into the later stage of the game, which we saw huge, massive crits coming from Lexia. But before that, let's take a look at the early stage of the game here. We saw Boss, they had a little bit of a nice skirmish here. RSG MY, they took down, I believe, a solo kill down bottom. I believe they took down Jeff once. He was trying to be defeating Digi meta here. But RSG MY, what they did was an interesting approach. Usually, you would kind of want to kill the Digi as much as you can, farm some stacks, or even just ignore him all in general. But this case, they chose the approach here. You know what? We are going to ignore him. It's understandable that Bosskurr, they have Natalia, they have the Digi, they're going to be going in invades. If Natalia shows himself, let's burst him down.
Yeah, and you can already see that like Too Easy for Jeps was trying to go for those big steals, because you can see his Digi had the retribution the entirety of the game. His time journey gives a natural shield, and most of the time you see a lot of players actually take the Aegis for later on into the game to have that extra sustainability. Now Dragon, he made a pretty smart play here. He came down and just like, I'm going to try and make something happen, but RSG, they just kind of sustained through most of the damage and just focused down on cutting Dragon, making sure that his effectiveness was pretty much zero. Alpha didn't really get to see what he was capable of in the early stages of the game. Later into the game, I still think there wasn't much of an impact for the most part. He kind of baited out that fight towards the end there, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah, he set up a okay, that's the thing about Alpha, right? Like Lolios, he may not be as great here, but a lot of these fights here could not have been won without him here, because he set up a really good jump onto the stunts here, especially onto his Flynn here, because he has no disengage. But before we get into this here, let's take a look at the early stage game here. This was pretty much all Bosskurr just completely shutting RSG MY out of guard here. Lolios was pretty much one of the first targets to get destroyed here. Flynn was being extremely cheeky in all the situations here, where he was just, being the ninja that he is.
Yeah, I mean, after rotating towards that top side to disengage from the fight, he actually looks to re-engage back in towards RSG's lineup. Now, notice their lineup here. Sino is going to be one of the more annoying heroes, because the moment Flynn shows himself, if he doesn't get one shot, he's going to get knocked up, he's going to get hit by the CC, and then he's just going to get absolutely run down. And not to mention that Lexia does still have the Mountain Chakra at this point in time, so even if he tries to get near, activate the Mountain Chakra, get the reveal, instantly look to burst.
Yeah, definitely here. But at the same time as well here, I think this was the first a major Lord fight coming from Bosskurr, right? Like, it was pretty much a stalemate between RSG MY all the way through here. The creep base was constantly pushing towards RSG MY's direction here. So it was a really tough call for RSG MY to come up on top, but they just needed to buy time as long as they can, because eventually Lexia is going to scale into a stage game. You can see it was a pretty messy fight coming from Bosskurr, knowing that you can't blame them, considering the strategy of their playstyles here was pretty much the Digi and the Natalia going to be cutting the back lines, and in front here you're going to be having Goten and Rin in this kind of situations here. And you can see Rin, he did not have buff in this situation, and Lexia has it here, and he chose to disengage from the fight because knowing that he cannot fight them at all. But instead, he waits for Goten to go in for a setup. They get a nice pick off here, punishing the jungle into a very small bush and just comes up on top.
Yep, and I mean, overall, it has been a very slow and painful game from both of these sides. It was quite the war of attrition for Team Bosskurr, but inevitably, they just ran out of damage. And I feel like even if Dragon were to kind of switch his build to have that full damage, I don't think it would matter at the end of the day. And coming in towards these last sections of the fight, like Team Bosskurr, they just really were looking for opportunities to get onto Lexia. The moment they kill Lexia, this game just becomes so much easier to play, but Team Bosskurr couldn't crack them open.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Every single time they try and make an attempt with Lexia here, immediately strong shields coming in from both the Angela and the Rafaela here with the heals here. Just going to be ridiculous here. So I'm looking forward to see how the itemizations actually went for him, because if you pay attention this year, despite all the healings coming from both the Angela and Rafaela here, Oracle up on Lolios, Oracle up on Sino for more regeneration here, and that's just so much sustainability coming from them.
Yeah. Ah, boy, that sustainability is really difficult to deal with overall. Like, I mean, you can see them, like, buying, items like Anti-Q Rest. You can also see the Twilight Armor also being purchased as well, just to make sure that they don't get absolutely destroyed by Natalia. And Natalia already with Hunter Strike, already with the Sea Halberd, already with the Malefic Roar, already with the Bladed Heptases. He's looking to one-shot, but also, he's also looking to get some side lane pressure. So make sure, if you are looking to play Natalia, you have to take these things into consideration. And Goten, on this Uranus, overall, he just did Uranus things. He just cleared up the waves and just kind of held on for as long as possible and looked to bait out these fights.
Yeah, it's understandable that Goten was trying his best here. Like, understandable, like, we usually see a lot more Goten going for Uranus playing a different kind of strategy here. But because of the composition coming from RSG MY, the healings, the damage output here, he was forced to get early durances as well as anti-heroes, which arguably is not the usual play items for Uranus. But based on this composition coming from RSG MY, he had no choice. But despite that, they just could not deal with this kind of healings here. Yes, they can arguably still fight against Lolios. They arguably can still fight against Sino here. But if you see RSG MY hard stock and just protect one particular hero in time here, it was so hard to deal with.
Yeah, but now looking at the post-game stats, we are going to see the Forgotten One going over to Zaraki, the carry Alexia, the rich guy Rin, and the sandbag Goten. Everybody's damage is like through the roof at this point in time. A little bit more even across the board for Team Bosskurr, but RSG MY, it's going over to Yishin Shin with 120k worth of damage.
Yeah, he definitely, it's no surprises, right? The Mount Shocker has been doing so much work in all these city fights as well. He does do a lot of damage here. His crit is always on point when it comes to this kind of big, massive sweeps here, when a team finds potential here. Most of the time, it was pretty much trying for him to focus down on towards the Jebs as well as a Flint as well on the Natalia. But look at this interesting here coming from Bosskurr. 69k damage on the Diggy. Wow, that's not a usual number we kind of expect from a support here.
Yep, I mean, it's just the culmination of the fact that, you know, Diggy was building things like the Feeling Time. He was building like Nicholas and Durance as well, just to kind of negate the healing. He's just constantly trying to pick up that damage in the earlier stages of the game. And the moment Jebs was like, oh, I got that one kill, okay, back to just pure harass, not looking to feed anymore.
Exactly here. But let's take a look at the MVP here. It is going to be Sino's Paquito with 7, 1, and 5. And yes, arguably he did set up some amazing plays as well here with those knockups as well as the jab and punches here. And he has been able to kind of flank us around towards the backlines and just disrupt the momentum coming from Bosskurr as well. A lot of these times here, Granger was kind of in the situation where he could not exactly go in front because Sino was constantly just, you know, there to just apply pressure.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Like, Zaraki, every single time he tries to go into that backline, like, obviously Alpha has a very clear and obvious animation when it comes to trying to close the distance. Sino is the one who's looking to push everybody back to the front and say, hey, as long as we play this front to front, it's going to work out quite well. And as Paquito, especially when it comes from, the, you know, from flank angles, can really make that difference. But don't forget, guys, to join in on the conversation at MPL-MY's official pages, at the Facebook page, at the Facebook group, at the Instagram page, and finally, the TikTok page, where you can check out those dank memes and also communicate with the rest of the community.
And also, we can always go some, make a little bit more TikTok content here with a little bit of a whoa factor.
The whoa factor. But overall, this has been a good example of how the meta is definitely shifting here. I don't necessarily think that having both Angela as well as Raphaelia is ideal, but against a Diggy feeding strat, it's not too bad.
Yeah, it's not. It was still too close to be called comfort here. It's just that the difference between both drafts here, both teams have very similar ideas and strategy to work around here, but if you pay attention to both teams' draft, they didn't exactly have magical damage. But speaking of magical damage here, let's talk about a strong mage hero is going to be coming up here, because right now, next up, we are going to be telling you that Mobile Legends Adventures is actually a casual and idle game that shares the same world building elements with Mobile Legends Bang Bang. It is a stress relieving game that you definitely don't want to miss. Dive into the engaging encounters in battle and grab huge idling rewards in your absence. Lovable heroes from MLBB will make their debut in MLA, and even more original characters will join your team as you advance.
Don't forget, an all-new MLA hero, Selena, is coming soon, along with a major mode update to come. So unlock her exclusive gameplay to claim Selena for free and unlock her story. More new modes, including collectible systems, labyrinths, etc., are waiting for you in a different land of dawn.
And if you were once an adventurer in the world of MLA, now it's the time to resume your journey. You will get an exclusive rewards and access to special events. Feel free to choose your desired heroes from Ultimate Chess and get item discounts right away.
Now, don't forget, we prepared a special gift for MLA adventurers who have watched the live stream with the CD key MLA999. It can be used to exchange for rewards in MLA, so download the game and log in right now. And don't forget, you also have that extra code right up here on the screen.
Yep. Of course, here, once again, we're going to repeat as well. The secret code from us is MLA999. Okay, got it? But yeah, that's pretty much us giving you guys some amazing codes here for the MLA fans here. But at the same time, let's talk a little bit about games here. You know, both teams here, they had very similar strategies and play styles here. But both teams has one identical problem. They didn't exactly have high magical damage output here. You know, if you think about it here from the other side, they only had the the Uranus coming in and also Diggy dishing out magical damage, which kind of makes a lot of sense why Jeps is doing a lot of this kind of situational damage here. But as soon as RSG MY gets those oracles up, it barely tickles them. And likewise, coming from RSG MY, they didn't exactly have a lot of magical damage, which oftentimes magic damage does a lot of damage into the early stage of the game. You can see Rafaela wasn't doing a lot of damage, Angela wasn't doing a lot of damage. It was most purely supporting, making sure Lexia scales and out farms and out DPS, outclasses Granger in towards the ultra late stages of the game.
I would say that it really just, again, it comes down to just sustainability and also the utility that is given, because most of the time, like even when you saw the Heart Guard being used, that shield basically didn't matter. The sustainability was a factor towards the later stages of the game, but it really just came down to about finding where Zaraki is, making sure the Mountain Shocker is used effectively, and I think overall, Lexia did a good job. Let's move in towards Game 2 here with RSG MY on the blue side and Team Bosskurr on the red. One more time, can RSG close out this series 2-0 against Team Bosskurr and look to contest Geek Fam for that third spot?
Yeah, they have to kind of figure a way out to actually shut them out here. In this case, you know, this time RSG MY, the response, we're sick of the Diggy fading strategy. We do not want to see it. They are going to be banning it out. However, Matilda is going to be up in the pool. Cho not banned yet from the side of Bosskurr, which oftentimes they should hear just because of how good Sino is on that hero.
Yep, Vendetta finally gets banned out, and the same goes for Matilda, Selena, and Diggy. Going to be the follow-up. RSG MY need to make a decision about whether or not they are considering, hey, Paquito was a little bit of an issue the last time. We dealt with Team Bosskurr. Maybe this time around giving it over might not be the best idea.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, there's just so many flexibility here coming from Bosskurr, from RSG MY's draft. But when it comes to Sino's hero pools here, we've argued that, hey, he can play only this amount. But he's shown himself that his Paquito is also a threat to be working with. So both teams going to be prioritizing on banning side lanes now, where Uranus was kind of taken out here. Bosskurr, what are they going to respond? Do they ban off the Paquito? But what's going to be off the hook here? Okay,
Jawhead.
Yeah, Jawhead. It's going to be one thing they can consider banning as well, considering that Jeps loves it. But you know what's the hero that we all of us completely ignored and forgotten by day number 3?
What?
Beatrix.
Beatrix. I get a
We
lot of
completely forgotten about that hero.
I mean, we saw RSG MY just avoid it, and the same went for Team Bosskurr when they were playing their games, you know, on Fridays and Saturdays respectively. So again, I have no expectations for either one of these teams to actually pick up the Beatrix from here on out, unless they really want to strut their stuff and show whether they are well practiced in it. They probably should have shown it in the first couple of games. Now, here it is. It's going to be the Jawhead finally banned out, allowing RSG to make a decision on what exactly that first pick is going to be. It's going to be the Alice this time round. So Team Bosskurr are probably going to respond with...
Yeah, Lolia's Alice is going to be something that they have to worry about here. So Bosskurr, if they have a good read on what's happening here, they can take the Angela Rafaela for themselves from the get-go, because RSG MY, they've pretty much shown their hand in the first game here. The Rafaela and also the Alice is something they want to play around here, coming from game number 1. But this time they will reply with the Cho, and they will also take the Angela for themselves. So counter picks coming in here just to deny Sino that Cho, as well as the Angela going into his RSG MY. So RSG MY is going to be on them to try to set the tempo here, because as of now, Baxia becomes a very, very valuable hero to be contesting now.
Yeah. I don't know whether RSG is considering to take Baxia. Again, Baxia got banned out within second rotation here, but I do think it is first pick worthy at this point of time, or arguably even the Esmeralda. Either or, Uranus is gone, so Yuzong does become an issue. So RSG MY could look to steal away the Yuzong and also lock in the Baxia for themselves. However, that's just going to be a very readable composition, and then Team Bosskurr could look to pinch.
Yeah, Rafaela, they could just pick up the Baxia for himself from the get-go here and kind of keep it out a little bit open, but seems like they will take the Natalia coming from Zaraki here. RSG MY, okay, I see you, but Bosskurr, do they respond with the Yu Zhong, knowing that Diggy is banned complete here? Bosskurr, they can go for that, but is it worth it though? Because, you know, thinking about how RSG MY fought it, the Yu Zhong matchup against the Cho isn't exactly great, especially when Sino played it with the high and dry. He literally just one-shotted Yu Zhong without him transforming into the Black Dragon.
Well, again, I do think Cho in the earlier stages of the game against the Yuzong does have that advantage. It is a mechanical, it's pretty mechanical from both sides, but it's a little more favored towards Cho. And let's see, it's going to be the Boxia being taken away, and Team Bosskurr finally securing that anti-regeneration coming in from RSG. So Alice might be in a little bit of trouble here, but let's move on in towards the second phase of the picks and bans. Team Bosskurr most likely going to start chomping down on towards the support section and as well as the fighters.
Yeah, they definitely need to figure a way out on how to deal with this Boxia now coming from RSG MY. Bosskurr, how are they going to play around this here? Because Paquito completely ignored in the first phase here coming from RSG MY, understanding that, hey, the Natalia's still a threat to begin with here. First game, Flynn played it here, so this time they're just counter-picking each other's hero pool. But now, Esperanza being banned, knowing that Bosskurr, they don't have magical damage side laners. So taking away the Esperanza denies them that opportunity. So I like where this is coming from RSG MY.
I wouldn't be surprised if RSG MY also bans out the Yuzong at this point of time as well.
They should.
Yeah, because again, like, unless you're gonna build something that requires shields, I think RSG MY might be going for something like a Harith. So Team Bosskurr, if they do the hard read, they can start banning out the weirder offlaners that have range and can be able to do something. And yep, Lunox as well, a pretty good shout.
Lunox, okay. Seems like they might consider going for the Hayabusa Yuzong strat. Not a big fan of it here coming from Bosskurr, but RSG MY, they are looking to ban off the Rafaela. Okay, I was expecting them to pick it here, considering that Bosskurr is in a comfortable position to pick up the Rafa Angela Bruno setup. So it's understandable why they take it away. Kagura will be the pick here coming in from Flynn. So that's going to be a Bosskurr Kagura. So jungler-wise, no Yuzong whatsoever. As RSG MY, they can pick it up for them. Yeah. If they want to, they can, but
I mean, Team Bosskurr, they don't mind.
Want to? Yeah,
they don't mind if RSG, because they've already got the box here. They've secured the fact that if they pick up the Yuzong, it just really doesn't matter at the end of the day, and they can look for something even more aggressive in towards that jungle position. And here we go. It's going to be that Lancelot locked in double course coming in from RSG MY's side. They noticed this straight away and they're like, yep, I think we're just going to have to, because we can't go for this Yuzong. And even if we do, we'll be in a very tough position.
We got to go full dives here. All triple assassins all the way through. And Damos as the final pick from Xeno for a little bit more sustainability. I like this from RSG MY, but it's so risky for them.
Yep, it's quite the risk, you know. Team Bosskurr, RSG MY, they've got quite the early game here. It's interesting to see, however, Team Bosskurr will easily outscale towards the later stages of the game. By mid-game, they should be able to get quite the big power spike and slowing down RSG. In terms of late game, I don't think it would work out too well for them unless they get something that can scale well. I mean, what else do they have? Carry, okay.
I was expecting to see a Cloud pick up here coming from Bosskurr.
Yeah, I was thinking Cloud as well.
Yeah, but understandable that, you know, pretty much the only other hero can kind of match up with the mobility of Lancelot was pretty much the Benedetta. But knowing that Bosskurr, they don't exactly play Fanny, and I don't think they would here, is not just ideal here. So the carry is going to be a safer matchup here, trying to deal with all this tankiness coming from RSG MY. But I'm a little bit worried here. It feels like the dive comp coming from RSG MY is just too strong.
We're going to have to wait and see, because they are very gold-hungry heroes. And I think that's going to be the big problem with Team Bosskurr, because whoever gets those kills are going to start pushing ahead, and it's just going to snowball affect whoever gets that first kill. While on RSG side, where it's like, as long as the team gets a kill, it's going to be a pretty smooth bell curve for them in terms of power spikes.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how it goes here, because Bosskurr has responded with the drafts here. Ladies and gentlemen, here, this is going to be second game between RSG MY going up against Bosskurr, with RSG MY taking the first game here. Can they close up this 2-0 with this double core setup, or will Bosskurr retaliate and bring it to game number 3? We shall see, because to start things off. Middle lane here, it is going to be Izanami here doing on the solo push here, as he's not exactly the jungler, but he is going for the execute instead. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, they're going to do a little bit of a leash here for carry, just to make sure that Zaraki isn't going to have pressure on this Natalia, because if he shows himself, guess what? Boxy is just going to run him down, and Flynn, he's going to take a little bit of damage here, but he's totally fine with that. But here comes Izanami to try to make things happen here. He misses the Thorn Rose strikes, as Sino is going to zone him off with his lane pressure because of the leash being held on top side.
Very close call there coming from Flynn. If that landed coming from Izanami, pretty sure it's double executes coming from Zaraki and Izanami will take him down. So that's going to be a close call coming from Bosskurr, but it is going to be a 50-50 trade with Bosskurr slightly leading with, what, a couple of goals, I guess?
Yeah, and I mean, Bosskurr, to them, as long as they don't lose their members, they just want to play to scale at the end of the day. Like that Yin-Yang Overturn is going to be a very powerful spell in Goten. He's getting dove right under. He's going a bit hard, but he can't get out of that situation with 4 members just diving. And as you mentioned, this is the dive comp coming in from RSG, so expect to see this more often than not.
Yeah, the double executes strategy coming from RSG MY is already starting to take effect here. So very quick rotations and punishing him towards Goten is nice here. However, interesting item choice here coming from Goten here. He actually opted to go for the flame shot. What?
Yep, Flynn.
Sorry, execute, sorry.
Yin-Yang Overturn. Yep, I guess he's going to be able to chunk Lexia down, but again, they're not be able to die. There we go, the flame shot. He was just timing it. He was like, wait for it, wait for him to use his metamorphosis, and then go for the snipe. Real good coming in by Flame. And again, here comes the dive here on Zaraki is only one, but Dragon able to pick him up, and here comes Lolia's able to kind of get that return kill with the flowing blood.
Yeah, there was a style points coming from Dragon here, but trading 50-50 is pretty cool here, but Flynn with the flame shot kind of salvages the team fight a little bit better here, but at the same time, bottom side as well, also getting really overzealous coming from Bosskurr. RSG MY having the upper hand from the bottom side with Low Leos coming up on top with the Alice pickup right now.
I'm looking at the rotations here. We can see Flint making that rotation down towards bot side, and the same goes for Izanami. And this is the counter gank is coming here.
Oh wow!
You can expect Angela. He already used the hard guard, but as they are running over, here comes Izanami as well as Zaraki finding that first rotation, finding that counter engagement as well. Dragon, is he going to get that puppet on the string? It hasn't come off of cooldown just yet. Here comes Too Easy for Jeps. The iframes coming up from 3-row strike is going to be enough as Zaraki jumps on towards Too Easy for Jeps, securing the kill with the execute. Rin trying to turn around with a spinning light wheel. It's not going to be enough. And if that didn't go that way and it kept on pushing, Sino would have responded as well.
Yeah, definitely. But RSG MY, they set up for a perfect bait here. They're taking advantage of this double execute strategy very, very nicely here. And Bosskurr, they're just taking the bait here, risking their lives for unnecessity here. But at the same time, Bosskurr, they're trading 50-50s. They're buying time for Rin, and that's going to be the most important factor for Bosskurr here, making sure that Rin gets his farm. In this case, bottom side here, Lolios, he might get after in Rin. He's got all the triple buffs here, but Izanami is there to respond. He's looking for the swipes. Can he connect? No, he cannot. So that's going to be Dragon in a little bit of trouble here. Meanwhile, from the sidelines, Lexia gets caught up. They trade for Flynn here. Flynn pulling the big one there.
Yep, they're just consistently fighting. As long as it goes 50-50, Team Bosskurr is relatively happy with this because RSG MY, if they keep getting those kills and snowball out of control, I don't think Team Bosskurr will be able to slow down that aggression. But I love the proactivity. They find a kill onto it. Lolias should be going down as well. They're still trading 1-for-1. No objective being obtained thus far.
Yep, they are going to be chunking away onto outer golden plating here. And RSG MY is going to be farming a little bit okay here. But that's the thing right now here. Lexia, he needs the hyper buffs, but Izanami on the landslide without purple buff, it's going to be extremely hard for him to go for those kind of combos here. But Zaraki going to be opening things up here. Japs is going to go in for the slow. Doesn't seem to connect with the puppet strings here. RSG are disengaging, but Bosskurr, they are going to be holding down the turtle for now here. Sino going for the flag. He's super tanky, but he's taking too much damage. Lolias goes in for the re-engage, but everyone from Bosskurr, they're so low. They get dived on. A massive fight here coming from Lexia. And RSG MY, they're chunking away. Lexia, he wants more, but he does not have the purple buff. And it seems to me that is going to be the turtle heading in the way of RSG MY.
Well done to Zaraki, getting in towards him, patiently waiting in the backline and finding those big catches onto both Flynn Flint and Rin there with the smoke screen. That was such a huge turn. Rin having no time to really respond to it. Everybody jumped in towards that back line.
Yep. Speaking of which, Loyos is training 50-50s here. Rin, you know, not very fortunate to see his purple buff still alive in his vicinity, whereas RSG MY, they are, you know, slowly, yeah, they're doing pretty okay this kind of team fights here, but as the game goes by, they're not getting a lot of objectives here as they kind of want to end the game as quickly as they can. 5-6 minutes marks almost gonna be there here. No, all the tier 1s are still standing in the hands of Bosskurr. This is a pretty late push coming in from RSG MY, but still, there's still a big window opening for them to still try and snowball their way through.
Oh, this is quite the game here. Here comes Way the Dragon coming in from Lolias, but they couldn't get the second part as Zaraki is able to get that smoke screen just in time. Here comes a hard card for the counter engagement, and they finally find it. They finally profit a situation to even up the kill score, but they are losing their buffs at the same time. Bosskurr is going to match them walking in towards orange side jungle for RSG. As they don't successfully get the dive up on top side, they just take away from the jungle.
Yep, Lolios already backing up for the bottom side as well here because Japs is going to get caught out. You can see they're going to be struggling here. The dive comes in, execute is there, good. And Lolios, he might actually die with his life. He needs one more passive. Does he connect? Rin dodges his way through, but eventually gets caught out with the last take there. So that's going to be the passive proc coming in. But Lexia now, he needs to back off. Dragon is diving his way through. He dodges the iframe, and RSG MY, they shut him down. Rin, he needs to back off. He's got no buff whatsoever. Lexia is there. Bosskurr, they don't want to mess around, but Zaraki, you're overextending, and that's going to be forcing out the Tortoise Passons. Zanami getting a little bit cheeky from this here, but Bosskurr, they've got a little bit of breather here, but RSG MY, they are going to put the gas to the pedal as they take the tier 1 very efficiently down bottom.
They finally get the kill, and they finally also get an extra turret for themselves. RSG trying to break away, finally breaking even more importantly. Turtle is up. Can they get on it in time as Team Bosskurr looking to respond at the exact same time as well? Will they make this through? I mean, especially for Flint, like his ultimate is really, really important here to stop and slow down any type of like full-on commitment in a fight from RSG.
Yep, Sino now getting dived on as well. He's taking a little bit too much damage here. He's gonna get bursted down, but the rest of the team coming from RSG is coming in. Zaraki waiting for the right moment here. He wants a hot gun to expire, but Flint is there, shows himself, and he immediately turns tails and run, knowing that it's not worth contesting this here. But the turtle will be contested coming from Bosskurr, but the rest of RSG MY coming in. Lolios is there, going to go for the set as well. Goten does not have Tortoise Passat, and he's going to get bursted down. And the turtle heading in towards Lexia's favor. They're looking for more. Zaraki getting a casual fight against Flynn, but Flynn is just buying time for the rest of the team from Bosskurr, but that's going to be a win in the hands of RSG MY.
RSG looking really good here, and this mid game is getting even better because everybody is finally getting those endless battles up and running. They have that first item power spike, and this is expected here. Team Bosskurr, on the other hand, it's difficult for them to stick too close together because if they do, they're going to get chunked. Here comes the Way of the Dragon coming in from the Cho down bot side. A mega kill coming in from Rin. He is scaling very nicely in this game. Flint, he's going to turn all around even with the Yin Yang overturn. It ain't enough in the Hearth Guard as well. Lexia able to chunk right on through.
Yeah, great stuff here. Meanwhile, the orange buff is going to be checked in from the side of RSG MY, but at the same time, they had realized they are taking too much damage. They have to back off. However, Lolios finally purchasing the Winter Trunk in here. He's going to be a little bit cheeky here. Will Bosskurr make the attempt? He goes into a flicker, goes into that. He does have the Winter Trunk. Will he survive? He sustains a little bit here, but he's trapped. Can he survive? No, he cannot. He's going to tank his tower, and he is going to go down.
Too easy for Jeps with the love taps as well as the puppet on the string, slowing him so much to the point that he can't get away from Torrent aggro. Rin, very happy with this. He's going for the safe build this time. He isn't going for something aggressive like Panda. He's just going for the endless battle, probably looking to get the Thunder Belt as well. Makes total sense. The rest of the team from RSG looking to play for top side. 30 more seconds until the turtle is up.
Yeah, might be looking for a breastplate as well coming from Raid. We shall see. But now Dragon gonna get dive on here. Anti-Kira's purchase coming from Goten. RSG MY, they have to realize what's up here because right now they are gonna have their damage completely cut a little bit here. But Goten, he messed up here. He needs to use his Passons and it's gonna back off. But Team Bosskurr is in the vicinity to re-engage as Izanami here. Surprise, surprise. This Lancelot without buffs is doing pretty okay.
Yep. 2 more seconds until the Lord is back up. And this is what everybody wants. The big win condition here. Team Bosskurr only down by 3K worth of gold. But their team fighting capabilities, as long as they keep it front to front, it's not too bad.
Oh, Lightning Trunking up on Flynn here. Flynn is going to hit a big huge chunk as well. Rin, getting his breastplate in time for this next engagement here. RSG MY, they must realize this. They don't exactly have damage now to burst them down, and they have to go for a potential pickoff. RSG MY, they're going to be splitting off the forces here. They're hiding the way. They're not showing their cards here, as Bosskurr is going to be clearing out the top creep wave on top of that here. As the rest of RSG MY, they're setting up for the big flank.
They're going to slowly start pushing in towards that jungle. They're getting more aggressive, especially with the tier 1s all down. And they even bring another tier 2 down on this bottom side. Zaraki, he's on the run, and Goten is going to try and run him down somewhere. He finally finds him, and now here comes the Hearthguard as well. I think that's a little too many resources, especially since they should be contesting Lord. But hey, they got the pick-off that they were looking for.
Yeah, big catch there coming from Zaraki. They realize that how annoying he is here with the silence at the top there here. But this time, they are going to pick a fight against Izanami. On top of that, as RSG MY, they know they cannot contest this here. Bosskurr, they're very happy that Zaraki is out of picture. They won't start the Lord. Goten going to be starting the lines here with zoning here, but Izanami waiting for the right potential here. He's looking to go in for the back lines, but Bosskurr, they say, is not worth it here. Let's play a little bit slow. Dragon gets poked out a little bit more. Way of the Dragon not going to be happening yet, as Dragon looking for the right potential catcher is not going to be happening, but Lixia finally gets his breastplate. They say, RSG MY, we can fight this. Let's go.
Yep. Team Bosskurr, they're not at 33K here, and I think they just kind of have to play this slow. Yep, you know, he's getting absolutely chunked out, but he still has the immortality. Dragon looking for an angle, but now he himself gets caught out with the help of Zaraki just waiting in the flank. And now Flynn, he might be in a little bit of trouble. Izanami is going to turn this around, gets the long gem. Oh, Izanami able to secure the kill with 1 HP left.
Style points coming from Izanami here to turn the tides against Bosskurr. But now, here comes the contest here. Tortoise Persons has been used here, but Rin, he doesn't have the protection from Hearthguard. He's going to be in some trouble. Lolios catches him off guard. Winter the Dragon is there. He's down to last HP, but he sidesteps it and takes him down. Bosskurr, they prevail. Lexia, you're in trouble. This Baxia's got damage. He makes a run, and Jam flickers forward and takes him down. That should not have happened, and Bosskurr made it happen with the clutch coming in from Rin as they make things alive. However, the double assassins coming from RSG MY is still alive. Izanami waiting for the right angle, and Bosskurr says, we've got no utilities. Dragon is there. He wants to go for Wave Dragon. Izanami spots this out. He backs off Zaraki, goes for a huge flank. Rin taking a little bit too much damage here. He goes for the flank. Can he go for that? He goes for it, but the Hearthguard is there. He gets shut down as Bosskurr, they prevail. Izanami get cut. Dragon with the way of the Dragon. Oh my god.
They finally find an angle here. Zaraki, even though he got close, too easy for Jeps, making it look easy with the quick reactions from the Hearthguard just in time. With that being said, this is going to be the big swing that Team Bosskurr has been looking for. Necklace of Durance being purchased in by Flint as well. RSG, they messed up the fight, and now they're going to have to pay for it as Lord is going to be knocking at their front door.
A huge clutch coming from Rin in that particular fight as well, winning the team fight coming from RSG MY, and this is going to be the defense coming in from RSG MY here as Lolios. He needs to find a way to work this out here. Purple buff going to be swinging in his favor instead here. This is the Rin that we are looking forward to. 6, 1, and 2 late game is in their way, but the Lord going to be knocking from the bottom side. Bosskurr, they are trying to get a little bit more from this. However, Zaraki is going to go for the backlines here as Bosskurr is going to be looking to pick a fight against them, and it's going to be happening here as well. Look at this, the starting fight. Sino taking a little bit of edge. A big swipe coming from Izanami here. It's going to clear out the Lord, and Bosskurr, they are going to be contesting against Lolios. He's so tanky. They're trapped. Eventually get arrested down. Is this the right move? RSG MY, they've got the damage. Flint almost killing him off, but Dragon will take Izanami with him, and he somehow survives this here with the Hearthguard. And RSG MY, they lose 2 main cores here as Team Bosskurr is still relatively healthy. They can look to go for more. Lexia, he tries his best, but what can he do? Bosskurr, they've got so much sustain. A big catch coming from Flint. Lexia, you might be in trouble, and he might die. He goes in for the last hoo-ha, but he goes down. Got like 4 Rin, and now Zaraki needs to back off. Sino is going to be the one to prevail, and Rin will be protected for gems, and Bosskurr will look to close out this game.
No, they have to clear the wave. They have to clear the wave. RSG is still in it here. Wave the Dragon's going to get onto Sino. He's going to give up his life, but Izanami should be back in about 2 more seconds, and he can clear the wave instantaneously. Same goes for Loliez. Holding on strong. Team Bosskurr trying their best here. Perfect execution as well. Onto too easy for Jeps. Loliez jumps down towards that bottom side. Does Izanami have any more? No, he does not, but they push out the wave just enough. They've cleared it, but it's too late. They don't have a wave, and Lexia should be back up in 6 more seconds to try and hold on. They're going to muscle their way for the win. This is it. Team Bosskurr, GG, well played.
What a game. What a game. A really, really rough comeback here, but the clutch plays coming from Rin and Jab saves them the game. RSG MY. Seems like they had the right idea to go in for the flanks here, but Bosskurr put them in a really tough spot with that Baxia plays.
Yeah, again, that's why having Baxia is pretty important, and just to minimize the amount of lifesteal, sorry, not lifesteal, but spell vamp that you get, and especially with a lot of heroes who are dependent on it. The Thamos really couldn't sustain through the amount of damage. Same goes for Alice, and I think, you know, the one fight that turned it over was at Lord, because that was their only opportunity to do so. Loliez getting outplayed by Rin at the very end there. That made the difference.
Yeah, definitely here. Rin was playing out of his mind in that situation here. However, for these guys, you know what's out of mind here? Free 5GB data, guys, because this is going to be free 5GB data for you guys from Udo. All you got to do is just scan the QR code right here, and you have a very, very amazing experience surfing the internet without any interruption and smooth connectivity.
With that being said, I can't wait to actually double check the highlights here, because there's a lot of like interesting moments coming in from both of these teams where it does feel like, obviously, like when you have Zaraki on this Natalia, it can be very, very devastating in certain situations, but the Hearthguard coming in at just the right times can really thwart him.
Yeah, we saw that a lot of times as well here, especially when Izanami tried to go in for the flank dive onto his Rin here. He was low enough to be in kill range despite having double executes, but the Hearthguard came in time here before he actually has enough of the kill range before him to perform the execute through the shields, which is very, very clutch moment coming from Jabs. So I would say a lot of these moments, Jabs was doing the right thing as the bodyguard. He's known to be the famed Angela back in the days from Season 3 for Geek Fam, and he's just demonstrated himself as why he's a very, very strong Angela to fear about.
Yeah, I think, you know, RSG MY, they played the early games pretty well. However, they were trading 50-50 all across the board. They really couldn't find that momentum that they were looking for. And by the time they did, they had already passed their item power spike, allowing Team Bosskurr to slowly scale into this game much better than RSG MY. And their only hope at that point for RSG was so that Loliez would get into a position, or even arguably Lexia to get in a position where they're just too big to handle. But Flint just made sure that Lexia would never go in for the Lycan Pounce, because if he does, bam, he gets blown up by the Yin Yang overturn.
Oh, that was a really sick player from Loliez. Almost very, very micro, small transactions, small micro plays transactions. Small micro plays. Small micro plays for trying to dodge a couple of one auto attacks here, but unfortunately the auto attack coming from Rin really landed here, proccing the final passive, just destroying him. Just is very, very unfortunate. However, look at this fight here. Turtle coming in, steal from RSG MY. They took advantage of the situation. Bosskurr could not make this attempt, knowing that Goten was kind of bursted down right at the early stage game, and they understood that without Goten's lifesteal reduction or regeneration reduction here, it's not going to work out.
Yeah, and I mean, Goten taking quite the big hit, but also just look at the different angles that they were coming from. Like at that point, Team Bosskurr just needs a regular front to front. If they can get a regular front to front, then it becomes a lot easier. But Zaraki made it quite difficult to play the game. But here is one of the monumental moments here, as Team Bosskurr were able to kind of turn this around. The outplay coming in from Rin, he gets out and then dashes back in, getting triple autos off in time to proc his passive, and a big, big win. Like, Dragon played his role very, very well, making sure that the supports from RSG had a tough time getting in on these fights, and more importantly, Sino made little to no impact in all of these games.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? When it comes to Sino's playing on the Damos here, he was just literally just trying to be the meat shield from his RSG MY. But instead of going for Vengeance, he opted to go for the Flicker instead, which oftentimes we know that, hey, Vengeance works extremely well with Damos just because he can kind of sustain his way through. But Unfortunately, it just did not work out. Most of the times here, you can see Rin just chunking his health all the way through. But let's take a look at itemizations here. Jeps, look at this. He's got a very, very good damage here. Fleeting time, dew runs, Ice Queen Juan on the support here. Pretty standard stuff. Goten, Anti-Kiras, Dominant Size, nothing out of the ordinary. Flynn doing some serious damage as well. Nothing out of the ordinary. But Rin here, this is interesting. Instead of rushing for the Thunder Belt for more damage, he opted to go for Breastplate here to get a balanced hybrid defense and then transition to Thunder Belt here for a little bit of a defense hybrid with damage.
He understood that like his main problem was if Zaraki got on top of him, because at that point he's just banking on the fact that Too Easy for Jeps is going to be able to have the Heart Guard at that very moment of time, and there's no guarantee there. There's no guarantee. He needs to be able to survive that first hit tick of damage, and the Brute Force Breastplate was very important in doing so, and also in case, you know, if Sino or even Lexia got on top of him before, Carrie doesn't exactly have the best early game, and with one item, she doesn't have enough of a power spike. She needs at least 3, especially with this build.
Yeah, exactly. And coming to the later stage of the game as well here, it feels like Rin, you know, without the blue buff, he's not going to be able to be as tanky as he expects to be, especially with the breastplate here. It's a good decision here, but, you know, the teamwork between him and Jabs and trusting his Jabs to actually save his life has just, you know, made the big difference in all these team fights here. But let's look at the damage output here. 71k up on Rin. No surprises there.
Yeah, but, you know, 51,000 coming in hard with the Kagura. Like, this has definitely made the difference. The yin-yang overturns just slowing down any kind of aggression, making Lexia's job so difficult. He only got 23,000 damage off in the entirety of the game. Even Zaraki was able to out-damage him in these situations.
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? Like, when it comes to Rin, you know, like, you have to give credit towards Team Bosskurr as well here. Like, if you, like, it's really tough to expect what Rin was going to do as well in a lot of the situations here. And time and time again, he pulls some really insane Kagura snipes here where RSG MY was like, what do we do? Oh, wait, I'm here. Wait, Kagura's there. He's doing some insane stuff. He's just zoning back. And time again here, Izanami from RSG MY, where Natalia was trying to go in flank. He's always there just stopping this track. But despite that here, if you think about it here, Izanami is the type of hero where he can literally just one-shot both the Kagura and also the carry here. All they gotta do is just buy time, and it kind of worked out for them. But ladies and gentlemen here, your undeniable MVP for this match, it is gonna be Rin.
Yep, with his 10-1 and 5 match KDA and 3.2 average KDA, Rin was able to carry the team at the very end, getting that big outplay by Lord side onto Loliez and really turning things around for the team. Despite being 3k gold down and not having too many objectives, one fight was all it took.
Yeah, and that was a clutch moment here because it could have went either ways here coming from RSG and Bosskurr. I would say it's still too close to be called comfort, but they were definitely playing on thin ice.
Honestly, it's like it could have turned out pretty well for for RSG, but it's just those missed item power spike advantages. Can't really say too much about that. You know, I think RSG, they're even thinking about it. It's just like, yeah, you know, Team Bosskurr, they played a pretty solid game all across the board. But what do you guys think? You have any memes that you want to share? Do you have any interesting content that you want to kind of create? But nobody to show, especially when it's about the MPL-MY. Well, join the Facebook page, the Facebook group, the Instagram page, or even the TikTok page to join a worldwide community where we share, hey, we like MPL-MY, and man, those memes are real dank. Like, woo!
Exactly here, and you also can follow our social medias here, you know, because we got a KPI to hit.
Yeah, you can follow us at Terrence, ICBaby12, or even at me at the Fatal 5 way at our pages. With that being said, we're gonna have to go on a short break before we conclude this series between RSG and Team Bosskurr. Make sure you stick around for it because this one is an absolute banger.
I see lots of prey.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MPL Malaysia Season 7, the official digital telco Udo, with the help of our partners in esports, TikTok, all powered by Munton to make it happen for you guys. So thank you very much to them for making the MPL so awesome as it is. Gideon Q on the table with ICBaby12 as the co-caster. We're in for a treat. Our last game of this particular series between Bosskurr and RSG. So far, it's 1-1. The games have been extremely long.
Yeah, both teams here, going to be prioritizing on a very interesting strategy thus far here. Angela has been sneaking their way through here, and you know what will heal all broken hearts?
What?
Free 5 GB data from Udo.
Oh my goodness, you guys could be getting 5 GB worth of data if all you did was scan the QR code right in front of you? Who knew? Well, honestly, I think, you know, in situations like these where both teams should really start considering getting rid of the sustainabilities, because these games are dragging way too long, and it's allowing members of the squad to pick up things like, you know, carry who require that extra bit of time to hyperscale in towards that game.
Yeah, definitely here. And it comes to the later stage game as well here. It seems like, you know, based on the trending of the meta here, it's undeniably why Bosskurr is considered one of the top tier hot picks here. It should not be let go at all. It's either should be banned first phase pick and such right here, because if you think about here, Bosskurr has so much flexibility when it comes to in this kind of team fights meta here, where sustainability is going to be key.
I totally agree, but you know, it's the fact that, you know, Angela is starting to become quite a significant problem. I feel like Rafaela is still okay. There's quite a number of ways to play around it, but specifically Angela, where it's like it's going to do exactly what Rafaela does, except has a global ultimate, so she can still affect many key points on the map whenever necessary with the hard guard. And at that point, Esmeralda should be coming up to the forefront. However, again, global, so therefore you don't necessarily have to give it to the right person. You can just give it to somebody else when necessary.
I definitely agree to a certain degree, in a sense where Rafaela and Angela has two different win conditions here. Angela's sole purpose here to try to drag it into the later stage game. This is where they excel. Rafaela, you just kind of want to dominate the early stage of game here in terms of rotation, and then just snowball your way into the win the game here. But it feels like both sides has different kind of approaches here, but I definitely agree Angela's global presence does bring a lot into the table. However, why don't we find out how the drops can be happening here between both the civil war of RSG MY of Team Bosskurr? Because as of now, the drops are coming in. Both teams, they have to realize is that, hey, Alice and Rafaela are something they have to worry about.
Yep, it's going to be Alice as well as Benedetta coming in from Team Bosskurr on the blue side, with RSG on the red, getting rid of the Matilda as well as the Diggy. Diggy being a pretty frustrating strategy to deal with overall, with multiple different answers. But again, as a jungler, and especially here in Malaysia, our junglers like to be untouched and you know, just overall doesn't want to be messed with.
Yeah, the Diggy ban here is going to be a great one here as well, because if you pay attention to other regions of MPL here as well, they have realized the fact that Angela, Rafaela, and Diggy should not even be let off into the game now, considering that how annoying it can become into the stage of the game. So triple bans coming in is great, but RSG MY, they say, you know what, I can deal with either one, Angela or Rafaela, but I still think Diggy is a threat to begin with.
Yep, with 6 more seconds on the clock, let's see what the final ban of this first phase is going to be. Finally, Angela is going to get cut. Here. So a lot of priority picks is going to be coming to the forefront. Paquito still up for grabs. Jawhead that nobody has been able to let through at this point in time. So I'm assuming that's what RSG is going to go for.
You know, can we guess? Can RSG MY just ban the Rafaela? We don't really want to see the support anymore. Like come on, play something else, guys. Play something else.
I mean, if it's meta, that's the way it's going to have to be.
But that's the thing, right? If they do it, it will force Bosskurr to say, you know what, we have the first phase pick the choice from the get-go, just because Sino might pick it up from the next game.
That's possible. Now Selena is going to get banned out here, which opens up the draft a lot more. Jawhead finally up for grabs, and Team Bosskurr, they're thinking about that like, ooh, this is kind of juicy here. Oh, wow. They're going to go straight for Cho.
Yeah,
they just don't even prioritize the Jawhead whatsoever. So that just means that RSG is going to be able to pick up Jawhead for themselves and even a Uranus. Wow, things looking a little more normal than it should be.
You're happy that it's normal, isn't it?
Not really, but I would expect to see Team Bosskurr to actually pick up Natalia, maybe?
Maybe, yeah. They pretty much we've seen Natalia 2 games in a row here. Both teams kind of play there thus far. But now the Cho here, respect to Asino here, Bosskurr, they might consider picking up the Natalia for themselves again. But if you think about it here, both teams who played Natalia in both games kind of lost out in both games here in the country. So I don't think they want to try and risk the Natalia yet, but I mean, they might improvise.
Okay, first of all, RSG played Natalia 2 times. Zaraki was able to pick it up twice. He won the first game, lost the second game, so it makes sense. Team Bosskurr, they're going to go for the Popo and Kupal this time, as well as the Rafaela. Kind of interesting, because now you have kind of the best of both worlds. You have sustainability, and you have some really safe follow-up stuns, but it just means that your side laners need to be a little tankier.
Well, Cho being a tank, it's... Nah, side lane Cho.
Side lane Cho.
Side lane Cho for sure, so... in terms of front lines wise here, Yujong is going to be in the pool.
For now, I guess? I mean, for now, it could be looking to get into the pool.
It's really rough here because RSG MY, they have to realize that the Boxer is going to be a more important priority here just to kind of mess around with. But they are going to be picking the Chang'e. Okay.
Chang'e is a pretty good flex at this point in time because again, Chang'e can outrange Popol Gupal, and even if she does get caught, she has options to kind of give herself the shield and the movement speed to kind of bail away. Will it be enough, especially with how much lockdown Popol Gupal can do after level 4? Not entirely sure.
Not a big fan of the Chang'e pickup here, but seems like RGMI, they might consider flexing it a little bit more.
In towards the side lane?
Yeah, potentially, which I'm not a big fan of it here, you know. Just like, I understand why they picked the draw here, just because Jabs may play it here, but they pretty much showed the Rafaela now. So they have a lot of room to work with here. They can still go for Bruno pickup if they want to, coming from Bosskurr with the Rafaela pickup. Considering that RGMI, they've got to read into this. Claude being banned as well. Both teams don't exactly have junglers on their side of the table. However, Lexia plays Claude. Unfortunately, Bosskurr will deny that. So I'm looking forward to see what Lexia is going to play. Roger in the pool as well. Do they want to just ban off all the junglers and just force each other to play assassins here?
I don't think that's going to be the case here. I think RSG is going to ban out the Bruno just to make sure that level 2 is going to be relatively safe for them. Like, although RSG could easily look to pivot here. Oh wait, no, they can pivot here. If Chang'e
is banning.
Okay, I get, you know, RSG, they could have gone for like an early game, like 1 and 4 composition, but instead they're going to be banning out the Bruno. It looks like they have got some scaling in mind. Team Bosskurr are going to be looking for that. Oh, there we go, Harith.
Okay. RGMY, it's gonna be on them on them for action here, because as of now they've got 2 really strong frontliners. They've got Chang'e as a burst potential, but if Chang'e whiffs us, everything goes south. So comes to the side lanes here, it feels like Esmeralda, Yu Zhong kind of works in this kind of scenarios here. Alice also works as well if they want to play it, considering that Boxer is just completely ignored once again.
I think, like, based on what RSG, if they wanted to pick Esmeralda, they should have picked it. They should have picked it instead of Chang'e at this point in time, because now they've kind of locked Esmeralda out. Unless they're throwing Esmeralda into the jungle, that would be pretty interesting to see. We don't see that too often, but I'm guessing just the regular marksman at this point in time. There we go, Brody, Team Bosskurr. They're probably going to pick up the Esmeralda.
Yeah, I like the Brody pickup as well. Okay, I see where it is going here. RGMI is thinking about the double marksman strategy here. But what other marksman is going to be great here? 1-1 maybe?
Yeah.
1-1 Brody?
I mean, it depends. It depends on Team Bosskurr, because Team Bosskurr could look to go for Lancelot once more if they really wanted to. That'd be interesting to see. What else could they go for?
Okay, Roger.
All right. Okay, so they instead go for a marksman.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure.
What about the front lines here? Because Popol Gupal supports here. They need a strong side line. Yu Zhong is great. Bane, okay.
Yeah. Some just great disengage options here, because you can tell that RSG MY, especially when you have Jawhead, that's a very clear engage hero, especially with the unstoppable force. I kind of get it, but personally, I'm not too fond of it overall, but I guess it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I like the Esmeralda pickup from RSG MY. It just gives them a little bit more sustainability here to kind of deal with it. But at the same time, he's got to be worried about the Bane pickup here, because we know that Sino kind of has a rough idea that... it feels like Bosskurr picked the Bane prematurely, assuming that Sino might be bringing it up in like the last final pick here.
See, that's the thing here. As Team Bosskurr, they assume like, okay, Chang'e, we need somebody who's safe in the side lane, who can clear the waves really, really fast. Bane kind of fits that role, and RSG baits them into Bane getting Esmeralda for themselves, saying, well, I guess you have a way to clear, but I don't care because I'm Esmeralda.
Yeah, definitely here. But seeing how it drops here, who do you favor more?
I'm leaning more towards RSG. I'm leaning a lot more towards RSG in comparison to Team Bosskurr, mainly because Team Bosskurr's composition, like, it's really counterintuitive with what they want. So unless they've got some solid macro play and communication, which we haven't seen too often, but with Too Easy for Jebs, these past 2 games haven't been looking too bad overall.
Yeah, I definitely agree here, but looking forward to see how it goes here, because ladies and gentlemen here, this is going to be the decider match for this second series here. Who's going to take the whole series? It is going to be Bosskurr going up against RSG MY, game number 3 here. Rin now going to be starting out with the Popol Koopa. Is this a purple Koopa? Wait. That
Yeah,
doesn't
that's
look
a
like a purple Koopa.
It's purple. Flint's
No,
on purple and
Rin's
Koopa
not
right
playing
now.
Koopa. No, Rin, what is Rin playing? Oh, Rin's
playing
playing Dodger.
Roger.
Oh my god.
The skin.
I don't recognize the skin. Oh my god.
You literally just saw two wolves walking around. It's just like, I can't tell which is which. But now for the early invade, as expected, coming in from Team Bosskur's side. When you have Raphaelia as well as a Popo and Koopa, you might as well abuse the fact that you have it.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, we are going to be seeing the Lycan pack here coming from Bosskurr.
Yeah.
The Wolf pack.
Gotta walk in with the squad, and
Yeah.
Zaraki, he's gonna be sitting down. I'm pretty sure he took smart missiles first. Oh, Lexia, he needs to be able to steal this away. Dragon looking for an opportunity with that quick rotation. Lexia is able to get it, but he goes down straight away. And now Raphaelia is gonna be the one with the buff. Zaraki just sitting there with his tail between his legs, realizing maybe I shouldn't have used the smart missiles so early on.
Yep, Rin getting it very, very early purple buff here. That's going to be allowing the rest of his team to actually share it off. But who's going to take it here? Because there's no point seeing how Bosskur's drop is. None of their heroes actually needs the purple buff here.
I mean, it's the fact that they were able to kind of just get the...
Goliath, what are you thinking? Hello?
Hello. He's not going to be able to get out of this. Too easy for Jeps. Nope, he's not going to be able to get out of this. Oh, Zaraki, he didn't take the potion. Oh my goodness, Loliels. Oh, wow. Most people would have taken the potion right at the beginning of the game, but it looks like, you know, these are one of the few situations where not taking the potion is actually beneficial.
That's the thing. If you're a pro, you don't take potions, man.
Pros don't take potions.
Exactly. You know, they don't mess up. Trust your teammate, man.
Oh, I've seen way too many people mess those up. But
No,
hey,
that's the thing.
well
When
played.
you're playing pubs, the only reason why you take potion is just so that they don't grief you. That's about it.
I mean, you could say that to Zakas in the, week 1,
Whoa,
week 2.
whoa.
Hey, we're not pointing fingers here. Now, Lexia, he's going in for that big old dive. Goten goes down straight away with the ejector coming in from Zaraki. He is making sure that all of his ejectors are effective. They break down that gold barrier straight away, and they should be able to get the turret, sacrificing the turtle down on bot side.
Well, Sino getting a little bit annoying here. They are going to be sending 3 guys to finish him off, but unfortunately here, he is going to be the protection of behind turret, so he's going to be A-okay. Meanwhile, he has the sustainability here, but Bosskurr is going to put the pedal to the metal here. They are going to chip away in towards the gold platings here, as Rin will take a full chunk out of it as well. Sino is looking for an engagement as well. Zaraki does not have the unstoppable force here. He's looking to get a little bit more XP, and unfortunately, it's not going to be enough.
For now, it's going to be all right. I mean, there is going to be ice traps with Loli as he's just buying a lot of time by just cutting the waves, making sure that, like, Goten, no matter what he does, is going to be ineffective. He's not going to have any kind of push at all. So that means Lolius is going to reach in towards the mid lane faster than anybody else. So if Team Bosskurr picks a fight in the wrong place at the wrong time, well, you'll see a huge numbers advantage for RSG.
Yep. Meanwhile here, Bosskurr going to be focusing on the bottom side as well. Dragon, what are we thinking? Tanking the tower. He might actually get paid off. Great kick comes in, but here comes the meteor shower. Expanded, and Dragon survives. That should not have happened here, because now another dive attempt up top here. Bosskurr is going to pick up against Lolius as well. He's stacking his way through. Rin is coming from the side as well. Can he buy time? Does he have the falling star moon? No, he does not, as the holy baptism here will punish him.
Unfortunate indeed for Loliels that his ult just came back up as well. So now they're going to be able to lose that top turn. But the thing is, RSG MY, even though they're going 50-50 against Team Bosskurr, they have first rotation as well. So now they are still up by 1 turret, as Team Bosskurr hasn't been able to break the bottom one just yet. It should go down in 1 hit, so that's fine. Zaraki looking for the ejector. And there we go. Doesn't exactly land.
Great Shunpo there coming from Dragon, dodging it in the last second here. But Bosskurr, they are looking for the engagement as well. Dragon, he does have the wave. Dragon, he all clumped up. Zaraki almost get caught up. Does he get the kick? Yes, he does. Will they have the finish? Yes, they will. As Bosskurr, they are going to go for the day as well. Nexia goes into a finish as well. He goes into a trade. Double kill for Rin instead here, as he dives in head on. Wolf pack in for life. But Lolius has something to say, but he's taking a little bit too much damage. He's got to sustain, as Goten pulls a big swipe coming in as well. Sino wants to re-engage here. He knows Goten does not have the damage now. He's going for the spit. Does he get it? No, he does not want to take it head on.
Yep. Again, this could have been a really good fight for RSG, but great disengage coming in from Team Bosskurr. They find the catch and they don't lose any members in the process. So RSG, they have to kind of compensate by looking for neutral objectives across the map. Zaraki still in position, but now Sino, he's taking a little too much here. Zaraki is there to zone them off for now, but here it goes. Outer turrets are starting to lose its effectiveness.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, both teams have very, very crucial win conditions here. They have to punish Lexia in this regards. And Zaraki, he might get bursted down, and oh no, he's gonna get bursted out. But now Lexia going to out here. Does he have enough damage? No, Goten survives instead. He's gonna get punished here as Bosskurr goes in for dive. As Reem shuts him down, 5-0 and 1.
Alexia has to be very careful of his positioning now, because if he walks too far up, Flint is going to zone him off and look for those big kills. And Team Bosskurr, they are getting catch after catch after catch. Like the moment somebody gets locked down, Team Bosskurr just pounces on them, and you cannot get out of that chain CC.
Meanwhile, bottom side as well, Lolios. He needs to buy time for his RSG MY, but Bosskurr is looking to snowball with Rin's aggression right now here. He's in prime mode to go in heads on. The wolf packs for life.
Yep, they are just rolling up strong. Rin is 5-0 and 1, and this is quite the lead for the side of Team Bosskurr, especially for Rin. But if we look on over to Lexia, he's 2-3 and 0. He's managing to keep up. I thought he'd be at least Rin should be 2 levels up on him, but it looks like he's able to maintain.
Yeah, he's doing pretty okay here coming from Lexia, despite dying 3 times in a row. But coming to the later stage of the game here, who has the stronger power spike, Brody or Roger? Considering that the nerfs has pretty much hit Brody very hard in this meta.
First item power spike or second power item?
Late game power spike.
Oh, late game? For sure Rin at this point in time. Unless Lexia builds properly. But Lolias is going to be the first one to go down straight away. Flint just making sure that if you land a single crowd control ability on anybody, they're just dead. And here we go. Dragon gets ejector over the wall, over back in towards safety. But Goten, he could look for the deadly catch. He flickers forward. He kind of whiffs the combo a little bit, because he should have positioned it going up towards the lane. He could have gotten a little bit more there, but that's fine. Rin down on bottom side, playing the map nicely as he could technically still keep pushing, but he's just getting so far ahead of the game.
Yeah, and as of now here, Bosskurr, they are going to be starting in turtle buff and Cadre as well. RSG MY, they brought healthiness here, but Goten, he does not have the outlet available, and they're no position to contest it. So RSG MY, they're going to concede this for themselves. Meanwhile, the rest of the pack here coming from Bosskurr is going to be taking a chill pill for now as the turtle buff. They are going to be looking to take down the middle tower first before going for the big objectives here. Meanwhile, Lexia, he is having the roughest of time this game.
Yep, he is just struggling, looking to breathe at this point. But again, RSG, one fight could really change the course of the game, because again, it is 3K. If they get a clean wipe up on Team Bosskurr, they're going to be up by 2K at least.
Uh-oh, Rin, he's got the hyper buffs. He's looking for the fight. Flynn is going to be the first casualty here. And at the same time, here comes a massive out coming in. Lolios will get bursted down. Zaraki forces the flicker, but the holy baptism catches him. Double kill for Rin, looking for the triple. Where are you going? Wolf packs for life. Ow!
Oh my goodness, where is Izanami where you need him? He's still trying to clear that mid wave. He should have rotated up straight away to try and slow them down with the meteor shower. Now they're going to lose so much more. Team Bosskurr is still 3K ahead, but they need that mid objective. Break that mid tier 1 so you have access to the jungle, and you can really start punishing the economy of RSG.
Yeah, and Rin just chunking away at objectives, at heroes all the way through. Let's take a look at his economy right now. He's got 7.6k as compared to Lictia's 5k here. That's a huge lead swinging into his Rin's favor.
Yep, for now, RSG have to play it slow. Ice Queen Swan as well as Glowing Wand coming in from Izanami. That's going to be a pretty important pickup here, but Lexia, he still hasn't had enough to get that Blade of Despair. He hasn't hit that item power spike just yet in comparison to Rin, who's already got an endless battle on top of a Windtalker as well.
Yeah, he's going to be transitioning for the Demon Hunter later on as well, just to try and chunk away at Xeno's health later on. However, bottom side, Lolios is going to get dived in as well. He's going to go down, and a big out here coming from Goten will shut him out. That's going to be RSG MY losing their side lanes here as Bosskurr looking to make the biggest upset again here for us all.
Yep, Zaraki, he needs to chunk out. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I mean, Xeno, are they going to actually get this inhibitor? Just focus on getting this inhibitor quickly, Lexia. Yeah, there we go. Wow, RSG just walk away with an inhibitor and Team Bosskurr. I mean, they want to get the lore, but that's quite the loss.
Oh, Meteor Shower is available here, but Rin, he does have the Retribution. Do they want to contest it? He's out of position. He ejects him out, but does he get it? Yes, they do, but now RSG, they have to back off, or the whole team from the side of Bosskurr are going to be coming in here as the bosses are in town.
That is so interesting. So interesting. 5k gold lead coming in from Team Bosskurr. Dragon that gets the blade of despair. Too easy for Jeps gets the blade, the necklace of Durance. Zaraki has been heavily punished at this point of time, and Lexia, he is still trying to find some room to breathe.
Yeah, this is extremely rough on him as well, considering that he needs those economy farm, and considering that Flint's traps has been all over the place here. RSG MY, they're just so afraid to go out as of now here, and because of this, they're just completely paranoid right now here. But meanwhile, Xeno, he's going to make a play here. Here comes the Wolf, comes in, the stuns comes in, the connection is red. Xeno forced out to Purify to disengage from the combo from Flynn here. The setup looks good here. The Wolf Pack is for life.
Yep, and now Lolias is going to get attacked here. He's going to get locked down. Holy Baptism doesn't land. Dragon, they find a pick onto Dragon here. Zaraki gets a good catch. They trade 1 for 1 for now, but they need to make sure they clear those Lord-empowered minions. Lord is on its way from bot side. Xeno takes quite the hit, and this is a solid defense coming in from RSG as they rotate down. Meteor Shower comes out. Lord ineffective this time.
Yep, at the same time as well, Flynn taking a little bit too much damage, but the follow-up, great flicker comes in, and it's going to be A-okay for now. RSG MY, they managed to hold down the inhibitors, but at the expense of only Zaraki. So great hold so far, but nevertheless, a clutch ejector coming in from them. However, Lolias, he might get focused down, and the burst coming in from Goten. My goodness, the amount of damage hitting in from Bosskurr.
Yeah, Lolias must be exhausted at this point. These games have been going on for so long, and his performance has been dropping, and he still had the ultimate, and unfortunately, he didn't have the Purify as well, so he should really be taking these things into consideration. If this were game 1, I don't think that would have happened. But so far, Team Bosskurr seems to be getting more and more power as this game goes on, and they finally find Dragon in a great position. Way of the Dragon as well on top of him. Ejector comes on through and finally torn apart Memory to secure the kill.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a comeback here for RSG. They needed some kills here coming from Lexia. They're getting it done, and the Malefic roll up on Lexia here. This is where he starts to scale a little bit better here as compared to the previous game, because Rin, he had the uptime, but he's still taking the lead. Lexia is still 2 levels behind him here, so they need to try and play this as cautiously as they can. But Bosskurr is all about the waiting time here. 90 seconds on the clock here before the next lot. But guess what? They lost an inhibitor up top, but they still have very, very strong mid control.
Yeah, this is just a kind of a bizarre game overall. Like, RSG is losing, but not really, kinda, in a sense. And Team Bosskurr, like, they want to push their lead, but they can't seem to break into that inhibitor.
Yeah, it's kind of like 50-50 now in this scenario here, but anything goes. But Rin is looking for the major kill right now, but RSG MY, they're splitting their forces down bottom here. This time they are going to punish Dragon once again. This is going to be the second time Dragon gets caught out, and RSG, they're abusing the fact that Bosskurr is splitting up the forces, and they are chunking away at objectives here, and this is actually helping on Lexia.
Yep, this is allowing Lexia to catch up. Like, Lolias, like, he wants the gold, and the only way he's going to get it is if RSG get those tower objectives, which gives gold to the entire team. So Lolias is like, thank you for the sacrifice. I don't mind the donations. I can finally get my Athena shield. This is going to be big because Goten has been doing so much damage throughout this game.
Athena shield up on Lolias. Guess what? Holy Crystal up on Goten. One step ahead of you, my friend. Seems like Bosskurr, they will continue to keep aggression with Goten trying to chunk away the health of RSG MY. Now, they cannot afford to throw the game here as RSG MY, they've gotten back a little bit of their lead that they've lost, but they are going to be waiting for the next Lord fight. 10 seconds left here. Xeno looking to check around here, but he does not have his full stack up available on Xeno, so he needs to play this extremely careful, whereas RSG looking to pick a fight against Dragon here. Xeno pops the ultimate and backs out, and he's going to be fine.
Yep, Xeno is getting stronger and stronger at this point of time. Like, he is making sure that his defensiveness is going to be noticeable, quite noticeable against Team Bosskurr, and that's why they're putting a lot of their efforts onto Lolias, knowing that Xeno is like not going to be their primary target anymore.
Yeah. Great push there coming from RSG MY, stealing the orange buff and also pushing the creep wave here. That's going to be allowing RSG MY to stack up the hyper buff, and Bosskurr, it seems like they are not responding this year. They're still thinking that RSG MY is going to be focused on the Lord, whereas RSG MY, they choose the route of just completely ignoring and take objectives across the map, and it's actually working out for RSG.
Now the problem is that RSG hasn't hit that because of the way they're playing. They haven't been able to hit. Oh, Glaive being purchased by Izanami. That's a huge buy, and this is going to be a really interesting fight. They just need to slow them down, pretend like, hey, we're here. We're trying to distract you for as long as possible. Don't let them get the Lord. They just need to pull them apart, reject it, because look down on bot side. They're going to go and try to go for that back door. They need to slow them down as soon as possible. Lord, who got the Lord? I don't know who got the Lord at this point in time as Izanami. They finally go through. They won't go for the back door. Come on! That's
no
so
way!
close!
No
Zaraki,
way!
there we go!
No way!
RSG, they pull off the comeback of a lifetime! Well played! GG, well played! Oh my goodness! That's how you do them dirty!
RSG MY dodging the Lord fight all the way through, going for the base rush, and Bosskurr did not expect that at all. They did them dirty. Their rats are in town.
That's why you clear the waves before you go into Lord.
Oh,
They lose an inhibitor. They get their second bottom inhibitor chunked down to 10% HP, and then they get backdoored on top of everything else.
Oh no.
Oh, that was a game. That was a game that I didn't expect it to end that way.
Yeah, that was a rat game here. But still, it's pretty much a great call that comes from RSG MY, if you think about it.
Oh God, I'm laughing so hard. It's just, ooh, that was a game.
But
Oh
okay,
boy.
My question is, who actually took the Lord? It didn't show
I
it.
have no idea who
Exactly.
took the Lord because the game ended by the time it was supposed to pop up.
You know what's that? A free win for RSG MY. But you know what's free? Free 5GB data for you guys.
Guys, please go for the scan. You the official digital telco of the MPL powered by Cellcom is giving these away for free, and you guys could be doing literally anything. Like 5 GB worth of data can sustain people for months on end, other people for like a couple of days. Either way, it's gonna be a good time. You wanna watch those YouTube videos? No problem. Just whip it out. You wanna check out TikTok? No problem. 5 GB worth of data.
Exactly here.
I got really Chinese towards the end there, huh?
No comments. But at the same time, we are going to be looking forward to see how RSG MY's feelings later on here, as we're going to be jumping into later on. But before that, we are going to be looking forward to see the recap of itemizations here, because initially I thought the Malefic Raw was kind of a little bit iffy here, considering that, hey, you don't get that in those later stage of the game, considering that Lexia was kind of far behind here. But after seeing he got that, it makes a lot of sense. It's to backdoor, it's to rat their way through. And surprise, surprise, Bosskurr, they haven't been doing a successful job in just lane control here. But I want to take a look into a recap here on how they kind of let that slide.
I mean, this game was just pretty much in Team Bosskurr's favor. All they had to do is just follow the simple fundamentals, and especially they really whiffed that Lord push. Like, they had literally everything to kind of synchronize the waves. They could have just played it slow, but instead they tried to rush down one side of the lane. They ended up getting like a pick, and they end up messing up because Zaraki, he sacrifices his life to ensure that he gets the kill. He ensures the defense for the side of RSG, and they just turned it around.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, Bosskurr, they had full advantage here. They abused the fact that Rin was just so far ahead with throw buff here. Bosskurr was all in full deficit here. It was all pretty much them need to buy time for Lexia, and Sino and Lolius can't exactly do much as these two side lanes here kind of excels into the later stage of the game, which Bosskurr was just completely dominating the entirety of the game here, which is so unfortunate here, because even in this fight here, like, Bosskurr should not have lost the top side inhibitor, allowing RSG MY to just rat their way through. But who would have thought RSG's sole intention was literally just to rat all the way through here, and that's why they made all these kind of plans. And this was pretty much a very good saving grace from RSG MY, taking down Dragon twice prior to that fight.
Yeah, and see, here's the thing. I still don't know who took that Lord at the very end there. Like, I'm seeing bottom lane getting turned into Legendary. Like, by the time we get to actually see who caught the Lord, it's just way too late. But overall, what a solid game here.
Yeah, great stuff there coming from Lexia as well. It was a clutch moment coming from RSG. I wouldn't be surprised he's actually the true MVP here, considering that he pulled off this kind of plays, because countless times early on he was getting kills, but unfortunately he was also getting dived on from the side of Rin there. So I would say itemization wise, damage wise, it didn't matter. It came down to positioning, and when it comes to damage wise here, we all know Bosskurr is gonna out damage RSG MY most of the times. It was pretty much having the Esmeralda and Uranus buying time for this team fights here, and these are two heroes that do exceptionally well with that. But despite losing out early on at the stage of the game here, Rin and Goten was just chunking them down like paper mache.
Yeah, I think, like, even though that Rin, like, he got significantly ahead, you have to give it to the supports here. Like, Flint just followed up on pretty much every single one of the picks, and anybody out of position, and more importantly, like, Dragon as well. Like, some of the pickoffs were created by him, and that space was needed for Rin to really start popping off in this game. What inevitably happens is just lane control being a huge issue.
Yeah, that was thing that was a little bit worried as well, because we talk about lane control, right? In terms of creep clear potential, Dragon doesn't really clear creeps efficiently here compared to Goten, so it makes a lot of sense now if we put it into a theory perspective, right? Popo Kupa with lane clear is not that great here. Rafaela isn't great as well. Cho is pretty okay, 50-50, but Goten is the only creep clear coming in. Rin is pretty much going to be focusing on taking team fights, so it makes a lot of sense why RSG MY's lanes are pretty much pushed out most of the time, having Esmeralda, having Uranus, having Lexia kind of, going for the backdoor pushes as well.
Yeah, oh man, I mean, looking at Lexia's build, you can see that Malefic Roar just like out of nowhere. It's not like he was at his final item as well. He had to get the Athena shield just to kind of protect himself from the initial damage coming in from Bane, because again, he was getting hit time and time again. He was getting kind of sick of it. So yeah, the Malefic Roar rush at the end there was a bit odd, but it ended up winning the game because of it. So incredible, so incredible.
Yeah, well done for them. And on top of that as well, we were expecting Izanami bringing the Divine Glaive to go in for the steal, which he did a lot of damage on towards the Lord fight as well. Because if you pay attention to Izanami's damage here, he's got 38,000 damage despite, kind of not being impactful in some of these team fights, right? Like Meteor Shower was there just zoning out the backlines. That's about it. But aside from major crucial fights here, it feels like a huge chunk of this damage came from the final fight coming from Izanami here to try and, scare Bosskurr off, but did not expect a rat coming in.
Yeah, nobody ever expects the backdoor. Nobody ever expects the backdoor. And I think Zaraki as well, making sure that they could actually pull this off, using his body, making sure that he's like maximizing the creep wave as well. Because again, they have to get through the inhibitor turret, and then they have to go through the crystal as well. And the crystal does a significant amount of damage to those creeps. So he had to use at least 7/8 of his HP to make it happen. But you got to give it to Lexia. His 6-4-1 match KDA and his 3.4 average KDA, managing to get the MVP of this game. Oh, yeah, that was a backdoor.
Well deserved one as well here, considering that how hard he was facing the early stage of the game here. For him to scale back in terms of items here, getting a couple kills, getting 2 inhibitors from across the map, and ending the game with a backdoor with him in the pool here. I would say well-deserved MVP coming from Lexia.
Absolutely. He's done a phenomenal job here with the help of the rest of his team. And I think, the coordination coming in of RSG, especially when they played from behind against Team Bosskurr, nicely done, because they just threw bodies at them at the very end.
Yeah, I definitely agree here, because for them to throw their bodies here with the Esmeralda Uranus here, they are extremely tanky. It does take a lot of time for Bosskurr to take the to kind of take them out here, and it kind of gives the impression that there is a 5-man team coming right at us as well. So
exactly,
understandably that Bosskurr wasn't paying attention here, but that's the thing, right? Bosskurr initiated the fight with the Lord fight. So they got him down towards the half HP. That was pretty much the crucial moment where you won't be taking your focus on towards the map. You won't be focusing on who's gonna steal the Lord, how do we steal the Lord, which eventually it got taken down, but by the time you realize what's actually happening around you here, it was too late.
Yeah, and it's important that, RSG threw their bodies in just to kind of deny recalls. If anybody tries to split away, at least one of the members can kind of run them down and try to stop them from that recall. But with that being said, let's pick the brains of RSG, coming in from a great comeback there. Lafel, please take it away.
Lexia, I tengok muka you pun, I dah tahu you pun tengah penat.
Memang penat.
Itu tiga game, tiga sangat sengit. Tapi sebab you MVP pada last game and you yang hancurkan Crystal pada last game, tolong terangkan sikit macam mana perasaan RSG MY pada game tadi, di mana Team Bosskurr dominate, tapi macam mana korang dapat idea, okay, kita push je.
Oh, dapat idea tu sebab saya tengok Chow tu solo kan selalu. Lepas semua saya ingat akan ada yang cover lah. Mostly kan kalau base hancur kan mesti akan ada dorang flank ataupun dorang ganking macam tu. So bila tengok 2 kali Chow mati tu macam ni mesti seorang je yang akan defend. So kita orang tahu yang draft dorang kuat untuk team fight. So mesti dorang akan nak fight dekat 4 orang kat lot tu, mesti ada akan yang 1 orang ataupun 2 orang lah. Sebab bagi saya damage saya dah sakit lah burst. So bila Johit balik saya just stun and burst. So di situlah saya rasa lot tu dah tak boleh nak dapat dah. So memang kena plan B lah, kena split je, tu je cara dia.
Yeah, and honestly, I suka you punya jawapan because again, very full analysis of the situation. Team dorang, team fight kuat. Team kita orang tak kuat sangat, tapi kalau Cho jaga seseorang, kita boleh dapat menang dekat bahagian tepi. Tapi macam mana pun Lexia, I tak ada spesifik soalan untuk mana-mana game. I just nak tanya, RSG dah pernah lawan dengan Bosskurr sebelum ni. So macam mana game pertama, game kedua, game ketiga, macam mana korang punya perasaan lawan dengan Bosskurr dalam 3 game series yang sangat sengit ni?
Banyak perubahan lah. Dan line up sekarang ni memang line up kuat lah bagi saya, Bosskurr. So dorang memang kuat.
Yeah, and then biasalah viewer macam mana pun, tapi I agree Bosskurr nampak sangat-sangat kuat. All the best kepada mereka. Tapi macam mana pun bukan I seorang je ada soalan untuk Lexiah, tapi kita juga ada soalan daripada fans. Di mana fans kita nak tanya, pada pendapat awak, apa hero S tier sekarang?
Bagi saya S tier is it macam core atau apa? Macam saya jungler, saya prefer Benedetta lah hyper.
Oh, so sekarang antara S tier jungler adalah Benedetta. Okay, very very nice. Tapi Lexiah, thank you very much. It is a very very nice interview daripada you. I rasa viewers pun dapat banyak insight. Tapi sebelum I lepaskan you, ada tak apa-apa yang Lexiah nak cakap kepada semua fans RSG MY?
Terima kasih sebab selalu support kita orang, sokong kita orang dan tak pernah putus asa untuk support kita orang walaupun kita orang kalah dan kita orang tak macam susah nak menang lah. Tapi terima kasih semua yang dah support. Sangat membantu.
Honestly, game-game yang korang susah nak menang rasanya itu antara yang paling best sebab memang nampak dua-dua team main dengan sangat-sangat sengit. Tapi macam mana pun, thank you very much Lexiah. I akan lepaskan you sekarang untuk celebrate dengan you punya team. I pun tahu you penat. So kita akan teruskan kita punya hari ni. Tapi sebelum tu, just peringatan untuk semua orang. Make sure you guys follow kita punya Facebook page, Instagram page dan juga TikTok page and of course Facebook group juga. Di mana again, I tahu kita punya community macam mana, tapi please respect game ni. Honestly, 3 game ni sangat-sangat sengit, sangat-sangat amazing. So I hope very good memes datang daripada game ni and wish Rain happy birthday. I rasa dia deserve sebab dia punya Roger tadi memang sangat-sangat hebat. So yeah, itu kita punya Facebook, Instagram dan juga TikTok page. Make sure you guys follow. And then kita akan pergi kepada short break selepas ini untuk kita sambung pada kita punya game ketiga antara Todak dengan Orange Esports. So, kita akan pergi pada short break. Bagi casters rehat, bagi players get ready. So, you guys jangan ke mana-mana. Kita akan kembali selepas ini untuk game terakhir hari ini.
Turn yourself in!
Alpha, stall them.
Darn it! I was so close! Let's not waste time here. We need to disconnect the citizens from their avatars.
It's time to give you an upgrade.
Welcome back to MPL Cookie dan lagi sekali saya ingin berkata kepada anda MPL Malaysia musim ke-7 kali ini dibawakan khas dan ditaja oleh official digital telco Yudu serta rakan isukan iaitu TikTok serta dikuasai oleh Muntun. Dan kita baru saja menyaksikan perlawanan kedua hari ini iaitu di antara RSG Malaysia menentang Team Bosskurr 2-1. Tafel, pertarungan yang sangat-sangat sengit.
Yeah, and in this kind of situation, walaupun ramai orang kenal I punya personality, like I'm a very me kind of guy. I suka toxic kat orang, but in this kind of situation, especially since ramai orang asyik cakap RSG, Bosskurr, Team Badu, and then people like to make fun of it, like understandable, but in this situation, I feel like respect patut diberikan kepada kedua-dua team because RSG main dengan sangat bagus, Bosskurr main dengan sangat bagus. Like this is one of those situations where it's like, you know what? You guys deserve to be here. You guys deserve untuk main dekat MPL. You guys did very well. And then just you know, simpang untuk interview, but it's okay. Like Rain, kalau tengah tengok, happy birthday. And then hopefully everything goes well for you lah.
Yeah, that was honestly a really good game, and I told you, Group B, best group, most competitive group. I told you.
For that game, fine.
Come on.
Nampaknya Rafa setuju dengan kita, Gideon.
For that game.
For that game only?
Yeah, like again, before the game, I pun macam, okay, RSG against Bosskurr, RSG akan menang. If Bosskurr win, you know, selamat there was no bets. But
selamat kita buat bet apa-apa.
But at that point, it really did look like Bosskurr could have win.
Dan kita nampak setiap pemain tu, dorang masing-masing dah makin improve daripada skill dorang. Dan kita agak terkejut sebab hari ni Jeb bermain semula sebagai player.
Honestly, like Bosskurr not looking so good untuk playoffs. Maybe kena kick off, but
Kena keep training lagi.
yeah, I just hope kita akan nampak lagi Dragon dengan Flynn main, and Rain. I understand Rain maybe did not retire, tapi Flynn dengan Dragon, I think they're very good. They have potential lah.
Yeah, I think they're exactly the standard that we're looking for here at the MPL. They're very consistent with what they do. They have the mechanics to actually go really far. Again, in the beginning of the weeks, definitely didn't look too great, but this is going to be a league. You have to be really consistent if you want to stay on the top of the standings.
Okay, betul tu. Dan sekarang masanya macam biasa kita akan baca 3 komen daripada penonton. Okay, tak sabar sebenarnya nak baca komen yang pertama ni. Okay tu. Sino perform dekat RSG. Dekat Bosskurr tak ada peluang nak main. Keep it up. Ke tak ada peluang nak main?
So here's the thing. I rasa because kita kena tengok actually RSG masa awal-awal pun diorang tak keluarkan Sino. I feel like Sino is in a situation where mechanically dia memang bagus. It's just that kita kena ingat it's a team game. 5 orang yang akan main. And it always depends sinergi mana yang paling bagus. If awal-awal Sino punya sinergi with the team tak okay, then coach pun tak akan bagi main. Kalau tengok okay Sino, kau dah boleh faham macam mana diorang gerak apa semua, then main.
Ini bermakna tak semestinya kalau seorang player tu tak bermain dia tak bagus, betul tak?
Ya.
Okey, dan sekarang mari kita lihat komen yang kedua. Bosskurr main sangat baik, tapi RSG pandai. Cover kelemahan dari segi kill dengan pushing turret. Distraction Lot cantik. Dan dorang ada komen lagi saya nampak. Diorang lupa siapa sebenarnya Lot. I baca komen viewer tadi.
Okay, fair enough. But this comment is really, really accurate here because a lot of teams don't actually do that. They kind of just keep slamming their head against the wall until something happens. But instead, RSG took a very smart approach to the problem.
To be fair, game pertama Bosskurr, they tried to do the same thing. They tried to do it with Dragon on Benedetta. But in that kind of situation, we can see that RSG just did it a little bit better.
Yeah.
Faham. Dan mari kita lihat komen yang terakhir. Okay, Rin hyper dah power, kena adjust sikit position lain. Apa pandangan you?
So, I completely agree. Because Dragon, dia menggunakan Chow, very good. Tetapi masalah Dragon, hero pool kecil. Flynn, honestly, has been pretty consistent. He's been pretty good. Of course, dia ada buat mistake juga, but Flynn is one of the more consistent performing players on Team Bosskurr. Goten yang I rasa is very inconsistent. Lagi the game with Baxia, I rasa ada banyak situation yang dia boleh open map, dia boleh be the front line of the team. But yeah, I don't want to say too much bad things about the players because they all did very well today.
Yeah, they did a really good performance, and I think overall, like Rin in his current position is going to be as good as he can possibly get here. And again, if someone is going to look to pick this guy up and try and convince him to continue playing, they've got to build a team around him.
Yeah, exactly, agree.
Betul. Sebelum kita bergerak ke topik seterusnya yang kita orang nak bincang, jangan lupa untuk scan QR code yang anda lihat sekarang untuk join Audience Prediction. Macam biasa, lepas Talent Prediction, kita ada Audience Prediction. Dan di situlah you guys boleh vote untuk perlawanan terakhir hari ini di antara Todak melawan Orange Esports. Dan sekarang, mari kita lihat standing group.
Yep, and sekarang ni kalau kita tengok standings untuk Group B, Suhasil Force masih nombor 1, Red Esports nombor 2, Geek Fam nombor 3, RSG dan juga Bosskurr tak ada pergerakan. Kalau Bosskurr menang game tadi against RSG, maybe ada peluang dekat second phase. Kalau Bosskurr menang lagi, maybe diorang boleh, you know, like make it into playoffs. But the way that RSG is looking right now, I don't know, like Izanami nak kata dia punya impact dekat dalam game tak besar sangat. But for some reason, Izanami masuk, the team looks better.
I don't know, because this could be something where it's not just in the game, but kind of outside of the game. What kind of energy does he bring to the team? What kind of focus does he bring to the team to kind of push them into that position? But more importantly, RSG just got a really big win here because now they're tied up against Geek Fam and could look to actually take the third and second spots.
Adakah ini kerana chemistry diorang semakin bagus?
Ya, ini kembali kepada kita punya topik awal tadi di mana cakap Sino tak dapat nak main dan sebagainya. This is the same situation. Rasanya ada je player yang maybe mechanically a little bit better, but kita boleh nampak di mana it's just the chemistry because this is a team game. Kalau you seorang je power, then okay lah yang lain. Kan? Everyone has to have the same idea. Everyone has to have... Tengok, aku sampai cakap English. Semua orang kena ada kesefahaman yang sama. Semua orang kena bergerak dengan one body, one soul basically. So, baru nampak team tu nampak kuat. Baru nampak orang punya teamwork bagus. Baru nampak rotation orang menjadi.
Itulah yang kita panggil kerjasama. Okay guys, mari kita saksikan video headline untuk perlawanan terakhir hari ini.
Todak MLBB dan Orange Esports adalah dua pasukan yang sering mengubah line-up mereka. Sejak minggu pertama, Todak sudah mempamerkan 5 versi line-up yang berbeza. Dari Squad B, Squad A, Mix dan juga Ciku menjadi tank. Eksperimen Todak masih berterusan. Sementara Orange Esports juga bertukar peranan setiap minggu, terutamanya Mam yang telah memikul peranan sebagai offlane, tank dan juga carry. Jadi, Todak MLBB menentang Orange Esports. Eksperimen manakah yang lebih mantap? Let's check it out.
Eksperimen mana yang lebih mantap, Todak MLBB ataupun Orange Esports? Macam kita tahu, setiap kali perlawanan Todak selalu tukar line up dan sampai kini dah 5 kali. 5 line up.
I actually tak tahu dah
Team A,
sampai.
Team B, Mix, macam-macam lah.
I tak tahu yang diorang tukar 5 kali. But okay, wow.
Sebab kita pun tak terkira sebenarnya.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't count either. I didn't realize that, Chiku being a tank was considered a squad lineup as well.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I'm a bit on the fence.
No, but okay. So, honestly memang betul. Dua-dua team ni diorang asyik betul-betul experimental. Tapi let's see on the things yang diorang kekal consistent. Which is, antaranya, first week, kurang sikit. But continuing on, Moon from Todak is always that mid-mage role position. Jarang kita nampak Moon kena sub out. So, nampak macam Moon is the rock on the team. And untuk side Orange Esports, honestly, like, I rasa it's the same situation with aim. Doesn't matter orang lain tukar position, orang ni kejap tank, orang ni kejap offlane. Tapi dua-dua support daripada dua-dua team ataupun dua-dua mid laners from dua-dua team is solid in the team. It almost looks like the entire experiment is revolving around those two players.
I think that's a pretty good observation here because at the end of the day, the supports are going to be focusing on a few things. Number one is just map control and also just constantly looking at the minimap to see situations and how they're going to play out. And I think they're going to be some of the best shot callers in the game. That's why we saw from Todak before this, during M1 and M2, E1 was going to be the shot caller for the team. He's playing a support tank role because he doesn't have to worry about too many things. He doesn't have to worry about the micromechanics of jungling. He doesn't have to worry about the micromechanics of fighting in lane. Things like that kind of alleviate the stress.
Jadi inilah eksperimen yang berlaku untuk regular season MPL Malaysia musim ke-7 kali ini. Okay, simple and short. You rasa Todak atau Orange yang akan siapkan eksperimen ni dulu? Yang akan tamatkan, okay, ni full line up kita dan diorang takkan tukar role dah.
I rasa Todak because
Todak?
I ada dengar, not confirm, tapi maybe Orange pun still tengah experiment with new players.
I see. So yang tu kita simpan dulu. Kita akan borak untuk next quickie. Dan sekarang mari kita lihat player stats di antara kedua-dua tim.
Ya, sekarang ni kalau kita tengok player stats untuk team Todak di mana basically the same lineup as yesterday. So maybe apa yang Fomis cakap adalah betul macam, alright, eksperimen dah habis. Now time to play.
I'm done.
Formace, Ciku, Momo, Moon dengan X-Ray. Kalau betul sama macam semalam, X-Ray akan main jungler. Moon again, dia akan main dekat bahagian mid. Momo always dengan Brody. 7 kali dengan Brody. And look at that KDA, 22-4-39. Walaupun Brody dah banyak kali lepas, tapi kalau team Todak asyik ambil Brody, tak terasa macam maybe try ban ke?
So you rasa?
I rasa macam patut kena ban. Like, again, maybe you tak takut dengan Brody, tapi Todak asyik ambil. That kind of says something.
I would agree, but again, it's about having double cores at the end of the day.
Dan ini adalah player stats untuk Todak MLBB. Dan sekarang mari kita lihat player stats untuk Orange Esports.
Now, coming in from Orange Esports is going to be Aim, Mali, Mom, Neo, and as well as Kuja. The lineup doesn't really change too often. And more often than not, we are seeing these fighters playing a large role for these teams. And again, we've seen Aim, depending on what heroes he has access to, can perform really, really well or struggle.
Betul tu. Dan sekarang mari kita lihat player head to head di antara Mam dan juga Medal.
Yeah, and over here, I would say it's very, very difficult because Mom, dia selalu tukar-tukar role. But right now, nampak macam dia a little bit selesa dekat pada bahagian jungle role. And again, Mom pun sendiri cakap, he understands the fundamental, dia faham the basic of all of the heroes. So, senang untuk dia tukar every single time. Medal has been looking good, tapi rasanya Medal tak akan main hari ni. Ciku yang probably akan main... Okay, we don't know Ciku dia nak main tank ke apa ke.
Tapi untuk pengetahuan korang, Medal telah pun bermain 7 game dan Mam telah bermain 15 game.
Okay.
15.
So, I mean, Medal has played half the amount of games.
Diorang punya KDA in terms of kill tak jauh beza.
Yeah.
We're not going to go too deep into that because, okay, number one, I do think Metal has been a pretty consistent player. Every time we've seen him go onto this hyper carry jungle role, he's performed really, really well. And now with the addition of Momo, and we're seeing X-Ray actually playing into that double core position, I think that kind of changes the lineup a little bit more. I don't know whether Metal is as flexible as X-Ray or even Chiku, and I think if he was as flexible, he would be in that main lineup on top of everything, but on top of everybody else.
Okay, dan sekarang saya nak bercakap tentang Mam. Adakah perubahan role Mam ni merupakan kesan yang baik terhadap Orange Esports?
I rasa yes, because kita dah nampak di mana Orange Esports maybe diorang ada difficulty in terms of nak set semua orang dekat mana. Aim solid dekat pada bahagian mid. Kuja pun kita boleh nampak kadang dia dekat pada bahagian side lane, kadang dia pakai fighter dekat mid lane. So I think it's a situation where diorang not entirely sure nak letak siapa dekat mana. Tetapi bila ada player macam Mam cakap, Mam kita perlukan tank lah. Okay, I boleh tank. Mam kita nak kena ada orang lain jadi jungler lah. Can, no issue.
Maksudnya fleksibel untuk tukar role lah.
Yeah, it's like a safety blanket. It's like a safety blanket where it's like, oh kita tak ada option untuk ni. Aku boleh.
I'm here.
Aku boleh. Yeah.
But then here comes the problem, right? Do you want someone who's a jack of all trades, or do you want someone who's really good at one particular role, like Chico or even Metal at these hyper carries? Because inevitably, you're going to need to win games. You can't just be okay at a role.
I agree with that. I totally agree.
Tahu penat.
I totally agree. But for this kind of situation for Orange Esports, I think Mom is very comforting.
Adakah sebab dia seorang player yang sangat bagus?
You get it right.
Nice.
Okey, rasanya tanpa membuang masa, mari kita lihat siapakah menjadi pilihan talent kita. Terence memilih Todak dan Karakuri memilih Orange Esports. Steve juga memilih Todak. Dan sekarang mari kita lihat pilihan kami bertiga.
We all know how this is gonna go down. We're saying it as if it's like, no big deal. It's us versus Zan.
Bermakna 5 orang caster memilih Todak dan Karakuri seorang saja memilih Orange Esports. Tapi ni kata kita, prediction kita. Macam biasa, viewer lawan caster.
Yes, viewer lawan caster. Dan sekarang ni sebab Karakuri adalah muka viewer, Karakuri.
Dan sekarang mari kita lihat audience prediction. Okay. Oh my god. Guys, ni betul-betul one-sided. Ni betul-betul one-sided ni. 98% memilih Todak MLBB dan hanya 2% memilih Orange Esports.
2% tu.
Ni yang buat Orange Esports makin marah ni.
Tak, yang tu Putri.
Putri dengan Karakuri.
Putri dengan Karakuri. Dua orang. Tak, kalau mikrofon ni boleh dengar, korang boleh dengar caster sendiri macam, it's like, okay.
Tapi ni cuma prediction. Kita tak tahu apa akan jadi dalam game. Manalah tahu kalau Orange Esports yang menang, kita tak tahu, betul tak?
Kalau
okay.
Sekarang ni viewer kita dah bukan competition antara sama sendiri. Viewer dengan caster kita dua-dua setuju.
Kita dah satu team.
Zan seorang je. Kalau Zan menang,
People's champion lah. People's champion at that point. People's champion. What can you say if he's right?
Tapi dekat sini kita bukan nak jadi bias ke. Kita bukan nak sokong siapa-siapa one side. Kita
anymore.
Bukan nak lawan. Tapi ini cuma prediction.
No. Kita main bias.
Kita tahu.
Kita main bias.
No,
kita
only
main
you.
bias.
So
kita
harap
semua termasuk Fira, kita semua bias.
No.
Are you bias?
Yeah, of course I am.
Tapi macam nak jawab ke tak jawab ni. Kita harap Orange Esports juga memberikan saingan yang sangat hebat untuk Todak MLBB kerana ini merupakan hari ketiga di minggu keempat. Kerana kita cuma tinggal lagi 4 minggu sahaja untuk habis regular season ni. Dan sekarang mari kita lihat. Okay, ada 4 QR code yang diorang boleh scan, iaitu Facebook page, group, Instagram dan juga TikTok. Kalau lepas diorang scan tu, diorang dapat apa Lafal? Diorang dapat tengok muka you ke, dapat tengok muka Gideon ke, macam mana?
So dia simple macam ni. Bila you guys scan, you guys akan dapat one legendary one legendary
Wow. Okay, boleh claim dekat Lafal. So jangan lupa follow social media dia juga.
Layla. Alright, siapa yang scan dapat one legendary skin Layla. Lepas tu bila dapat 100,000 followers, maybe kita akan bagi plushie, and bila 200,000 follower kita akan emote, and kita akan jual banyak Mobile Legends bang merchandise, so semua orang boleh beli, and then the first 1,000 kita bagi free. Munton tak cakap pun, tapi
kita
sebab
pandai-pandai cakap.
Kita pandai-pandai cakap.
So jangan lupa untuk scan QR code kerana kita ada meme dan banyak lagi pendapat serta update yang juga boleh tahu untuk team dan juga player. Dan jangan macam biasa pula. Dan jangan lupa
Fira ni bias.
Excited.
Fira
Dan jangan
bias.
lupa untuk bertukar kepada plan Yudu untuk customize data anda
Bias,
dengan lebih baik. Ni
Bias.
bukan kita shout out pada sponsor. Okay guys, rasa semua orang dah get ready untuk perlawanan terakhir hari ini di antara Todak MLBB menentang Orange Esports. Dan macam biasa, kita akan berehat sebentar. Kita akan berjumpa selepas ini.
Kira bias.
And welcome to the MPL-MY Season 7, sponsored by our official digital telco, Udo, partner in esports, TikTok, and powered by Moontown. My name is ICBaby12. Join with me is giving a Get Q from the Quickie segment, as we are going to be going through into the final series for this week here. It is going to be Todak going up against Orange Esports, and you've guessed it here, predictions of a very, very interesting one indeed here. 98% to 2%, which we've seen it broken before.
Yeah, it could be a really big upset here, but whether or not you are part of the minority or majority, if you want to join the majority, the 98% of Malaysians out there, why don't you start joining Udo today? Because you can earn yourself 5 GB worth of free data from these guys. And now, thinking about it, it just makes sense. Just scan, you're set, you're done, and then it's even more.
Don't worry.
Up ahead.
Don't worry about the 2% here. You know, it's okay. You guys can also scan this here, but the instead of getting a scanning here as well, getting the 5 GB is going to be absolutely for everyone here. But you can also join Karakuri on the other segment here, because he represents the 2% for this particular match.
Very interestingly enough, right? 2% of people think that, you know, Orange is going to come out of this. There is a possibility, because we have seen Todak drop games before on their lineups, and the question is whether they're going to, again, Formace has said that the experiments are going to be over. How true that is going to be a little subjective here. You never know when someone wants to take it a little easy or wants to try out something new that they think is really, really good.
Yeah, speaking of trying out as well, we've seen Todak kind of mess around in some of their games as well, especially like Game 1, Game 2 here. You know, the moment they lose, they swap it at the main rosters. You know, arguably, they haven't exactly fixed it out yet here. By far, seeing Todak here, they pretty much showed themselves that they have 3 different switches in their rosters here, and 3 different switches playing 3 different play styles, you know, in general here. So a lot of teams are struggling to adapt to Todak, but it seems like Todak is always one step ahead of everyone else, in a sense where, despite all the, you know, switch up, despite all the chemistry, bonding, etc.,
it seems like they don't exactly have issues when it comes to this kind of when playing to with whoever in these regards.
You know, speaking of that, let's check out the draft and let's reconfirm it for ourselves, because I definitely agree with you. There are certain kind of particular drafts and compositions that Todak pull off that only they can do, because again, it is going to be Todak, and they have some of the most mechanically talented players in the league.
Oh, this is interesting. You're seeing that Momo is going to be here as well. Here, seems like Chiku is going to be forced to play tank role instead here.
That could be double marksman. You never know.
Then who's play tank?
Who's going to play tank? Probably
X-Ray,
Homies. We'll see. We'll see, because we have seen a lot of teams kind of stray away from having a dedicated tank, and it's like, you know what? Let's just slap in more mages.
Well, in this case, well, they can always slap in, you know, 2 side laners and Moon on the mage. But Moon playing in the support here is something that we've kind of seen as well, I guess. Angela was kind of in the situation here, but Todak will start to begin here. Rafaela, Angela, and Digi ban. I talked about this before. Seems like they are starting to, you know, kind of mimic the MPL Indonesia side's meta here.
Yeah, to some degree. Now, Orange Esports will get access to Benedetta, but what are they going to pair it up with here? Natalia is still on the table. Am I missing anything else? I'm just going to double
Almost
check.
everything. Natalia, Pakido, Benedetta.
Pakido has already been picked up, so that's not that big of a deal. Lunox coming in, a very classic pick coming in from Orange Esports.
This is a comfort pick here coming from Orange Esports as well. Like, AIM kind of plays that a lot as well. But they do kind of flex it in a sense where they can play it side lane here. But from Todak here, they are going to be opening up with Cho and Alice here. So this is potentially an X-Ray Alice, Chiku tank Cho? Maybe
it could be again. It could be just like Chiku in the jungle with Pakido like in week 1.
You know, like when it comes to drafting with Todak here, is so confusing here. Like not just us but the casters here. I'm pretty sure the players who've done extensive homework is still gonna struggle.
Yep. The Roger pickup finally for the side of Orange Esports. They're going to start off the ban with the Granger. Definitely understandable here, because we have seen Todak kind of put themselves in a position where they kind of want to play for the early stages of the game. And when you have Pakido and as well as Cho, you're going to be looking for opportunities like that, since Selena as well as Jawhead have been taken out. And, you know, arguably Raphaelia.
Yeah, arguably, like Todak, they may still go for the double marksman strategy here. They can go for the Claude as well as the Brody pickup here. But from Orange Esports, do they realize this year? They banned off the Granger, pretty safe pick here. They've got the Roger. Yishun Sin's still in the pool as well, but it seems like a lot of people are starting to stray away from the Yishun Sin strat. Aside from Suha's Evos though.
Yeah, and now Todak, they ban out the Uranus here. I definitely understand why, because they want to kind of limit the pool of Orange Esports, where it's like, even though you play double marksman, it's like, yes, you have Claude with Avarice to kind of abuse the fact that Uranus is in lane. You're not really getting anywhere with it.
Yeah, in this case here, they are going to be banning up the carry here. A lot of the marksmen coming from Todak has been banned here. Orange Esports is going to be looking for those kind of tanky setups in the later stage of the game. Esmeralda going to be in the pool. Who else is it going to be a pool? That's a Yu Jong. Nah, I don't think Orange Esports will pick Yu Jong in this regards here, considering that there's nothing to kind of pair it up in this regards. Oh wow, Todak's going to ban it instead. Okay.
Yeah, it's understandable. I mean, they ban it out, and the question is, does anybody want Baxia? You know, like Orange Esports, if they want to pick up Baxia, you might as well get it now. And instead, they're going to go for the Thamos, so it's going to be extra sustainability and early game pressure. Todak,
this is going to be a Kuja Thamos for sure, and we've seen this happen from Orange Esports where they don't exactly play a dedicated tank as well. They kind of send Kuja to be in the mid lane as Thamos here, and they play triple side lanes all the way through, which kind of worked out for them. All they got to do is just make space and just hold out the lane, make sure the jungle kind of gets farmed. So this is kind of objective from Orange Esports, but Todak, if they realize this is happening here, they can kind of trade 50-50s with them, or they could kind of go in for the invades here, considering that Digi is out. Natalia, however, is in the pool. They could kind of try and experiment with that if they want to.
Natalia here, I don't know, because a lot of the members coming in from Orange Esports like really aren't bothered by Natalia. Like if Natalia gets on Thamos, he just pops his all brilliance coming in from Lunox. Benedetta can run away. Roger has iframes. Todak, they lock in the Hayabusa as well as the Bane, so now they've got some real pushing power here. And not to mention that it has been a while since we've seen Todak actually whip out the Hayabusa.
Yeah, this is no marksman coming from Todak. They are going to be playing full aggression mode, but Orange Esports, they will reply with the Valir here, so a little bit of disengagements here. But it seems like Orange Esports, they have an answer with everything coming from Todak, and likewise from them, but it seems like Orange Esports has a slightly better draft. slightly, maybe?
I would make the argument against it. It's a little tough to say because Thamos is going to be one of those, again, one of those heroes where it's like, do you really want him to be in that side lane against some of these matchups? Like, it's going to come down to, like, the pairings, right? If the pairings are wrong, then you're going to expect to see a lane swap one way or another. And we've seen Orange Esports kind of throw Thamos in towards the mid lane first to kind of see where the lanes are before making that decision.
Yeah, but Todak here, they are going to be playing without tanks in this regards here. So, this is really rough here, considering that they don't have late game potential, but the early aggression is extremely strong. So
No, they got late game potential. They got Hayabusa as well as Alice for the side of Todak.
I don't know. We shall see. Why don't we find out here? Because, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading into his Todak going up against Orange Esports in this final series for this week here in MPL-MY Season 7. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be Todak going up against Orange Esports.
Once again, both of these teams meeting for the second time. The first time didn't go too well, and Orange Esports looking to get their revenge here to show how much they have grown. And yes, Kuja back into that mid lane once more. And it's interesting enough because Moon is going to match him here. Alice in the side lane, and we can see that Neo is doing a good job trying to keep Formace under wraps with the help of Mali as well as Chiku. It's looking good, and execution happening onto Kuja for some reason. But this game started off real feisty.
Wait, Kuja just died in middle lane.
Oh,
here.
Chiku. Oh,
Out of
Chiku.
nowhere.
Oh,
Chiku
Chiku.
is going to get caught up, and he's going to get first blood swing in as well. So, interesting. Now, I'm not exactly sure how Kuja died here from side Orange Esports, but that's not going to be no kills towards Todak here. Meanwhile, Neo is going to be in some trouble here as he gets chased off, but fortunately for him, he does have the mobility to back out. So that's going to be a big win here coming from Neo.
They have to prioritize the wave here. That's the important part. Like, Neo, he's trying to clear it up, and Formace is trying to land any one of his abilities. He hits him. Oh, here it comes. He could die here. Double jab, finds the first one, but he goes for the heavy left hand instead. Gets the combination down right, but ooh, tough calls, tough calls.
Yeah, great dodge there coming from Neo in the last second as well here. However, topside Chiku, he might get forced out as well. This is going to be a tank show. Meanwhile, he needs to back out. The rest of Orange Esports, they are looking to pick this fight, but Momo will pull a little bit of aggression here to try and stall and buy time for Chiku to disengage. So Todak is going to be A-okay for now, but Orange Esports, they are going to be taking the lead here, and they are going to be taking the momentum straight into Todak's faces here. Meanwhile, actually, he needs to back out. He just got his orange buff here, his blue buff there, but that's going to be Moon losing his life instead.
Good job with the Searing Torrents coming in from Mali, and with the help of Kuja, they're going to be able to maintain control over this mid lane. The early game pressure, it is tough, and Chiku can't seem to get around this. Every single time he does, he's expected to see either Mali or Kuja kind of following him on his tail end. Here comes Formace looking for an opportunity, misses the KO punch. This is going to be a big punish here as Formace. He's trying to buy time until Moon can get nearby. You can see Chiku in the back line. He's trying to get and find the angle, but the rest of Orange Esports has rotated over. It's a 5v4.
Yep, Chiku is going to get caught out as well. He does not have the way of the dragon, and he is going to go down, but the turtle will be secure in the hands of Orange Esports as well. As Todak, they've lost Chiku. They don't exactly have a lot of aggression to begin with, but Todak is going to try and trade off into the later stage of the game here. Momo trying to make work into the turret. Unfortunately, they will lose out a lot in this economy.
Yep, Mom. He's having the time of his life as of yet. Now, everybody else, Neo, Aim, and as well as Kuja, have already earned themselves a kill. Mali is still making sure he is relevant in this game. Neo finds... Oh, Chiku finds him. Can he actually get the kill? He finds the way of the dragon, but the Oki Shadow Kill has already been used. Chiku on the run, but the rest of Orange Esports looking to try and disengage. Mali, does he have the Searing Torrents? No, only the Fireball forces the flicker for Mace. It's still on the run. He gets the Searing Torrent just in time. Chiku finds the kill, but is this going to be a trade overall? It's too close for comfort. Neo gets to execute, and now Kuja is going to run down the rest of the members coming in from Todak.
Great setup from Mali here, pulling Todak so deep into his enemy's territories here, where he sacrificed his life, but getting two in return there. Orange Esports doing a fantastic job taking advantage of that early their drafts here. But speaking of which, Todak, they've been playing a little bit slow here. X-Ray, he hasn't had the greatest of time on the jungle role as of now.
Yep, and Chiku, no matter how hard he's been kind of running around, like Orange Esports have dominated this river area. Like Todak haven't been able to earn themselves an inch because Orange Esports, with the help of Mali, the disengage is so important here. And forcing that front to front, like Kuja, as long as he pops his ultimate right now they don't have any way of denying him that spell vamp.
Yeah, they definitely need to play a little bit slow here before the next engagement here. Possibly until the Durances as well as the Daily Blade is up before taking the next team fight here. So Todak, they have to drag this out a little bit more longer here, whereas Orange Esports, they're going to be diving head on once again, and they will catch 4 Mays out off guard.
I mean, if Todak keeps playing like this, it looks like the 2% might actually be right. And that's a scary thought because Todak, they are very comfortable in their position. But here comes the play coming in from Chiku. He finds the opportunity with the way up. The Dragon Brilliance coming out of aim at a perfect time before the Oki Shadow Kill comes out. And not to mention, he still has Flicker for safety.
Yeah, Mom's going to be coming in to provide a little bit of reinforcements here, but seems like he will not get anything out of it here, but the total is going to be up for Testament here. Todak, they're just completely ignoring it here as they are trading 50-50s across the map here. Orange is what they take the 4K lead as of now, and Todak, they can't do anything about it here. It seems like they are just completely ignoring objectives of every single lane.
I mean, they kind of have to at that point, but Neo, he is just not taking any damage here. Okay, Shadow Kill not working out, and here comes aim. He flickers forward, he goes for the Darkening, he gets 4 Maze, but however, Momo is going to find the return kill. Kuja, can he go for this? No, he can't outdamage. Can he outdamage it? Yes, he can. Momo actually dying at the very end. Chiku kicks him right under the target with the way of the dragon, and now he's going to taunt him to the end of time. They trade 2 for 2.
Yeah, great setup there coming from Chiku as well, but this tank getting kills here is not going to help him out a little bit more here, whereas Todak, they needed to trade very, very efficiently here. Despite that, Orange Esports, they are in the lead. They're losing cores here, which should not be happening when it comes to this kind of scenarios here. Trading 50-50s for Todak is going to help them out a little bit more. Meanwhile, X-Ray finally has the helper above here. How is he going to capitalize on this here? Both the hyper carries coming from both teams are going to be staring down at each other, but seems like Mom is going to back off instead.
Yep, they are just going to rotate away from here. Orange Esports with their massive lead. Can they maintain this? It's 6 minutes into the game. The next turtle is coming back up. I mean, Mom is having the time of his life, and he even just purchased the Windtalker. Neo with the Bloodlust Axe. Do they really want to give up this turret here? The rest of Orange Esports slow on the rotation. They're probably going to lose it. Oh no, they don't lose this turret, and now they're on the chase for X-Ray and Momo.
Yep, now X-Ray going to be in some trouble. Pops the Shadow Kill. Can he back off? Momo getting bursted out from darkness as well, and X-Ray also losing his life. Meanwhile, on the other side as well, Todak is going to make an attempt here. It's going to be a 3v2 situation, but Mom, he does have the hyper buff. Chico goes for the Wave of Dragon here. Do they have the damage? 4 Maze goes for the knockup as well. The stuns are coming in. They need 1 more HP, and they go get the hit on top of that here. So it's going to be a successful kill on towards the hyper carry, but Chico, he might lose his life. His Neo will chunk him down. So Todak, they will lose a little bit 2 more here, but Mom is going to be, Moon is going to be there, but he needs to be careful here because Orange Esports, they're taking objectives on the other side of the map until Formaze looking to make the plays happen.
Formaze, he's looking to turn around. Yes, he does. He finds it with the jab in the heavy left hand, and now he's waiting for an opportunity, and he jukes Neo out of the way. Jabs for fun, and hey, he brings him over to X-Ray towards safety.
Yep, as of now here, Formaze is going to be A-okay here, but the turtle is going to be up here. Orange Esports is going to be in the position to take that here. Todak, they say they're just going to be perfectly fine. They find these kind of weird picks here, and it should not even be happening here, but they're training pretty okay despite a 4K difference, but feels like Todak, they don't feel like they're playing from behind.
I mean, they're playing very confidently. However, it's really, really tough. Like, even things like that, like Chiku isn't really doing a lot of damage, especially with only the Concussive Blast. He's not building full damage either. He's no high and dry. He's just setting up for the rest of the team. So they are depending on both X-Ray as well as Momo to really scale hard. So at this point, they're just trying to drag the game as long as possible. Orange, with the 6K goal lead, should be looking to force these fights more often than not.
Yep, Formaze now has to respect this here, seeing that Aim is and Mom is going to be hitting here as well here. They might be rotating up top, but Moon taking a huge chunk, but Chico says he's going to go for the Wave Dragon. Sets up for Aim, goes over the wombo combo, but the Brilliance in time is going to disengage. Todak, they have to back off, but they manage to finish him off. But the rest of the team from Todak, they're scrambling away. They try to go for Mom, but Mom is just so quick. And X-Ray, where are you running? There's no turrets there, but Mom, he gave up, but he didn't realize there's no tower. But eventually re-engaged, but X-Ray comes in, buys a little time, and Chico survives, and Mom looks confused, and somehow Todak manages to survive that, but still is not over yet. The assault continues. Mom, they want to get a little bit more objectives here. Formace has to hold down the fort here as Chico looking for the play. Mally might get caught out. Where's the way of the dragon? He does not have it. Eventually gets in, but does not push it across the tower. Formace trying to bait Mom in an awkward situation. He gets the job done. Chico tries to go for the setup, but where's the damage? Todak is still holding on, and Orange Esports are gonna take Formace with them instead, but Momo looking for the re-engage. Can he go for a follow-up? Shadow kill is there. They go for a trade, and Moon is gonna be the next sacrificial lamb.
Yep, after getting one return kill for Todak just means that another 2 more are going to be given over to Orange Esports, and now with a 6k goal lead under their belt, Endless Battle being purchased from Mom, he's going to have extra survivability and high burst potential. Aim, I think he's right now the biggest boy in the world. Like the moment he pops the Darkening, somebody is going to go. He just purchased the Holy Crystal as well. Like, here comes Chiku, he wants to get this hit. Even if he goes for it, it doesn't matter. Brilliance is popped just in case. The mind games and Chiku's pressure is really getting to him.
Yeah, and Neo going to be cutting the creep wave a little bit more here, but Orange Esports are slowly leading in terms of economy even further here. 7k ahead. Kuja is just, all by himself cutting the creep waves here, but Chico is going to make it a play as well. Wherever the dragon comes in, catches on the Mob, but Shadow Q is there, but he's so tanky, they can't finish Mob. Mob captures him again, but where's the damage? He's surviving, but Mom is taking a huge chunk as well. Winter Trinket is there, but here comes the shock, comes in, but no, Mom says, I'm stronger. He survives, he resets, he goes in for the re-engage. He takes Formace, he takes Momo, and Todak has to disengage.
They pull away and rotate back in towards Lord. They can see that Neo is getting a full push down on bot side, and now Todak can't split themselves apart no more. Anti-Cure has been purchased by Chiku as this Lord going under Orange Esports. They're looking to end it.
Yes, this is going to be Orange Esports taking the Lord here as a Todak. They don't exactly have the damage output to try and take down Mom, and that's quite worrisome here as a Mom. Gonna be resetting a little bit more. The Lord is gonna be coming in from the top side momentarily, but this is a rough play here because Todak, they are in a very peculiar situation where they don't have very strong late game potential, except for possibly Moon, but he hasn't been hitting really hard.
Yeah, I mean, Moon hasn't... his ult still hurts, don't get me wrong. It's just, at this point, just landing it could be an issue in itself, and they can't really contest these neutral objectives at all. They haven't been setting up for it one bit, and the rest of Orange Esports is literally like 8k ahead of them, 9k even at this point.
This is going to be a tough one here, but X3 will secure himself the red buff, but at the same time, Kuja going to be in some trouble. Grace Jabs comes in. Formace, he can opt to go for the Shadow kill, but unfortunately the rest of Team Orange is here as a Formace is going to get dived on. How does he survive? I don't think he can. Nope, he will not. That's going to be killing spree here coming from Mom, and now the inhibitor is going to be jeopardized as well as Orange Esports slowly chipping away. Chiku tries to go for the Plague, but no, he gets forced back with the Searing Torrent. Oh no.
Okay, alright. Now everything is kind of rotating in and crashing in, and they're breaking all the way through. Neo just purchasing the Malefic Roar as well, trying to slow down Momo. And here comes the killing spree coming in. They got the kill onto Kuja. That's pretty good. They have no more frontliner, but Neo, he's trying to split apart. Here comes the deadly catch, and they already get another one onto Mali. Mom, he's trying to make it through. Aim, he could try and turn this around, but it's a little too dangerous as everybody else still has their ults.
Massive damage coming in from Moon here. Huge chunks coming in, and Orange Esports overestimated save, but Chico goes in for Winter Dragon. Oh, but the clutch Winter Trinket saves his life, and Chico is gonna get forced back. X-Ray did not expect this, and he's gonna get caught out of position. Clutch Winter Trinket. Chico now going for the center as well. Bomb is isolated from rest of Orange Esports here. Todak, they want to dive on him, but it's too late. The daily catches completely whips, and Neo goes in for the swipe as Formace is gonna be next to fall.
Oh boy, wow. Just well played from Aim. He is just outplaying a lot of these situations single-handedly, like timing his brilliance is to dodge some very key abilities and baiting out fights that, Todak won't be able to win as long as he's able to dodge that one ability.
And Neo catches him off guard as well. Moon heals up a little bit more. He's going to take a little bit too much. He goes down. Chico goes for the flicker wave of the dragon, misses the angle, and he's all by himself. And this might be game here as Orange Esports looks to clean house. Chico spamming the recall button, but he knows he's dead as well. There's no way they can win this as Orange Esports takes game 1 against Todak.
Oh my goodness. The 2% might actually be right. They might actually Orange might actually steal this game away from Todak's side, and although their cameras are frozen, I'm pretty sure they are very happy with that performance.
Yep, they've got no chills. Amazing, amazing, amazing here. Todak here definitely set themselves up for a peculiar situation here where they didn't exactly have the strongest of late game potential. Feels like they were experimenting once again, but I don't know. Is this the real Todak we're seeing here? That's my question.
Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, it was kind of a kind of an interesting way to kind of start off the game. The draft didn't look too bad overall. It was just really tough to play. But you guys, if you're struggling with your own data and thinking, why can't I play Mobile Legends without lag, then how about considering jumping over to Udo powered by Cellcom? They're already giving you guys a QR code that if you scan it, a free 5 GB worth of data is going to be given straight to you. So maybe consider.
Exactly. You can even throw yourself a party as well, because this free 5 GB data here is going to be having you some absolutely amazing content on the internet or the deep dark web in these regards. However, speaking of throwing a party here, remember the interview where Moon did mention as well, they kind of throw in tournaments here instead of ranked games. So it's, I don't know, it feels like they're throwing, it feels like they're testing out here, it seems like they're having fun. But what do you think? Do you think we are going to be seeing a comeback coming from them in game number 2?
It depends. It depends on the play style here, because number one, like obviously when you're seeing Chiku making these really, really flashy plays, there is some sense of disconnect between the team. Like, you know, everyone's kind of doing their own thing. You can tell when they're being disorganized and they're not on the same page, there is a different look to them. Obviously, this one, I'm going to have to regard it as like, okay, they're definitely not trying to play their best here. They're trying to work on their individual mechanics, but let's look at the highlight one more time, because that's where you're going to see it most. Like, look at everybody from the side of Todak. They're just doing their own thing.
Yeah, and that's the thing about their heroes, right? Like, Orange Esports, they had the upper hand, right? But this was one of the biggest moments coming from Orange Esports, where Mally kind of baited Chico so hard and Formé so far into deep territory, where the rest of Orange Esports just pretty much swamped them here. Just for a Valerie pickup here, they used Sacrifice too. That was pretty much Todak's way of saying that, you know, it's game over for us, because there's no way we're going to be able to pick up from them here. They needed to win the early aggression, didn't exactly work out. X-Ray was suffering his way through. Despite, look at this, like this was a stage where, hey, Orange Esports, you know, they're not that strong. We can still kind of take bomb in, which did exceptionally well. But this was because they kind of split off the fight from top and middle side.
Yeah, and again, it comes down to like just the way the fights are going. Like here, it looks like they're more in unison, but it was already too late. Like they botched up the early game so hard that Orange Esports essentially took full control, and AIM, he was just an absolute beast. There was no way they could really get him unless they could get a catch, and even then, that could be a tall order with Flicker on top of Brilliance. Like he can dodge so many abilities.
Exactly here. In most of the time, whenever Moon launches deadly catches here, like he needs to have a very, very precise moment where Orange Esports pretty much use out all their abilities here. Like the Benedetta iframe just dodges his way through here. We have the Lunox Brilliance all the way through, and it was so hard for Moon to actually dish out damage. But when he hits hard. So they were looking for the big wombo combo. But as of now, let's look at damage items here. Orange Esports 228,000 as compared to 136,000 coming from Todak. Not surprised, considering that how hard Mom is actually hitting most of these team fights here, whereas Todak, they were struggling for X-Ray to actually dish out any sort of damage at all.
Yeah, and just looking at like the amount of gold everybody was able to earn, you can definitely see that Orange Esports, like all of their members, and especially Neo, was having the time of his life. Like he ended with some of the highest gold, second highest gold in this particular game.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? When it comes to Neo playing this situation here, he was doing the right things at the right time. 7-0 and 6. He's got crucial big kills against Chiku as well as X-Ray as well from time to time. But that's the thing, right? Formace, it feels like he's playing the Paquito, but at the same time, he can't exactly tally up with the rest of his teams here, because all the heroes doesn't exactly have really strong synergy. And the win condition here was for pretty much for them to storm from start all the way to the beginning. But after throwing out lead here into his later stage game, I just don't see the late game potential coming from Todak.
Well, I mean, a lot of it has to do is just like trying to play off of that side lane pressure, try to play off of those big players, and especially around the Paquito lane, because again, Moon, he's looking to just clear the waves mid, but when you compare it to like Kuja with the help of AIM at the same time, like Chico wasn't around the mid lane enough to make an impact. He's just trying to control the rotational paths from Orange Esports, and that ended up getting punished pretty hard when Mali showed up into the picture.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like when it comes to Mally setting with Valor players here, like that's the hero that kind of just messes up Todak's aggression, right? You can see they have logically they have this dive comp coming from Todak, which works well. But the problem is whenever they dive in towards Mally, Mally is just, you know, waiting for the right moment. He's not afraid to soak up damage. Siren torrents them away. They have to re-dive again. And they were in a spot where if they dive too hard, there's no way back. You know, it's like taking 3 steps forward, no way back. Kind of, that's the reason why Matilda becomes a very, very strong hero into his meta, because you can dive 4 steps forward and 1 big step back.
Now, the MVP of this game, 7-0-6 for the match KDA and 3.0 for his average KDA coming in from Orange Esports. It's going to be Neo on his Benedetta. He played the early game really, really well, and he made sure that he was able to capitalize on the simple mistakes from Formation as well as Chiku to start pushing his lead ahead and really pull the attention for the rest of Todak for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, look at how quickly he's actually got his farm here. Like, he's got a Malik free roll, a little bit overkill there just for a tower objectives, but at this point here, I'm pretty sure this is not the real itemizations here. It is pretty much, you know, him flexing that, hey, we've got the advantage here, why not just press it? We know we're gonna win. Our draft is just so much better for them in late stage. But if you think wrong, if you think otherwise here, if you disagree with what we are saying here, why don't you guys let us know? Because why? All you gotta do is take your QR code, scan the Facebook page, scan the Facebook group, scan the Instagram page, and also the TikTok page here, and let us know what you guys think about it. Post a couple of nice memes here. Give us an amazing shout out as well. And if you like our commentary, be sure to tag ICBaby12 and Get in Queue.
Yep, and guys, make sure once you join the group, be a part of the community. There's a lot of cool things up there, and you know, Moonton is thinking about giving rewards around there if we hit certain milestones.
Wait, really?
Hearing about legendary skins, I'm hearing about merchandise as well, but you gotta keep up with the socials if you want to be informed for all of those things that happen. Speaking of which, being informed, what about Game 2?
Oh, that's the thing. No, okay, if it's because we've been watching every other games, right? Like, arguably, we have very extensive knowledge of all the single games. And speaking of researching and studying all the way through here, you know what I've learned?
What?
Mobile Legends Adventure is a casual and idle game that shares the same world-building elements in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. It's a stress-relieving game that you definitely don't want to miss. Dive into the engaging encounters in battle and grab huge idling rewards in your absence. Lovable heroes from MLBB will make their debut in MLA, and even more original characters will join your team as you advance.
An all-new MLA hero, Selena, is coming soon. So along with a major mode update to come, unlock her exclusive gameplay to claim Selena for free and unlock her story. More new modes, including collectible systems, labyrinths, etc. are waiting for you in a different land of dawn.
And if you were once an adventurer in the world of MLA, now is your time to resume your journey. You will get exclusive rewards and access to special events. Feel free to choose your desired heroes from Ultimate Chess and get item discounts right away.
Now, we prepared a special gift for MLA adventurers who have watched the live stream with the CD key MLMLA999. I repeat, MLMLA999. And it can be used to exchange 4 item rewards in MLA. So download the game and log in. Now, don't forget, there's also one on the screen. So again, extra stuff all across the board. If you start MLA and your friend starts MLA, you both hear the code, but then you didn't check out the stream, you know who's going to be ahead at the end of the day.
Exactly here. And speaking of which here, I don't know, okay? We've done all our research.
Yeah.
We've done all our analytics. We've seen a lot of these teams here. We can roughly guess what all the teams kind of specialize their heroes and their priorities, and
okay,
as well
sure.
as their meta here. But when it comes to Todak here, they are so unpredictable because they're having too much fun in this tournament. They're either trolling, they're experimenting, they're trying out, they're just 10 people.
Yeah.
Look around here. One day it's going to be this player, one day it's going to be that, you know. It's so hard to predict here because a lot of these teams fell victim into his hands because no matter how well you study your opponent, your play styles, and you try to punish it here, if you've played with these 5 guys for a long time, you kind of know what they're going to do. And suddenly next game, they switch another 5, which you completely never played with them for a long time. You kind of forget the habits here, and you kind of give it an impression that, how do we play these guys? I don't remember how I play here. And you kind of doubt yourself a little bit more. It kind of clouds your judgment psychologically.
I suppose, but I think a lot of it has to do with just like whether or not these guys have purpose in what they're doing. Like obviously the draft, the way I look at the draft just now is like it's doable in terms of execution. execution obviously a little flawed, but at a certain point you can't really salvage it. So I understand why this particular game, like, okay, it's negligible for now. The question is, do they still want to be able to turn this around for Todak's side, or are they going to get 2-0'd here? We haven't seen it just yet. We've seen them win games 2-1 and even lost a game 1-2. They were still able to claim that game.
Exactly. Most of the time here, every single game coming in from Todak is pretty much first few games we are throwing, decider match, we're going for the comeback.
And ideally that's what's going to happen unless they want to, you know, repeat their defeat against SMG and maybe happen with Orange Esports. We don't know. That's the thing. The 2% could be right this time.
Yeah, that's the thing here. But now for them here, the backs against the wall here, do they ever suffer their first 2-0 loss? That's going to be my question here, because this is going to be a moment to remember that Todak bleeds. Swordfish bleeds.
Well,
you chop off the sword and you get a fish.
Let's jump into the draft already and see what we have in store. Orange Esports on the blue side, Todak on the red, Uranus as well as Jawhead going to be the first bans from Orange Esports, while Todak following up with the Matilda as well as the Angela. Man, they are fast on those bans.
Yeah, Todak here, not going to be for the usual bans, but look at this. Look at those biceps up on Kuja here. He's looking to flex a little bit more.
Well, let's see how long he's going to flex for against Todak this time around. I don't see any changes to the lineups on either side, so I think it's going to be a relatively same draft. Rafaelia is going to get banned out by Todak, assuming it's going to be similar to game 1.
That's the thing, right? Todak first phase ban, they kind of just denied the Diggy, denied the Angela, and also the Rafaela here. Whereas Orange Esports, they can still kind of play defeating Diggy meta, which we've kind of seen Mali kind of done that before. So it's something that Orange Esports are not afraid to do here. I wouldn't be surprised for them to do them dirty if they want to pick it up, but they will prioritize on the Rafaela instead. So Todak, they have to reply to this here. Do they play the feeding Diggy meta?
I don't think they should show feeding Diggy just yet. They're going to get the Paquito as well as the Benedetta, two of the strongest picks here in the meta thus far. Orange Esports, they need to know what kind of a jungler that they're dealing with overall before they start locking in things like Diggy. Because if you lock in things like Diggy and then you have two strong side laners like Benedetta as well as Paquito, there's almost no way you're going to get lane priority unless you have things like Uranus, or you have things with high wave clear. Uranus is already banned out. Claude is a potential option here to be flexed later on. Is Cho being banned out? No, Cho is still up on the table, but even then it's questionable.
Now it feels like Todak, they will send Paquito for Chiku here to play. No, actually Chiku might actually play the Benedetta to his mid lane as well. We kind of see him kind of flex around with his Benedetta a little bit more. But Cho will be prioritized here from Neo. Most probably going to be played by Kuja. And Mali is going to be playing a Rafaela here. That's going to be AIM playing on the Lunox.
Yep, it's going to be the comfort pick Lunox here, but also just taking away playmakers from Chiku here. The fact that Jawhead is gone, Chiku might not have anything to play unless, you know, they're swapping him back into playing that, you know, double core lineup.
I see where this is going here. I definitely see where it's going here. Orange is, but they've got to read this here. Toda has kind of dropped this exact same roster before. They are going to be saving up the Brody later on. Never mind. They've not done their homework. Orange Esports, well done.
Yes, really smart of them.
Well done, well done, well done.
This is good, but that just means that there's still a couple of others left that can actually replace that. Bruno, you know, probably a really good shout here. The fact is that, you know, Todak already has locked in their jungler. Orange Esports, they're not going to get first pick on red side. So since they're on the blue, they might want to consider just banning it all out and looking to play something like an assassin.
Assassin. We haven't seen Todak play Natalia at all. Like, so far, the only 3 teams that has played Natalia in this entire 4 weeks in the season is pretty much SMG, RSG MY, and Bosskurr. And I don't know, Natalia seems to be completely ignored by the rest of the pack here.
Yeah, I suppose, but then, you know, there's also Beatrix who hasn't been touched this entire week.
Wait a minute. Todak, are you gonna pick the Beatrix?
It'd be nice to see, because again, we've been excited for it this entire week since it's been unlocked.
Come on,
nobody has touched it.
Todak, show us Beatrix. Brody's not there. No, that's a Moonchanga. Okay.
Comfort picks. There's still one last one, because we know the 2 side laners. We know who the mid laner is going to be. The question is whether they're going to throw in one more, because Benedetta can go into the mid. She clears waves relatively fast.
Well, Damos is going to be priority here coming with Kuja, as well, starting to be a comfort pick here, but the junglers, this is going to be the mom's heroes here. What other heroes are there? Claudius, Bruno. Okay, Bruno kind of is okay, but Yishun with the vision control is going to be a little bit better in that regard. So Todak, vision control, this is not looking good. It's hard for them going for flanks here, but how will Todak respond? They've got a lot of mobility, but they don't exactly have a front line to babysit this Granger. Or will they stick with the double marksman strategy? Beatrix? Beatrix?
I don't
Beatrix?
I don't think so.
Beatrix? Nah, I don't think so too, but Beatrix?
At this point,
Nobody wants to play it. I don't know why.
At this point, if they do decide to go for Beatrix, the utility of her weapons is going to be extremely important. I can see an angle which they do decide it, and I'd be very excited to see if they do, because we've been waiting for it for so long. I just don't necessarily agree with Yi Shin actually being picked up by Orange Esports. Would have preferred the Bruno instead. At least then they've got real control over the early games. Here comes the Akai here. All right, so Todak has a very balanced lineup in their toolbox. Orange Esports leaning more towards the early to mid stages of the game, but Todak, with such an expansive toolbox, they can kind of play around certain situations a lot better.
Yeah, if Chiku gets the perfect Hurricane dance here before AIM actually pops his brilliance here, it might be a great setup to actually burst him down. So it makes a little more sense, and I definitely like it here. Just kind of steamrolls and snowballs Mamu's way into a brick wall. So I like what I'm seeing here, playing safe here, even though we are kind of expecting maybe a Beatrix pickup. But guess what, Lady Jabba here, this is going to be game 2. Orange Esports taking the lead. Predictions, what do you guys think? No, before we take, why you guys drop it down a comment here? We won't be able to read it here. Gideon, what do you think?
Personally, I'm leaning more towards Orange Esports because I know for a fact they can play an aggressive lineup, and Todak right now, I don't know if they can actually handle this kind of aggression pre-level 4. So let's see how much of a lead Orange can develop in that time.
Yeah, let's see here. But to start things off here, we are going to see Kuja and Mali opening up in the two-man rotation down middle lane here. So it's going to be 1-2-1-1 potentially here. So having junglers going to be in the starting things off here. Mamu starting on the blue buff. Todak will be standing 3 guys in the middle as well. X-Ray looking to go for the invades potentially, but Todak I don't think is a smart call here. They have to back off instead. So they are going to playing a little bit safer in this regards.
Yeah, they just want to make sure, because again, level 1 isn't exactly too great for anybody for the side of Todak when it comes to wave clearing. So they're just going to, you know, pile up together to have that enough damage. And Kuja, he's going to start walking through. He's got to be careful here because both Moon as well as Granger is level 2. If he gets hit by any of those abilities, he's going to get chunked. Mali is forced back by Formace, who has priority over bottom side. That's when Kuja is going to call it quits.
Yeah, Formace here doing a fantastic job isolating Mali here in case Kuja tries to get a little bit feisty with the vengeance here. So that's going to be great zoning here. However, Todak will secure X-Ray's farm very, very efficiently here. Top side, Momo taking a little bit too much damage here. And this is surprising, considering that Momo should be winning this matchup against Neo. And yes, finally he showed himself here. Neo will be sidestepping Moon's skills instead.
Yeah, let's say, I mean, Momo should be okay. I mean, high and dry, it definitely catches you off guard, and Momo did opt to take the Festival of Blood for now. The Mountain Chakra is going to give vision just so that they can tell Neo is like, hey, you might be in a lot of trouble. You might want to consider rotating up here, and the rest of Orange Esports is looking to make that happen.
Yep, top side here, Orange Esports tries to go for a flank, but here comes the Death Sonata. It's going to completely whiff here as Moon does not have the Meteor Shower here. They're looking for the invade as well. Mali might get focused down, but he is going to be A-okay. Momo overextending a little bit too much, but he's starting to hit like a truck. However, interesting fun fact is that a Paquito with a fighter emblem going up against a high and dry Cho Neo 1v1. Cho pretty much loses in the early stage of game. Fun fact.
Yep. I mean, he should be losing. He should be losing like even harder than this. But again, he's playing the lane correct. He's just looking to wave clear as much as he can. And with the help of his supports like Kuja and as well as Mali rotating up to that side of the map, it just gives time for AIM to just be like, okay, I can just slowly farm out, slowly look for the scaling. Mom, he sees Formace here, and now this might be a little bit of trouble. Formace already using his abilities. He's making sure that he's staying healthy inside the jungle.
Yep. Meanwhile, Orange Esports Mom will have the Mountain Shocker here. They see everyone from beside the Todak. Formace, you're out of position. They're looking for the dive, and Formace will sidestep that as he's going to be okay. Whew, close call there for Todak.
Yep, even Kuja using his ult as well. He's calling aim. He's like, hey, we got to clear this wave fast before the rest of the Todak members decide to make that rotation down to bot side. But notice that Akai, he's pushing in towards. Chiku is walking in such dangerous territory, using the 1000-pounder to get on out and cutting any kind of escapes here with the help of Moon watching the mid lane.
Yep, Neo here taking a little bit more
he
to
should
damage
die.
as well. Momo, he's going to go
dead.
for the jab as well, but he has the flicker, forces him out. The Wave Dragon forces him out as well, but Neo, where are you running? Great flicker, the escape comes in, but the Death Sonata won't stop him in his track. Nice style points coming from Neo, but not going to be enough.
Very good attempt from Neo to try to outplay the situation, but he was dead anyways, but at least he wasted a little bit more time. Now, Formaze, again, 1v1 against Mom. Ah, so close! And he gets it at the end with the final burn. Nicely done. Mom using the Mountain Shocker to try and thwart this dive with a little bit of extra damage. Kuja getting very close to killing Momo there, but he has to be really, really careful as X-Ray still has quite a bit of damage in the early phases of this game. Aim with the Darkening, looking for Chiku here. Chiku trying to make the play, but here it comes. Meteor Shower on top of him, forcing the flicker as well. He needs to get in towards that light side, into that Brilliance, to get Brilliance ready at a click of a button.
Great setup with the Hurricane Dance and a Moon Shower here, but speaking of which, Aim, you know, great reactions coming in from him here to disengage here, so very, very lucky for him there. However, Orange Esports, they will take advantage of the fact they have the turtle here, but Formaze has something to say. They want to dive this here. Mom taking too much damage there, but he will Retribution and take the turtle. Toda, they're going for the dives, but unfortunately Kuja, Scythe will stop them at this track. So that's going to be a big win there from Orange Esports.
Yeah, Orange Esports walk away without taking that. I mean, they take a lot of damage, but nobody really died. Now, Moon just purchased the Glowing Wand as well. Down on bot side, we can see the Brilliance already popped by Aim. He's going to get dove under by Chiku. That's going to secure the kill. Formaze, he wants to pick this up. Nope. They're just going to give it over to Chiku. Great dive on bot side.
Nice catch there coming from Chiku, preemptively using the Hurricane Dance. Meanwhile, Formaze, he might actually die to a Kuja here, but he does have the escape ability, so it's going to be A-okay. But the gold plating here is pretty much chipped away, and Formaze looking to clear the creep wave and push down the tower bottom here because the rest of Toda are coming in. Kuja, he might get dived on. Is it going to be A-okay? He keeps Formaze in check, but now the Electro Final Blow is there, but there's 4 people away. They're just not focusing him down. They take down the tower and take him down like cheese.
With Kuja, he should have just walked away the moment he didn't have his ult. He thought he could outplay the situation with the Vengeance, but really, nobody on Todak's side really wanted to care. They just focused on getting that turret. Here comes a big kick coming in from Neo, and they get the kill onto Momo on top side as they look to rinse and repeat. Death Sonata trying to get on aim. Brilliant. X-Ray, he's holding it. Did he land? No, he doesn't, but this allows Chiku to push him back out of the turret. Neo tries his best to deny space, but no, the deed has been done. Todak now in the lead.
Yeah, X-Ray a little bit afraid of being kicked away from Wave Dragon despite already used earlier on against Momo. But Toda, they're looking to go for a little bit more fight as well. Electro Final Blow has been used. Formaze wants to re-engage here. Big Meteor Shower comes in. Mount gets chunked down less than half HP. Kuja is going to take the aggression here, but he doesn't have the Vengeance, so they have to sacrifice this mid tower here as Toda is biting back here. They want to take this to game 3, but as of now, they're taking full advantage of their draft.
Yep, and Momo once again against Neo here. There's just no way for him to win, and that's going to be a quick and easy execution coming in from Moon. They should be able to get top tier 1 here, as most of the members are rotating as well to try and contest this turtle. Formaze buying a lot of time. Eye for an eye being used. Electro Final Blow as well. Mom should be able to pick up this kill onto him. Killing spree achieved on towards Mom.
At the same time here, Chiku doing a fantastic job on the archive here. 1-0-3 on this tank here. He's making a lot of space for the team and the setup as well. However, Mountain Shocker from Orange Esports here is going to get a little bit of information here. And Momo, he might get trapped here. And does he get the win? He is going to be fine here as Kuja not going to be able to deny him that escape. So he's going to be A-okay. Meanwhile, Mom is going to be looking to get this purple buff, but unfortunately he doesn't have it for himself.
Ice Cream's wand being purchased by Moon this time. And here we go. Chiku looking for an opportunity, waiting to get behind Mom. He comes up, 1000-pounder, no. Doesn't find the angle, and now Chiku is going to be locked in place. Here comes a Meteor Shower. Mali, he's in a lot of trouble. Electro Final Blow coming in from Formaze. Momo picks up that kill, and inevitably, they weren't able to kill Chiku and burst him down in time. Neo just purchasing the Blade of Despair. Ooh, what a catch.
great setup here coming from Chico despite missing the timing to catch Mom. However, Orange Esports, they gotta be happy about this here considering that they only lose out on Mally, which isn't the biggest importance in the composition coming from Orange Esports, despite being put in a very awkward position in that fight.
Yeah, but here's the problem now. The early stages of it. Oh, no. Vengeance being used by Kuja, but he has no real way of escaping this at this point in time. And Todak now scaling really hard in towards this mid game here. Orange Esports is starting to fall off.
Uh-oh, Mally here taking a little bit too much damage from Moon as well. He needs to be a little bit careful here. Mom, he realized there's people in the brush. He needs to back off. He doesn't have the purple buff here. Todak, they're going to be swarming their way in. And Orange Esports, they are going to be happy. They managed to regroup here. Moon, he does have the meteor shower available here. He's looking to force them out of position here by diving into him. But Orange Esports, they're not taking the bait yet.
Yep, they still are maintaining on towards their tier 2 mid as well as bottom turrets, but this turtle, there is no real way to get on it safely. They're just gonna let X-Ray solo it with 4 maze down on bottom side, just pushing it out. Chiku is standing at watch and Moon is ready to pounce.
Yep. Speaking of which, here comes Chico once again. Hurricane Dance catches on Kuja, splits off the fight. Formate is going to drag out the rest of the team as well, but Kuja gets focused down and Formate will disengage, and now the rest of the Todak here is going to go and take aggression here. But Orange Esports, they managed to disengage, but Kuja will be the one to bow out. So Chico taking advantage of the situation here, knowing that Todak does have more damage as compared to what Formate is taking coming from Orange Esports.
I don't know what Orange Esports' plan was there. Like Kuja, he starts running in. It's just like, okay, are you planning to steal? If you are gonna steal, like, do you have enough damage? Do you have retribution? He has none of the resources to make it work, and yet he's going in so ham there towards that back line. I don't even think he realizes he isn't that strong in comparison to X-Ray.
Yeah, Chiku here being a big nuisance here coming from Orange Esports. He's not super tanky, but his Hurricane Dance has been set up as well. Look at this, Mom. He's thinking about it here. Chiku is just waiting for the right moment for the strike, but Kuja is out of position again. Chiku, he might think to go for the jump, but nope. The rest of the Todak here says, you know what, let's play it safe. Let's take the orange buff instead.
Yep, they've already broken mid tier 2. They just need bottom tier 2. Lord is coming up in 48 seconds. Like, they've got the biggest the lead that they want. 7k ahead, you know, 30 sitting at a clean 31, 2k more. They're gonna hit their next item power spike, and Orange Esports still just falling behind.
Yeah, Orange Esports here, they have to play a little bit slow here. They have to drag this out for Mom, but unfortunately, say Todak, it's so hard for them here. Like, it's just Chiku things, you know. Look at this. Hurricane Dance Flicker catches on one, whips it a little bit here, but Kuja once again getting isolated once again here. He's gonna get focused down, but at the same time, he's super tanky. It might be some trouble. Holy Baptism is there. Momo is gonna disengage, but here comes Formate from the backs. Kuja taking a little bit too much, but Formate says, you know what, they're too close to the tower. Let's not throw this. We kind of mess up. Okay, Orange Esports, they have what it takes to come back from this. Let's not give away anything that is unnecessary now.
Yeah, they were able to kind of, oh, you know, he's going to walk right into this.
No.
He's going to dive. He doesn't use any visibility. He gets the movement speed. Here comes Formase. He gets the execution as well, but now he's scot-free out. He doesn't need to worry about it. Didn't have to use any major abilities other than his ult to move away.
Oh, feels bad for Neo there. The intent was smart, trying to bait them out, but it just didn't work out. Chico goes for 1,000 pounder, but unfortunately just, you know, traumatized him into thinking that he's going to use the Hurricane Dance. But it's going to be a great zoning tactic here because they did not realize that Todak has secured the Lord for themselves.
Now Todak is just going to slowly choke out Orange Esports. They can't move out of their base. They have to sit under those inhibitor turrets, and Todak will not let them breathe from here on out.
Yep, Formate now going to be taking all the orange buff on top of that as well. Orange Esports, they just don't have farm up on Mom. Mom, he does have 3 kills, but he's starving.
It's not even just Mom at this point. Like, Mom, he was able to get those 3 kills similar to X-Ray, but he's 2 levels down in comparison to X-Ray. AIM is significantly behind in comparison to the Moon, and the people who are generally ahead won't even be able to catch up at this point. 10k ahead. This is the position. This is the kill angle for Todak.
Yep. Speaking of which here, Todak Chiku is looking for the guy plays as well. Electro final blow is there. Chiku goes for the Hurricane Dance, catches Kuja, but they have no damage here, but instead he gets caught out with the Holy Baptism as well. But fortunately, he does have immortality here, but Kuja taking a little bit too much damage coming from Moon. He shuts him down, but Todak, they have to disengage. 2 of the tanks here are pretty much so low. Formase and Chiku will back out in this next fight. As Orange Esports, they will only lose an inhibitor here, but they will reset this fight now, as the top one is going to be the objective now coming from Todak. Orange Esports aim. Uh-oh, he's taking a little bit too much damage. And here comes the meteor shower to zone them all back. Moon, my goodness, this Chang'e is just doing so much damage.
Yep, and here comes Formaze clearing all the waves at once. Neo not being able to participate in this fight at all. Moon just purchasing his Holy Crystal, and that should be the nail in the coffin for Orange Esports. If they walk out of their base, even from trying to go for this 1v1, just look at the item differential between the two.
Oh, this is so tough here coming from Orange Esports. Oh, Mom, he hasn't played with Despair, but he needs one more item if you want to stand a chance to make the comeback mechanics here. And it's going to be hard considering how tanky and annoying Chiku is.
I mean, just look at the way they played. The kill score is 13 points total, 3 going over to Orange Esports, 10 going over to Todak. They haven't lost a single one of their towers as well. Orange Esports don't really have that many options, and even though Todak is looking to kind of hold out, they know that Orange Esports has some pretty decent wave clear at the end of the day, but they want them to make the first mistake.
Yep. And seems to me, Todak, they don't care anymore. They want to end this as of now. Def Sonata to start things off. Meteor Shower, a big one coming in. Mom, Neom, and Mally, they have to back off. Mally almost bleeding out. Is he going to find? Yes, he is. But the inhibitor is not.
Yep, and that's going to make the super minions start rolling in towards the base. 80 more seconds until Lord spawns, and Orange Esports can't even walk out of their own base safely without getting spotted out. So Neo, he's the first to kind of push out with the Shinpo. He has options in terms of mobility, but the rest of Todak still just sitting in the lane. Malefic Roar being purchased by X-Ray on top of everything else.
Yeah, Chiku, you know, this frontliner here is just so confident here. He's just recalling his way through, trying to bait Orange out of position for that final finish. But Orange Esports, they've been completely good dodging every single fight. Kuja is going to get caught out here as well. Vengeance has been popped, so is the Outer, but is not going to do much here as Todak just hits too hard. Chiku looking for the follow-up as well. Can he catch aim? Hurricane Dance is there. For the last moment, he's going for the flicker. He catches Mom instead, but Mom won't disengage from this fight. But all the creep waves gets forced out, but eventually Chiku gets taken out as well for his over-aggression. Todak still surviving this, but Orange Esports trying their best to defend against this as well. Moon now popping the meteor shower and aim. He's taking a little bit too much damage here. Can he take him out? Yes, he will. The last tick will take him out.
Yep, down on bottom side here. Oh, wait, Momo trying to look for an opportunity to get on top of Mom, but they're trying to end this game right here, right now. And this is their opportunity. They're farming those kills. And now Todak in full control over this game with their 12K goal lead. Taken away, bringing it over to game 3, making it look easy.
Wow. Todak, you know, this is what I'm talking about, you know? The game of, trolling.
I mean, they are the kings of 2-1s. They like to kind of push their limits as much as they can. They take one game to do so. The moment they lose, it's like, okay, it's crunch time now. We want to afford, we don't mind dropping a game, but we cannot afford to lose the series.
That's the thing. Todak has never had a game where it's 2-0. It's always going to be 2-1 all the way. And you know what's 2?
What?
You do, because they are going to be giving you this free 5 GB data for free.
So please scan the QR code and quickly jump on over to the bandwagon of Udo powered by Cellcom to be able to have that customizable deal that you've always wanted for your mobile data plan. And with that being said, like, whoa, moving on over, I can't wait to see these highlights here because again, it's just a lot of macro play coming out for the side of Todak here because they knew exactly when the when they are going to hit their power spikes, and once that occurs, you can see the switch turn on for Todak. It's like it's go time.
Yeah. It's you know, Todak has always been in a situation ever since the regular season starts as well. They've been experimenting, they've been trolling. You know, even Moon in his interview, he does admit that they are trolling in the tournament, not in ranks, not in games, but in the tournament here. They play seriously on ranks, but they troll in the tournament.
Well, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, they still want to have points. Once playoff comes by, like Todak, it might bite them. It might bite them back.
It might, you know, it deserves to be punished to a certain degree, but at the same
but
time,
you're not good.
Exactly.
Let's jump over to the highlights and watch that one more time of the way Todak actually maneuvered in this battle. Because again, a lot of it is not just because, oh, I won the lane so hard to make the difference here. Like, this was a really good play coming in from Neo. He almost got away with it too, forcing out a Death Sonata at the end of the day. Mom also winning on, especially with that last auto auto attack.
Yeah, that was the turret. The siege creep just destroyed him in the last tick. They're so lucky of him. But
yeah, I hate to see it.
I know. But still, nevertheless here, it was a great value time coming from Orange Esports here. They got some decent amount of kills here. But that's the thing, right? Chico has been playing out of his mind. It feels like this entire game here, Todak, the MVP should deserve to go to his Chico here because he's set up some insane kills. Look at this, another highlight once again coming from Chico with his Hurricane Dance, just flushing Kuja once again. And another one. How many is that? That's the third one thus far?
That's the third one.
And we're possibly going to see a fourth one later on as well.
Maybe. I don't know, because it's tough to say who the MVP is here. Everybody had their role to play for a large majority of the game. Like, Formace was cleaning up fights whenever he can and pinching out extra damage whenever he on towards Orange Esports, really making it devastating. Moon, he had a phenomenal game, ending the game 7-0-5 as well. His meteor showers have been on point, and this is like the Moon Classic.
Yeah, this is something that he's so comfortable in as well, right? I definitely agree. He's been doing a lot of damage here, but it feels like most of these plays were just a really great chemistry between Moon and Chiku here. Even there was a fight down middle where they kind of forced aim out of position with Chiku setting up for the turret and also the meteor shower here. You cannot do that without chemistry. It's so precise to a point. Yes, arguably, they did not a kill, but to pull it off in a flashy way, that requires some serious teamwork and coordination.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, like Orange Esports, even though they had like real control over the early game, they needed to do a little bit more. They needed to start pressing their advantages against Todak, and then look to translate that and maintain it throughout the mid game. That just didn't happen in Todak. They definitely understood what they had to do.
Yeah, it's really rough because Orange Esports, arguably, their drafts are okay. It's not the best, but it's okay. The only reason why they kind of lost that here is Chiku just pulling some insane Hurricane Dance. Even in the contest from Kuja going in for the dive into the turtle here, he was just caught unexpectedly. And yeah, let's take a look at the damage here. Main damage here is going to be Moon, 69,000, 51k up on Benedetta here. 45k up on X-Ray, I believe, with the Granger here. Nothing out of Nori here, but I'm surprised to see that Orange Esports, they did not have a lot of damage here.
Yeah, they just kept on dying so quickly, and the people who do have some form of damage had some form of AoE. Like, AIM was not able to scale into this game at all. He got heavily punished down on that bot side of the map. Kuja, same thing. He made a couple of interesting moves which got him killed. Inevitably, it came down to Mom trying to carry this game, but oh, Benedetta was just so tanky. And then after that, Akai was just unkillable. And not to mention that Momo was making sure that he was calling for a little bit of support to dive onto Neo, as he was the most punishable lane.
Yeah, Neo, that's the thing, right? When it comes to Neo, it's a Benedetta for a reason. There's a reason why people just ban it here. Despite the nerfs coming in here, it's not about the damage. It's just him being so mobile to a point where it's so annoying to deal with.
Well, let's look at the MVP going over the Moon from Todak with a 7-0-5 match KDA and a 6.6 average KDA. He made sure that he's showing what brought the team all the way into M1. He still got it. He still got that muscle memory down.
Yeah, this is his favorite hero for sure here. We've seen him perform all the way through coming from Todak. They've won so many games with him playing on the Chang'e here. Despite now being kind of out of the meta here, for Todak, it seems like Chang'e still kind of fits the profile. It fits their playstyles as well.
Yep. Oh, boy. It's looking good. It's looking good. But that just means that this is going to be pushing over to a Game 3. And we should be expecting a lot out of Todak here. The 2% might still be right here. You never really know. You never really know. Same thing can be said about, the Team SMG versus Todak matchup. We all know how that went, and inevitably SMG was able to clutch that out. If you don't remember it, how about you check out the MPL official pages for MY? We have got the Facebook page, we've got the Facebook group, we've got the Instagram page, we've got the TikTok page, we've got dank memes, we've got everything you need all in one place.
And of course, if you're thinking about trolling some games here, why don't you guys try and make a couple of TikTok videos, a little bit trolls here, and possibly tag us as well on our social media.
I really hope that if that ever happens, that it's not my solo queue games. But with that being said, you know what is going to happen. We have to go on a short break, give these players some time to breathe before jumping over to the final game. Don't go anywhere.
I see lots of prey.
And we're already back with the MPL Malaysia Season 7. Remember that all this was brought to you by our official digital telco, Udu, as well as our partners in esports, TikTok, not to mention all of this powered by Moonton. My name is Getting Q. This is ICBaby12 as we're in our final game of this week. Oh, it is 1-1. Whether the 2% or the 98% is going to be correct, we know this game 3 is going to be a banger.
Exactly here. Whoever takes this series here is going to be going out with a bang. However, ladies and gentlemen, here, in case you've missed out on any opportunities here, here's going to be some QR code for you guys to scan. All you got to do is just scan in this little tiny box here. And of course, you will get yourself free 5 GB data from YouTube.
Make sure you do it quick because it's going to go away soon, and that's going to be the end of the week, and you're going to be left with nothing for the next 5 days, and then, you know, it happens all over again. But until then, you guys have to understand that this Game 3 is going to be pretty important. Is Todak going to be dropping another game against Orange this time around, a different team other than SMG, which is the only other team that has knocked them a game or whether this is just going to be another 2-1? They like to play with feelings here.
They just like to play with thin ice. They like to mess around. You know, imagine us going towards the park, going to the playground and have fun. They love to play on the playground, maybe on Iceland or maybe on a volcanic plains or in the middle of the Sahara Desert.
I'm just imagining Todak players just like pushing kids off the seesaw just to get on it now. Out of the way, nerds! I'm flexing here. That's one way of looking at it. But honestly, after Game 2, it definitely looked like a bit of a bully to a certain extent. But coming in towards Game 3, I don't know if we're going to expect the exact same thing or whether they can, like, you know, rest their shoulders a little bit more, and Orange Esports really taking the initiative this time.
Okay, that's the thing, right? When it comes to Todak messing around, right? We know that it's switched up on the rosters here. I heard rumors the second team is kind of playing in another tournament as well. Ooh. So they won't exactly be switching up. So they are going to be sticking with the same rosters all the way through. But that's the thing. First game, it's pretty clear cut. They were just experimenting with heroes. They're like, the drafts here didn't exactly make sense. There's no synergy here. But there are some potentials in possibly the Bane pick here, which we did see a little bit. But second game, they felt a little bit more refined, okay? It's much more comfortable to a meta in this regard. So Game 3 here, they are going to be sticking up a little bit more. But Orange Esports, they've got to understand that something is wrong. Game 1 wasn't a perfect win, and they have to realize it. They know that, yes, we won that here, but they're pretty sure they're not stupid, right?
Yeah.
They're professional players. They definitely know that Todak is not at that level from Game 1.
Of course. And now, looking at it, it's just going to be really fast bans. Todak on the blue side, they ban out the Angela Roger as well as the Bruno. Orange Esports on the red, Matilda as well as the Selena finally locking off the Jawhead, meaning Benedetta up for grabs for the side of Todak. They're going to lock it in straight away. Paquito Alice? Paquito Roger? No, Roger's already banned out. Paquito, they don't want to get early game.
Paquito Alice is great.
Paquito Granger?
Rafaela is still there.
Paquito Rafaela is actually not too bad as well.
Yeah.
Tough call.
Oh, what?
Good! I'm so good at predict. Oh, let's go! Okay, Paquito Granger here for the side of Orange Esports. I had to get that out of me real quick. Todak's side.
They should just pick up the Brody straight up if they want to. They could, you know, considering that it was pretty much banned. They had the right idea. They could just straight up draft the Brody here and say like, hey, you know what, Orange Esports, they might just pick the Brody as well. You know, they kind of mirror Todak's playstyle. But this is a new Orange Esports. Like, we haven't seen this from... Okay, we've seen it a couple of times with the Granger pickup. It's just, you know, 50-50 iffy strat. So Todak, they definitely might need to switch things up a little bit here. They can still pick up the Cloud. Yeah, I think the Cloud is a great pickup here. Just to kind of keep things a little bit interesting. You just cannot mess away here.
Wow,
they won't open up with the Brody carry.
What?
Okay.
I don't know. Kuja is smiling to himself. So it feels like he had a hard read on this situation.
Yo, this is so greedy. Like, Orange Esports is thinking, hey, we can punish this here. They've pretty much showed their hands. What can we do to punish this? We can't play front lines. We can't play Baxia. There's Uranus, there's Esmeralda. It completely just says that, you know, we can't pick all these heroes here.
Lock in Cho?
Cho is definitely a safe pick if they want to.
Rafaela. Sure.
Okay.
They can design an early game composition easily with Granger and as well as Rafaela. They just need to pair it up with like a strong wave clearing mid lane. They can even, arguably, they can go for like Valir or Vale even.
I don't think they should take the Tamus at all here. They need something to...
don't.
Yeah, Kuja playing on the Tamus here is just so... It's great to a certain degree, but against Todak, it seems like they have an answer to it previously here. So if Chiku decides to play the Hurricane Dance, the Akai, the Hurricane Dance.
Play the Hurricane Dance.
Well, it feels like, imagine a panda dancing under a Sakura tree.
I'm pretty sure there is some kind of soundtrack out there called Hurricane Dance. Like, straight up. Like straight up some TikTok meme or something like that. It's just tickling my brain at this point. Last 4 seconds here, and it looks like the ban is going to be Kagura.
Okay, makes a lot of sense. A lot of crowd control potential. The Kagura kind of messes them up, where considering that they can kind of want to split up. But Todak, they still can opt to go for the Tigreal pickup if they want to, which kind of does almost identical stretch here, where RSG Esports will be clumped up and just get one-shotted from the get-go. They have the Brody, they have the carry, they are playing those kind of range potentials here. So understanding that they do not want to ban off the Brody, taking it for himself, kind of keeps their option open here, just because Todak, like, we can play this jungle Brody.
I guess.
We can play this jungle carry as well.
I guess, but I think Orange Esports, they should be thinking about banning out either Harith or Uranus at this final ban, because again,
Harith is a little bit is asking too much. That's just too greedy.
Because they need to play off of a strong lane, and you know, oh, they're getting rid of Sylvana, huh?
Oh,
okay,
that's pretty good. Alice is pretty good as well.
I don't know, because I definitely thought that Orange Esports would probably lean more towards Sylvana themselves.
All this time we've been talking about tanks with magical damage here. Sylvana kind of slipped out of my mind.
I mean, you know, she's not as tanky as she used to be. The shield has been reduced quite significantly, and like you can see a lot of people actually building Mystery Shop instead of the Concussive Blast like last time.
And now seeing that the Yu Zhong being banned off here is going to be a really tough call here from Orange Esports. Like, what does Kuja play? Because, I mean, for him to force out the Tamos again is going to be tough. But AIM forcing comfort pick here. Forza comes in. But who's going to be zoning them off? Look at this. They're so squishy coming from Orange Esports. Cho is definitely out of the picture here.
I mean, they could still go for Cho if they really wanted to here, but you're going to lose a lot of pressure. And I think even Todak realized, like, okay, with the double marksman being shown within first rotation, might not exactly have been the best pick in the world. So now they have to kind of compensate with like some early game mages to kind of slow down the aggression, or at the very least look to kind of compete against the wave clear from Orange Esports. Things like, you know, I think honestly getting things like Valir might not be too bad here if they want to kind of mitigate the early game to slowly transition into the mid game much better.
I don't think the Eve would be a good pickup here if they decide to go here. Balleric, okay.
Okay.
I like it, you know. Balleric is kind of okay. The taunt kind of disrupts Forza here. All you gotta do is just dive your way through.
Wow. I mean, Orange Esports feel like they know they've got this in the bag. It feel like they're looking real confident here. They're looking real confident. Even Daly's is coming in for it as well.
What's their final pick? Fanny? What?
It can't be Fanny, right?
What? Oh!
What? All right, this is gonna be the very first Diroth we've seen in the season.
Dude, Diroth has been buffed so many times to a point that people just kind of ignore it. But when it comes to lifesteals and sustainability, he's really, really strong.
Can he actually go up in a lane against Brody or Carry? I get Carry, but Brody maybe not. And even Benedetta, like he's going to lose pressure. He's going to lose pressure. I don't know if he can win the 1v1.
Wow. I'm looking forward to see how this Diroth is going to play here, because Diroth is an interesting pick here because it's been bumped up so many times. I've kind of talked about it in the first week. All of us kind of neglected it, in the fact that he has the sustainability, he has kind of a little bit of a mobility, but the range is not exactly far.
Yeah, and more importantly, there's just like, especially during that time at the beginning of the season, like the meta was definitely in an awkward state where there's just a lot of heroes who do his job a lot better, even in terms of wave clearing, in terms of sustainability. But let's roll into it. This is going to be the final game between Todak and Orange Esports to end this week, and it looks like it is going to be a pretty fun game. We've got Paquito on one side, we've got Diroth on the other.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how Diroth is going to be playing here, who's going to be playing here, considering that he can literally just one-shot the marksman from the get-go from later stage game. But it is going to be Kuja, so this is going to be a tank Diroth?
I don't know, man. It looks like he's going to play like mid Diroth, I guess. He's looking to help the wave clear and also looking to try to hit level 2 as soon as possible. He's going to get healed up. Kuja is going to get healed up, and he doesn't have to worry about mana at all. He can just continuously be annoying.
No, I see where this is going as well here. The thing about Diroth is that he does have the damage, he does have everything, but he will lack a lot of mobility here. The Rafaela kind of compensates that as well, considering that he has this dive comp here coming from Orange Esports. But I'm not sure how a tank deer off is going to work here. But as of now, Aim is going to get dived on from Momo a little bit here. But here comes the follow-up. He chips him down low, but they're out of position. Where are you going? Mally is there. The slow comes in. The follow-up comes. Kuja going to give chase. Momo is going to back off. Chiku is going to be needing to disengage here. And he's going to take a little bit too much damage here. He sights it with the eye for an eye. And he's going to be okay.
Oh my goodness. Even Mom with an orange buff wasn't enough to take him out there. Formace is going up against Neo here, and this is... Oh, what an interesting matchup. What an interesting matchup. I think Neo realizes that he can't just like full-on go for this big-on fight against Belleric because he's just going to technically hit himself.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Belleric is just undervalued. He does a lot of damage as well. If you kind of transition in towards a mage damage coming in Belleric here with blade armor as well as a concentrated energy here, he's going to be extremely tanky. However, Kuja here going to make the first attempt here. X-Ray is going to do a little bit too much here. The Dirov going to get first down, first blood coming from him. Deaths are not up, getting Qs, and not going to be able to connect on towards X-Ray.
Wow, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. The Granger is still looking for that first kill of the game for himself. Neo was a little late to the party overall, but they should still have priority over this turtle. Oh no. Oh no, Mali is going to get run down by Chico at this point in time on the Benedetta, and he takes a bit of damage, but Aim, he is here. He wants to kill Moon, but he can't seem to get as well. Forces out the wings from wings to wings coming in from Chiku. Oh boy, you hate to see it.
Yeah, but meanwhile, the rest of Todak is going to be focusing on the top side here, not focusing on the Lord at all, knowing that Orange Esports doesn't have the tankiness to actually sustain it here. Says Mom is going to solo it all the way through. Todak says, you know what, we don't care. We need the buffs. We need the economy here. Chiku is just messing around here. Frontline tank Chiku just doing a fantastic work here. And now he's going to take a huge chunk in. Stun comes in. Momo looking for the finish. Can he finish Bomb? Yes, he will. Just enough time. Tor's about a memory here. And now Kuja is going to go in for the fall as well. A big Abysm Strike comes in. Momo is going to take a huge amount of damage. And Chiku will bow out, but Momo will be A-okay.
Was Chiku lagging there? Like, what in the world was happening? He just stood there for a couple of seconds, and then he was trying to charge it, and then he was kind of just moving around, and then eventually Mali just kills him. I'm not entirely sure what exactly happened there with Chiku, but he definitely should have survived that fight. Now, looking down on bot side, Formace. Oh, hello there. Hello there. Neo pushes him right into Formace. He pops the ultimate. He tries to flicker on out of there, but there's no way he's getting away from the Death Sonata coming in from Mom.
Yeah, great setup here coming from Orange Esports. Meanwhile, Orange Esports. It seems like they've kind of figured out how they want to play this dare off here. Meanwhile, Todak is in a situation where they have to buy time for the rest of the team to get a little bit more fun if they want to play around Formace. And Formace items up on Belleric here. This is going to take really, really long here. However, they will catch a guy up top. So that's going to be a great pick for Todak here, as Momo needs a little bit more damage here.
I still don't know why they picked the Dyroth here. Like, Dyroth, all he's doing as of yet is just kind of just shredding armor for the most part of it. And I guess that's what they want. They want to focus on shredding armor so that Mom is going to stay relevant, and as well as Paquito as well. But besides that, I just can't figure it out. And Mom, he's going to get another kill up on towards that top side on towards Momo here. Aim finally getting some pressure back for himself after getting dove twice on top side.
Yeah, that's a big kill as well here. Slowing down Momo's aggression is going to be the key component here. But while in the midst of all this fight, X-Ray has been completely left untouched in these situations here. Kuja going to be rotating up top as well. And guess who they are going to be finding here? X-Ray all by himself. He might be in some trouble. Here comes the better ass right. The dive comes in. X-Ray, where are you going? He sidesteps his way through and eventually cannot dodge Mom. So that's going to be a lot of dive coming in as well. Chico going for the Electro final blow. He's a little bit too low. Mom is going to die with no last HP. He will take him off, but they want to re-engage, but Todak will lose too. Orange Esports very happy with this two-man takedown.
Clearly done as well, but notice down on bot side, Neo has just been left to his own devices, and he's just chilling there. He's holding on to his own, and Formace, he's going to spot out Neo on towards this orange buff. He's calling carry like, hey, we can't let him get this.
Yeah, but Formace here just playing a little bit slow here. Needs a little bit more items here if this Belleric wants to come online. This is a very different kind of tank here that Todak is playing here. Usual tanks here going to be very aggressive in the early stage of the game, but with a Belleric, you need items if you want to do some serious amount of damage, and he's going to take a little bit more longer time here, whereas Todak is going to try and farm a little bit more here. Aim going to get dived in as well. Momo going to focus down, but the split fight is coming in. Chico going to get focused down as well. Electro final blow, not going to be able to escape this as well. Formace taking a little bit too much as Mally will try to force them out, but Orange Esports, they will lose Kuja in the process here. So 50-50 trades, but the turtle being stolen by Momo.
Oh, yikes. I didn't expect him to steal it like that. Momo nicely done, he still has quite the amount of damage here. But like, again, Orange Esports is in a really awkward position here where it's like they are playing off of a very old combination of Granger plus the Farsa. They've played it in previous seasons before, and you know, Mom, AIM, they've done this many, many times. They've got the synergy down. Momo now getting caught out in towards that backline, and AIM, he's just like, haha, gotcha, nerd.
Momo did not expect the ambush flank here, and that's going to be his downfall. Great patience here coming from Orange Esports to wait this out. Meanwhile, Todak, they are going to be switching up here, trying to trade a middle tower instead here. They will sacrifice the tier 2 up top, which I think it's A-okay, but they have Kuja also holding down the front here. Electro Finder comes in, almost getting a stun as well. Chico needs to back out, but he manages to clear the first creep wave, but not enough for the second, and that's going to be tier 2s down in the hands of Orange Esports.
I mean, if they're going to give it up, just might as well give the whole thing up there and not put yourself at risk. And I mean, even though they did get resources, unless Orange Esports is going to fight literally right now, then I will beg to defer. But so far, I don't see Todak forcing this fight. They are grouping towards mid, but the cooldown should be coming off. Formace taking quite a bit of damage, and Mom, even though he's getting hit by Belleric's passive here from the CD line, but Mali is just healing him back up to full. It's as if it's just completely negated.
Yeah, it's just not enough damage yet here. They need to drag this very long if they want to stand a chance, and that's pretty much the win condition coming from Todak. Whereas Orange Esports, they're looking to close up the game as quickly as they can. They took a tier 2 up top, but the bottom one is just so low as well, so that's going to be the objective for them. But seems to me they are going to be risking another fight first before the next engagement. But Mom, he does have the orange buff here. Momo goes on a flicker dive as well. Chico goes into a bush. Manny, he needs to back off, and they are going to be able to disengage here. But Formace, unfortunately, he does not have the mobility. He needs to back off. Chico going to take away the full aggression, but he gets shut off. Kuja comes in from the sides as well to go in for the wraparound, as Orange Esports will completely flush them out.
Yeah, I still don't understand how Daroth is kind of fitting into this composition. He's just sort of there most of the time. Like, he didn't even get the armor crack on towards Formace in that fight. So that was just raw damage coming in from Mom. So I'm not entirely sure how this is panning out, but I guess the wave clear is good?
Yeah, I guess. But speaking of which here, Orange Esports, they'll finally get their turtle buff instead here. So that's going to be Orange Esports looking to apply pressure and take a little bit more objectives here. But look at this, Todak, they are losing a lot of map control now. Just because the middle tower is still standing from the side of Orange Esports.
Okay, looks like they're playing on opposite sides of the map here. It's a 1-3-1, perfectly baited out. And here comes Chico trying to get on anybody for the side of Orange Esports. They bail out perfectly.
Oh, no.
Good disengage. They know for a fact that they are going to rotate down towards bottom side. Daroth is going to clear that wave. And now you can see the rest of Orange Esports start spilling in towards their jungle.
Formace tried to go for the wombo combo, but could not catch anyone. That's going to be the biggest whiff ever. However, bottom side as well, that's not going to be a whiff here because Momo gets caught up. Orange Esports will take him down. Great holy baptism coming from Mali.
Yep, and they're just going to break down that tier 2 once more. Todak, they're falling behind. This is going to be a 5k goal lead in favor of Orange Esports, similar to game 1. And Todak isn't completely out of this just yet. Mame is 2 levels ahead of their hyper carry here on towards X-Ray, and Moon, he's going to be using that meteor shot to try to buy some more time. Ooh! X-Ray is so low, getting hit by the last smack of the Death Sonata.
Very, very close call here, but Todak, it seems like they are going to be losing a lot of momentum here because the first slot of the game is going to be spawning in 38 seconds here. And I don't know, Orange Esports, they've done everything by the textbook right now, and all they got to do is just bring one inhibitor and things might go south for Todak. However, Todak, they have to somehow prevail. Their win conditioning right now is to drag this game as long as they can.
Yep, they're going to start spilling in here. And 6k gold ahead, Orange Esports. They see that Lord is coming back up in 15 seconds here. Chiku needs to kind of cut the waves and buy a lot of time to slow down any kind of push attempts from Orange Esports so they can maybe walk out of their jungle. But for now, it is just full control here. Benedetta is going to look for topside and maybe pull some attention to herself in hopes that Orange Esports lets go of their grip of their position. Here it comes, the full combination. Formace literally can't do anything. He pops his ult, lands on 3, but nobody is there to follow up.
Oh, that's just so unfortunate here. However, Kuja is all by himself here. Todak is going to look for the dive. Vengeance is there. He's super tanky. Bism Strike almost connects here, but unfortunately not going to be able to here. So he's going to get shut out. So it's going to be 4v4 right now. But Todak, they have to clear the creep waves here. They cannot continue contest the Lord. Lord dropping half HP. Orange Esports, they have the damage. And Todak says, you know what? We are not going to contest this here.
Yep, they're immediately starting to go and cut top waves. They're trying to push it out, looking for anything in the enemy's jungle. But Orange Esports did a really good job at just completely clearing out the economy, making sure that Todak isn't going to be able to catch up at the end of the day. 7K ahead, pushing top side. And here comes the Lord-powered minions.
Yeah, and now enemy teams is going to be calling on the... What am I talking about? Orange Esports is going to be having the Lord sent up from the top side here. And Todak, it seems like they need a little bit more items here because look at this. You know, X-Ray, he's got 2 major items on top of the regular machete here. And Momo doesn't have the biggest one as well. And now Chiku is going to get caught out. Is he going to survive this? No, he's not. Neo goes in for the finish. Godlike for Mob. Formase is going to be net here. And this might be game here.
I think that's game. I think that's game. Moon, he still has the Meteor Shower here. Do they have any other way to wave clear? I mean, Momo could possibly try, but if he walks up, he's going... if he walks up towards Neo, he's going to get caught out. They lose this tart really quick, but they do get a great chunk out on towards Lord here. Oh, Moon, he's so low. The Feathered Airstrike is going to siege them out. Kuja gets that bottom side push, and this is it. They're going to take everything away from Todak's side. Torn apart memories being used, but he goes down next. Momo, he's done it, but well done to Orange Esports. 2-1. GG. Well played.
What a game coming in from Orange Esports. And guess what? The 2% is right. As Orange Esports will take the comeback again in game number 3 here. Just denying Todak that win. My goodness. I did not expect that at all. But the Belleric pickup just did not do anything. But still, seems to me, Orange Esports, they will have the upper hand. Despite the Dirov interesting pickup here, he was kind of tanky, but we just did not see the effectiveness of it yet.
I mean, both teams had 2 pieces of dead weight, and you don't know what to do with it. It's like, it's just emotional baggage being carried around. It's like, what do you do with both of them? I don't know, man. They're just kind of there.
I don't know. Speaking of baggages here, you know what's good?
Oh, what?
Free 5 GB data.
Exactly. You guys can be earning yourself 5 GB worth of data thanks to our official digital telco, Udo, for making it happen. So scan the code, join Udo today to have a newly customizable plan to your needs. Specifically, they've got great coverage and a great number of options, but overall, this is going to be the second time Todak has dropped the ball.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? When it comes to emotional baggages here, as when you're talking about as well, Todak, do you think it's time to stop throwing?
I don't know.
No,
I feel like
trolling.
Okay.
My bad.
Okay.
My bad. Trolling.
I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real with you for a second. I think they took it really seriously in this game 3. Game 1, you can very clearly see that it's like during M2 where it's just like, yep, we just didn't wake up that day. We just needed to wake up. They need to be at tip-top shape against these MPL teams because no matter how hard it's going to be, these are going to be professional players, and especially locally, they are looking to cut you down even if you show your ankles just a little bit.
Yeah, definitely here. But let's take a look at the highlights here of how it all went down here. Starting things off here, it kind of went in the hands of Todak a little bit here. It was a couple really clutch moments here. And you can see Momo was just abusing the fact that he's so strong. He's got so many early leads and pickoffs here. But unfortunately saying, despite that performance coming from Todak here, they have to abuse Momo all the way through. But they just understood that, hey, we have the damage, but Orange Esports also realizes that the moment we shut Momo down, we will get back a little bit of momentum, and this is where things get a little bit interesting here, because Formase, he's not doing too much in some of the situations. He's got big crowd controls, but the thing about Belleric is that you need ultra late game. That's where he will excel the most.
You see, the thing is, I would have expected, like, you know, Belleric, if it's going to be like a side lane Claude in a lot of those situations. Like, it makes sense. Like, you know, his passive, and then Claude wants to be on hit, and he shoots a lot, like pew pew pew, and then I hurt myself. Uses the ult, I hurt myself. It makes sense, but like in these sort of compositions, like what exactly do you want to do? Be able to protect yourself from Granger, who's guaranteed to get a couple of shots off at the end of the day, but his damage is going to be so much higher on that last shot that it's just not worth it.
Yeah, I definitely agree as well here, because Belleric does not have the best of mobility. His range is a little bit small. His ultimate is great, but arguably there was kind of like a mixed bug back in the days here where Belleric's out kind of, you know, just not stuns all the way through. That's not mobilized properly. It was fixed, but it doesn't bring back a lot of meta here, just because there's so many other heroes brought into the into the Land of Dawn, where it makes Belleric kind of bad. You know, Season 3,
I
Season 4,
suppose.
playing Valorant is still A-okay, it's still acceptable, but now as the game goes by, he just doesn't bring a lot of value to fights anymore.
I guess. Now, here's the thing. Like, I'm trying to figure out why exactly Diroth was going to be the option against this particular composition. Like, why did you decide to throw it out now? They were happy towards that very last pick here. And I'm trying to figure out, like, first of all, where did he get that kill? Where did Kuja get that kill? And does his abilities really affect Benedetta specifically? Because I know he couldn't get onto either Carry or Brody.
Yeah,
Chang'e was basically impossible to touch.
You know what's a really interesting way to actually ask that segment here? You know, it would be Lafayette asking that question. I'm pretty sure he will be surprised. The first Diroth, I'm pretty sure he will ask, why did you pick the Diroths? Hopefully we'll get an answer coming from Kuja later on, coming from Orange Esports here. But yeah, in terms of the itemizations here, let's take a look at the damage here. Of course, no surprises here. Mom 58k, this Granger is going out of control. However, Todak got a little bit greedy in terms of drop. Brody and Carry needs extreme amount of farm. Likewise for Valoric as well. He is a strat tank, but he's not an early game tank where you can kind of aggress their way through here. Yes, they put him on the side lanes to get a little bit of goal here, but the only items that he got was pretty much an anti-Curas, and that's about it. There's no way he could transition his full potential on his passive abilities because it kind of scales along his max HP.
I see. But like, I'm trying to piece this all together, right? Because somehow, Kuja was able to get 23,000 damage, while Rafaelia, who's supposed to be the harass hero, only has 18, and there's only Paquito has 16. So it's not making sense. But the one thing that does is our MVP of this game. It's going to be Mom coming in from Orange Esports with a 7-0-4 match KDA and a 3.0 average KDA. He did a pretty good job. A little slow in the beginning because he was missing a couple of abilities, which could have netted him some kills. It could have been 9-0-4 or 9-0-6 at the very least. But hey, you know, at the end of the day, he got those results.
Yeah, I definitely agree here. Amazing stuff coming from Mom. No surprises here. But Orange Esports, they played it really well here. They outplayed Todak in game number 1 and game number 3. But I wouldn't say game 1, but game 3 definitely they played it really well here. They got the right timings. They understood that, hey, Momo was pretty much their key winning factor here. The moment you shut them down, things got a little bit better for them.
Yes, they are. And this has been a really great game to actually watch, especially this last one. A lot of interesting things, a lot of interesting ideas being thrown out there. And, you know, I do believe that Todak wasn't looking to troll in this very last game. The first game, obviously, not exactly the best. They did this before in M2 where they showed their tank lineup, and they were very serious about it. It pulled off once, it didn't work the second time. But I like how this is going. Although I wish it was Todak, don't worry, Orange Esports fans. The one out there, Lafell, take it away, my boy!
Mali, first of all, tanya and just nak make sure, boleh dengar?
Boleh, dengar.
Okay, boleh. Okay, Mali, thank you very much. So, Mali, you nampak sangat-sangat happy sekarang ni. So, I punya first question. Kita nak kena berbual pasal game ketiga. Apa strategi Orange Esports untuk game ketiga tu untuk kalahkan tim Todak?
Tak ada strategi apa-apa pun. Kita orang just trust each other.
I mean, okay, very general answer. It's just that, okay, let me tanya balik. Pada game ketiga tu, you guys ambil Granger awal. Adakah Granger tu memang sengaja nak ambil daripada X-Ray ataupun Mom just rasa macam nak main Granger hari ni?
Tadi kita orang lepas habis game kedua tu kita orang borak sikit. So Mom kata dia yakin dengan Granger. So kita pick awal lah.
I see. So dekat situ kita nampak pada game ketiga, diorang sebenarnya memang kita just main, kita tahu kita boleh kalahkan Todak, world champion biasa je. And then kita boleh nampak di mana Mom rasa Granger kuat, and then try, and then menjadi. Tapi Mali, bukan I seorang je yang ada soalan untuk Mali, tapi kita juga ada fan question di mana fan kita nak bertanya, kenapa team tak pakai Estes?
Akan pakai tapi bukan minggu ni lah.
Oh, okay, interesting. Sekarang ni kita nampak banyak tim pakai Rafaela, mungkin Estes akan dibawa keluar. So Mali, you nampak sangat-sangat ceria. So sebelum I lepaskan you, ada tak apa-apa yang Mali nak cakap kepada semua peminat-peminat Orange Esports yang 2% tu?
Kepada yang support kita orang, family dengan orang-orang lain, teruskan support kita orang. Mungkin kita orang pada awalnya lambat perform. Sebab kita orang kira macam budak baru kan, mau cari chemistry. So kita orang lambat pandai engine. So nak cakap terima kasih dekat yang 2% sokong orange.
Alright, thank you very much Mali. You have been a good sport. Mali memang nampak sporting. So, thank you very much. Dan kita akan teruskan dengan kita punya program hari ni. Don't you guys like that? Mali nampak comel sangat. Thank you very much Mali. You deserve a donut. Nanti Captain Donut Army akan bagi something for you. But yeah, anyways, itu kita punya games hari ni. But kita punya event still is not done. Kita masih ada VR Fendi di mana dia nak sangat cerita pasal apa akan jadi pada minggu depan. Maybe ada special news. Tapi untuk you guys tahu, kita akan pergi kepada VR Fendi sekarang juga.
Welcome back to MPL Quickie. Dan guys, kita baru saja menyaksikan perlawanan terakhir untuk hari ini di antara Orange Esports melawan Todak MLBB 2-1. Dan tanya lagi sekali kepada Orange Esports kerana berjaya memenangi perlawanan tersebut. Dan ini bermakna kita sudah pun sampai ke penghujung hari ketiga, minggu keempat. Dan sekarang mari kita lihat standing group bagi Group A dan juga Group B. Okey, di skrin anda sekarang adalah kedudukan bagi kumpulan A. Nombor 1 adalah Todak, di tempat kedua Team SMG, manakala di tempat ketiga adalah Rebound Esports dan di tempat keempat adalah Homeboys. Dan di tempat kelima adalah Orange Esports. Dan sekarang mari kita lihat kedudukan bagi kumpulan B pula. Okey, nombor 1 masih lagi Suhas Evos. Di tempat kedua adalah Red Esports, manakala di tempat ketiga Geek Fam, di tempat keempat RSG Malaysia dan di tempat kelima adalah Team Bosskurr. Dan sekarang mari kita lihat jadual perlawanan minggu hadapan di hari Jumaat minggu kelima. Kita ada 2 perlawanan iaitu di antara Team SMG melawan Todak dan perlawanan kedua adalah Geek Fam melawan RSG Malaysia. Dan ini bermakna kita sudah pun sampai ke penghujung hari. Sebelum itu saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada penaja kita iaitu Official Digital Telco Yudu dan rakan isukan iaitu TikTok serta MPL Malaysia musim ke-7 kali ini dikuasai oleh Muntun. Kita akan berjumpa lagi di tempat yang sama di Facebook page MLBB dan juga di TikTok. Saya Fira Fendi, kita akan berjumpa lagi minggu hadapan di minggu kelima. Selamat malam.